was 9:29, 9:29 Knox Street, big city. The sun was going down, there was music all around, it felt so right. It was one of those nights when you feel the world stop turning. You were standing there, there was music in the air. I should have been away, but I knew I had to say, let's run to London, just heading out. Let's run to London, just leaving town. But I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight. It was one of those nights when you feel the fires burning. Everybody was there, everybody to share, it felt so right. There you were on your own, looking like you were the only one around. I had to be with you, nothing else that I could do. I should have been away, but I knew I have to say, let's run to London. hide away. Say you'll never let me go. Say you'll never let me go. You must think that I'm stupid. You must think that I'm a fool. You must think that I'm new to this, but I have seen it all before. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up, it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you, in case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. I know you're thinking I'm heartless. I know you're thinking I'm cold. I'm just protecting my innocence. I'm just protecting my soul. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up, it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you, in case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. 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 No way that you'll see me cry. No way that you'll see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. No, 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 no.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the first plenary session of CDC 2025. I am Basilio, one of the general co-chairs of the conference, and our speaker, Dimos, Dimarogonas, democracy, was born in Athens, Greece. He received the diploma in electrical and computer engineering in 2001 and the PhD in mechanical engineering in 2007, both from the National Technical University of Athens. Between 2007 and 2010, he held postdoctoral positions at the KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Department of Automatic Control, and MIT Laboratory for Information and Decision Systems. He's currently professor at the Division of Decision and Control Systems, School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at KTH. His current research interests include multi-agent systems, hybrid systems and control, robot navigation and manipulation, human-robot interaction, and networked control. He serves in the editorial board of Automatica and the IEEE transactions on control of networked systems. He is the recipient of the ERC Starting Grant in 2014, the ERC Consolidator Grant in 2019, forgive my pronunciation, I don't know how to pronounce this, the Knut Och Alice Wallenberg Academy Fellowship in 2015, and he is a fellow of the IEEE class of 2023. Let us welcome our speaker, Dimos Dimarogonas.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for attending this talk at such an early time during the day. I'll try to keep up to the promise. So, my name is Dimos Dimarogonas. I work at KTH, and I'm going to talk about using transient controllers to satisfy high-level multi-robot tasks. The original title did not have the multi in parentheses, but I put it because I realized that once preparing the single agent part is quite significant. So this is work which is partially or almost to its full extent based on the PhDs of former PhD student Lars Linderman, who is now faculty at ETH Zurich, Maria Haritidou, who is now postdoc at University of Maryland, and current PhD student Gregorio Marchesini, who is still in Stockholm and thus the background here. I have been very fortunate to have these experimental facilities at KTH and work with multi-agent systems over the past years. Here are some known applications in the field. So my first statement for today is that while there has been a focus in the last 10 years on end-to-end approaches, I think current use cases and complexity of tasks call more and more for real-timeness, reactivity, reproducibility, repeatability of experiments, and thus feedback becomes again essential. The second positioning is that we want to, since we have these computational features, we want to have more and more complexity in the tasks we assign to the systems. We want to make them even more safety critical, and thus multi-robot systems is a good paradigm towards this goal, given the flexibility compared to monolithic single robot approaches. And of course, in order to enhance these attributes, we wish for distributed solutions. So the general theme I'm going to talk about today involves how can we design controllers that enhance these three features in multi-agent systems: distributed, feedback, and task complexity. So many of us have been working on multi-agent systems, so you know that distributed and feedback is not new. In particular, there have been tremendous research efforts in multi-agent control, mainly using graph theoretic approaches, But I argue that mainly the focus has been in our community on simple cooperative control objectives such as formation and consensus. This can be seen as related to trajectory tracking and point stabilization, if I may, in the traditional control sense. So around 2012, while I have worked in this area for 10 years almost, I put the question to myself, how can we ask a robotic system to perform more complex tasks? How can we get more interesting things from a robotic system? And back then, I became acquainted with this literature in robotics that use formal verification languages to define such complex tasks. And then, based on a machinery I will go through in a second, derives controllers based on tools from computer science. So for example, here, I will try this. So for example, here you can see a complex task in a language called linear temporal logic that involves always avoiding obstacles and surveillance infinitely often visiting a specific region. And this is a trajectory you get based on this machinery. The gray parts are the obstacles, the green ones are the safe regions. So we started working on this for multi-robot system applications, and then we tried to do more complex things. So for example, we wanted to put quantification in these constraints. We wanted to put deadlines in surveillances. We wanted to put distances quantified in numbers with respect to collision avoidance. And then we wanted also to ask cooperative control tasks, such as if one of these robots moving around while surveilling spots an object of interest, then it should ask for coordination. And this is done usually through communication between the robots. So there are two features I want to address today. One is quantification of constraints in this formal methods-based control, and the other is in multi-agent systems, you might have task collaboration requirements, but then the communication might not be there. Okay, it is not a given. So these are two things I'm going to address. So back then when we started this, there was a specific pipeline in single robot and single task missions. So you start from this definition of a high-level specification in a formal language, such as linear temporal logic and its variants. Then, based on a discrete representation you have from the agent continuous dynamics, you can perform model checking or graph search or some form of integer programming to do discrete planning, and then go back to your continuous space based on the way you have defined the discrete representation to get an appropriate sequence of continuous controllers implementing the task. But when we started looking at multiple robots and multiple tasks, I mentioned already some of the bottlenecks we needed to face, such as the distributativity of tasks, limited communication and quantification of spatial and temporal constraints. But the main bottleneck was complexity. And complexity was a bottleneck because these methods use a discrete representation of the task and a discrete representation of the dynamics. So then you get things such as product of automata to use your model checking solutions, and then this grows exponentially. This has a huge complexity. This is even more evident when you have multi-agent systems because this adds another level of complexity. Us and others have used sparsity to deal with this problem, that is, build products only when needed, but you get the worst case complexity when you have this dependence at all times. So the more recent state of the art I want to argue upon is that discrete logics and computer science tools, apart from not being able to deal directly with quantifiable constraints, they do not scale well when we have multi-agent systems. The same holds for other approaches such as mixed integer programming and the variants. These approaches do not enhance this reactivity and real-timeness and feedback solutions I mentioned. So the idea we had around 2017-18 was to go back to traditional transient controllers, as I will term them, and try to see if we can use them in the setup of this formal methods-based control. So in this talk, I'm going to go through our approach on using these transient controllers first for single-agent systems for high-level tasks, then go to multi-agent systems, then I hope I will have time for some discussion on the applications. So I'm going to go a bit technical here. I covered the introduction part. I will cover the variant of the logic we use to do quantification of these constraints. Then I'm going to say how we do control thereof. Then I'm going to go to multi-agent systems, which is the premise of the talk. And then I will do a detour to tackle input constraints through MPC, and finally discuss this discrepancy between communication and task interaction requirements. And hopefully, in the end, I will have some time for the application part. So the variant of logic we have been using over the years is the so-called signal temporal logic. This is a logic assigning to a Boolean value called the predicate a function whose positivity or negativity is related to the truthfulness or falseness of this function. But here you can already see that there is a certain relation of the value of this function with how well we fulfill a formula or how bad we violate it. So for example, if you have a predicate, a requirement, if you may, of the form that your state should be norm bounded by epsilon, then the obvious predicate function is epsilon minus the norm of the state. And you can build upon this machinery, and this is my computer science slide for today, to build a syntax. The syntax starts from the truth and simple predicate function, and then based on combinations of Boolean and temporal operators, you can draw more complex formulas. So for example, in this case, you can have conjunction of formulas, negation, and you can have until, eventually, and always operators, which are the temporal variants. But here, we also quantified already the spatial part, but here we can put a bracket in each of these temporal operators, A, B, to indicate when in time the operator should become active. So for example, for the until, we don't just say that phi1 should be true up to a certain point and then phi2 should be true, but phi1 should be true during the interval A, B, but at some point during this interval, it should switch to the truthfulness of phi2. And the same for eventually and always. And then you can associate trajectories with truthfulness or formulas, but more importantly, you can build upon this relation of the magnitude of the predicate function with the truthfulness of a formula by defining more complex versions of this for more complex formulas. And this is done by the so-called robust semantics, which I will mention in a second. I would like to say that there is, I would say, even an ongoing debate on what the best robust semantics is, but we have been using this definition, and it has worked quite well. It has a nice set theoretic interpretation. For a simple predicate, you simply use the same predicate function. Negation means the minus the robustness of the corresponding formula. Then you have the smallest of robustnesses when you have conjunction, and the best of robustnesses when you have disjunction. And you use inf and sup when you have always and eventually, for obvious reasons. And then the until operator has this sup-min definition, which is also based on set theoretic interpretation. So this is the machinery we have been using, and a very quick example of all the stuff I have been showing up to now is we have the same trajectory here on the right. It's 3 examples. The first formula is eventually between 3 and 5 seconds. You should be between 2 and 3. So this means at some point in time, between 3 and 5 seconds, you should be between 2 and 3. We see that the trajectory fulfills this, and it has a positive robustness. Now, if I stretch a bit and put the always operator, we can see that always between 2 and 6 being between these values is valid, but at the same time is very close to being violated. So I have a smaller robustness, and the same holds for if I stretch even more and get a negative robustness case, because this trajectory cannot be always between 1 and 2 in the interval between 2 and 6 seconds. So this is the machinery we have been using to define the tasks, but now I want to go to the main theme, which is how we do control thereof. So as I said, back in the day, we decided we thought of using this idea of transient controllers, and the main catch here is that we thought, okay, you have deadlines and you have spatial constraints. This looks like a forward invariance problem, right? So the idea is, how can we associate formulas with time-varying sets whose forward invariance implies the fulfillment of the formula? Okay, so this was the main idea we had. And then there are 2 questions here: how to define this such a time-varying set, calligraphic B uppercase phi corresponding to formula phi, and then how can we render this set forward invariant? So around the time, I worked a lot with a method called prescribed performance or funnel control, but at the same time, there was an interest and new definitions on control barrier functions, and it became a very popular tool, as many of you know. So my group started working in both directions. I'm going to put more focus on the control barrier functions side today due to its popularity, but I will also make some disclaimers about equivalence between the two. So the idea is how you can define this function B, which is time varying, and which defines this set, calligraphic B, uppercase phi, and whose forward invariance implies the fulfillment of a formula. So the first question is, how can we design such a B? How can we design such a time-varying set? Okay? Let's see the first disclaimer. The first disclaimer is that early on, we decided to separate the spatial and temporal part of the objective. So you have these two functions, h and gamma. You can associate h with a predicate of non-temporal operators. But when you have temporal operators, such as always and eventually, you can design B such that the B should be smaller or equal to the corresponding predicate, and this should happen for all times in the corresponding interval. So now, if you have a forward invariant controller for B being positive, this means that H1 is positive and you get the fulfillment of the formula. For eventually operators, you have a degree of freedom in the same machinery, in the sense that you can switch at any time between A and B. In this, the eventually should be true. So if your B is forward invariant again, and at some point between A and B, it is also smaller than the corresponding predicate, then you have the fulfillment of your eventually operator. And then there are more we can do for more complex formula. The first technical item here is the fact that for conjunctions for end operators, we have used a smooth under approximation in the log X sense. And then based on this smooth under approximation, and the reason is we do this is because we use the gradient of B in many occasions, is that we can go, for example, to until operator. So here you have predicate mu1 is true in A comma B up to some point that mu2 becomes true. So if you choose your B to be the log X sum of the two corresponding BI's corresponding to mu I, where I is 1 or 2, then if this is designed such as B is forward invariant, B2 is smaller or equal to H2 at some point between A comma B, and at all times before that, B1 is smaller than H1, then based on the properties of the under approximation, you get the desired function. And then I will not go through the details here, but you can work on this to more steps iteratively and get quite a significant fragment of the overall vocabulary. Here, you can get, for example, conjunctions of conjunctions. You can get conjunctions of temporal operators. You can even get nested operators. I will not talk about these junctions a lot today, but I'm going to make a reference later. So the next thing is, okay, now you have a machinery to build this forward invariant set, this set corresponding to the formulas. How can you render it forward invariant? So the idea, of course, we had is that this is a time-varying set, and then, as I said, there were two directions we took. The direction corresponding to control barrier functions is, of course, the time-varying version thereof. So if you have this B and you want to interpret it as a time-varying control barrier function, then if you have dynamics suitable for this, you can cast this as a requirement on the derivative of B with respect to this dynamics. So if there is a feasible U that implements it, then you can get the best U out of all feasible ones under a certain energy criterion. And then this was one result we had around 2019, and you can even, in certain cases, you can even get a closed loop controller, as is the result shown here. So this is the idea on how to work with control barrier functions, but I want to make a small parenthesis and talk a bit about prescribed performance or funnel control. This is a trajectory tracking controller in the sense that you have a trajectory error with a certain output, a desired output trajectory. You can consider that this is the state-dependent part of the requirement, but you want this to happen in a certain transient way with respect to the temporal constraint. So this is given by this requirement here. So the main idea of prescribed performance control and funnel control is to render this requirement equivalent to the boundedness of a certain signal. This can be done with a series of transformations. Here, to mention that you can use different definitions of these gammas, but if you want practical stability with respect to this, practical stabilization with respect to this error, you can have an exponential decay term, for example, based on the requirements you have. But then, if you do a sequence, an appropriate sequence of transformation, you can actually transform this requirement. This doesn't have to be symmetric. It's just for pictorial reasons, into first, the requirement that the signal is bounded between -1 and 1, and then through an appropriate transformation shown in the bottom right, you can also require that this is equivalent to a certain signal being bounded. So we use this idea in this context, and we use this idea in both by using this B function, but we also used it by directly requiring the robustness of the formula corresponding to a spatial part to fulfill some time-temporal constraints. The gamma of t function should be designed in such a way that fulfillment of this BF means, forward invariance of this BF means fulfillment of the formula. So doing this transformation for finding the control system, you can transfer this requirement of BF to a requirement that this signal epsilon is bounded. So in essence, your robustness function needs to fulfill certain time-varying bounds during operation. And then the good news with prescribed performance control is that in certain cases, you can even get a closed-loop controller without needing to solve an optimization problem. And these are some results we had based on this here. What is to observe? You might have noticed that I termed it as model freer. Indeed, here you only need the affine in the control term and not the internal dynamics to deal with this. And then there is a nice interpretation in the sense that there is a separation between the time-varying and the spatial part, between the time-related and spatial part of the formula. So just to give an example of how these things might work, here is an example of a trajectory that fulfills certain predicates through a conjunction operator. One can associate this with when each of the parts of the formula is fulfilled. But here I want to also mention that we can have more intelligent ways of defining this gamma function. Here is a more recent variant that we have a piecewise constant interpretation of it. So just to do a detour, we have explored this equivalence between the two methods, between prescribed performance control and control barrier functions. It took us a while to start this, mainly because we worked on these other topics I mentioned. But recently, and in particular in the 2024 ACC paper, we actually showed that the two methods are equivalent. Of course, there are some details which are in the paper. In particularly, the Lyapunov-like function you use to analyze the results in funnel control can be shown to be a control barrier function. And more recently, Professors Berger and Vortram in their groups came up with more sophisticated results in the sense that you can use funnel control to derive model-free control barrier function-based controllers. And then, building on this separation between time and space in both cases, we can see we have this similarity in the two directions I showed, and then we can observe that this gamma of t function can be the same for both cases. So we have built up a little to work on these results, and indeed, this decoupling between the spatial part and the time-varying part can give very interesting interpretations in the sense that you can separate the two also in the design phase. So you can have one part related only to the spatial part and try to come up with conditions that the spatial part B is a control barrier function, but at the same time you can bound from below the temporal part and use a similar machinery using this class K function requirements of the equivalent of the spatial part to characterize the so-called properties of decoupling. In particular, we have a notion of shiftability that once you have a spatial-only control barrier function, you can use this lambda machinery to also shift this in time. So this is work done by, in the PhD of Adrian Wiltz. Adrian has extended this to reachability-based approaches for more general linear dynamics, and more recently also to equivariant dynamics. So this is particularly interesting in the sense that it captures also nonlinear dynamics which are not directly applicable to the tools I mentioned earlier. So finally, one only slide on disjunction. So we have also worked with disjunctions in this machinery. Disjunction are OR operators. They have non-determinism by default, and thus you might expect that you cannot use smooth barriers anymore. So in particular, we used non-smooth control barrier functions for a direct correspondence to the max operator. Here you need non-smooth controllers and tree search. We tried also to come up with under approximations of the max operator. Here you can imagine that you have more conservative conditions, but you can get smoother controllers. And this approach has been also used to tackle the full extent of all fragments, all sequences of temporal operators possible using reachability analysis. So more details on the respective references. Okay, so now I covered half of the time I have to talk about single-agent systems, but since the theme of the talk is on multi-agent, I will switch now to multi-agent and go through how we use the machineries before in the multi-agent setup. So in the multi-agent setup, there are a few things to think about further. So those of you that work with multi-agent system know that the typical way to model this is through a so-called communication or sensing graph, which models the possibility of information exchange, either through sensing or communication between the agents. So the dots or the vertices here represent agents, and then the edges represent the possibility of information exchange between them. But what I argue in this talk is that once you have also tasks defined in a more complex way in multi-agent systems, this may induce dependencies which are not captured by this possibility of information exchange. Okay, so you might have a graph whose vertices are again the agents, but whose edges represent the need for interaction for a task fulfillment. So this is not, it's not a given that this is in agreement with your communication graph. So my main positioning is that in the control community, we have worked mainly with the assumption that the task graph is a subset of the communication graph. So this is the assumption I'm going to start talking about, but during the last part of the talk, I will come back to this. So the first approach we took in the CBF sense was to consider a potentially worst-case scenario. I will mention in what sense in a second. So you have M agents with certain dynamics. You have internal dynamics for agent I. Xi represents its state. And here you might also have couplings between the agents. So X represents the stack vector of all agent states. So here you have, for the individual agent dynamics, dependencies on other agents. This FIC term might be dynamic couplings, or they might be induced couplings through appropriate control design for various reasons. You have dynamics which are affine in the control. And here I also added a noise term, which in this case is deterministic and bounded. So the premise is now how we can extend the notions we defined earlier to tackle multiple tasks for multiple agents. So the initial approach is, let's say that you have K formulas distributed to the agent group, and let phi k, which is an index between 1 and uppercase k, depend on the set of agents between 1 and m, which is indicated by this calligraphic V subscript phi k notation. So the first approach we took is that it's perhaps too hard to deal both with dynamic couplings and formula couplings, so we saved ourselves and considered that these sets are disjoint. So you might imagine that you have a global planner, and this gives tasks to agents, but it makes sure that they do not coincide with each other. So the question in the control barrier function part is how to distributize this bounded from below by a minus class K condition on the derivative of the barrier function with respect to the dynamics. So those that work with distributization of control barrier functions know that this is not a trivial problem. The first take we took was to draw a worst-case approach, and this happened through this quite ugly theorem here, but the idea is the following. We distributize the QP problem that is involved in the original barrier function definition and approach through a sequence of QP problems for all agents in the group. So at each agent I, we have a local problem. This local problem is related to an energy decrease problem, an energy minimization problem with respect to the inputs, but here you have an inequality constraint on the right, whose simultaneous fulfillment for all agents implies the fulfillment of the original inequality. Here, there are two takeaways. We have a really worst-case approach in the sense that each agent is responsible of beating the worst case bound on the noise and the worst case bound on the coupled dynamics with respect to the individual agent, but we also have a load distribution per agent in the sense that each agent should give its full tolerance with respect to the negativity of the barrier function derivative to help other agents in the group to make sure that this condition is fulfilled. Okay, so this is the high-level idea behind this, but since this is a robotics talk, I might switch to some videos here. This is one of the first deployments we did in the lab. I'm not going to go through the task definition, but you can see already that we have quite some complicated time-varying task involving connectivity maintenance and collision avoidance between agent and also relation to load distribution in certain spots. But first of all, the main part is that we have distributativity of the controllers, but at the same time, I want to mention that here on purpose, we started from a situation that we do not fulfill the formula. So this is indicated by the barrier function evolution on the bottom right part, which starts from negative value. So this was indeed on purpose, and we did this in order to enhance the fact that these methods with associating these functions, the volume of functions with fulfillment of the formulas might work in a way that you can allow your system to evolve even if your formula is fulfilled, as long as it is not violated too much. Okay, so this is an idea we explored a lot in later stages, and we explored it in particularly when we went to work also with formula couplings. So this is the first approach to this was to use these funnel control ideas. So here you can see that you have your dynamics with respect to the agents in the group. You have, again, this internal dynamics with respect to agent I. You have your refining the control term and potential noise. And then here we assume that each agent, now we don't have clusters of formulas. We have that each agent corresponds to a specific formula phi I. But apart from dynamic couplings indicated by this term phi IC, we also have formula couplings. So the formula couplings come into play that each agent's phi I might depend on other agents in the group apart from the state of its own agent. So the first idea we had, okay, why don't we take the closed loop controller I showed earlier based on funnel control and directly distributize it for each agent. So the catch behind it is that now you need also to take the states of agents that depend on your formula. So here, again, it's another example that I pre-assume that I have enough communication capabilities. So I assume that I have enough communication at each agent I to get this information from agents belonging to this phi state dependency. Then, of course, this is not by default guaranteed to work. You have many reasons why formula couplings and dynamic couplings might lead to infeasibilities. You might not have trajectories that fulfill the formulas. This is what we took into account in the referred work. And in particular, in this referred work, we took into account the fact that we have this design freedom with respect to these prescribed performance functions or funnel functions. So we took a hybrid control strategy to deal with infeasibility. You might have noticed that the robustness function should fulfill certain funnels. So the first idea was once your robustness cannot fulfill these funnels anymore, relax them. So we did this with so-called funnel repairs, which was make the funnels wider. So there are some certain rules behind this, but of course you cannot keep on going. At some point, you might decide, okay, this doesn't work with this strategy, and I switched to another strategy. So the idea we had is that in your set of communicating agents, there might be agents that have the freedom, that do not need to work with respect to their own formulas at this interval. So we used communication and collaborative control, meaning that agents in your group that do not need to work for their own formulas at this interval will collaborate with you. And then if this doesn't work, we resorted to so-called risk-violating solutions. In particular, we started reducing the desired robustness threshold from being strictly positive to even being negative. So this means you have a lower version of how bad things can be, but you are able to control it. So we moved with more experiments in this way. Here, in order to spice things up, we added moving obstacles. So the bigger robots are moving obstacles for these specifications, and they are not taking care of the formulas itself, but through internal controllers. But here, I'm not going to spell out the formulas. The formulas for each robot are spelled verbally on the left. You see the definitions of them on the right in this signal temporal logic grammar, but one can see a little deeper into this by considering that this epsilon parameter is the source of invisibility or visibility if you make it small enough. So we did experiments with different epsilons and observed different behaviors of the agents, more or less opportunistic. So this is another interesting direction we haven't really looked into. Some further results on multi-agent systems. There are more, of course, intelligent ways of distributizing the CBF condition. This is related, though, to assumptions on the constraints you have. So if you have proper constraints, you can do full distributization without considering a worst-case approach, and this has been work by former PhD student Xiao Tan, who is now faculty by Hang. Fei Chen, who is postdoc at MIT, looked in similar conditions in a topological sense for distributizing the funnel control conditions. And you might already have wondered, okay, you do this funnel relaxation very abruptly. You go from one level to one another. Why don't you do adaptation? And this is what we have been looking with PhD student Farad Mehdifar recently. Okay, there are two elephants in the room. The first one is, I didn't talk about input saturation, and this is, of course, an issue in both approaches I mentioned. We decided to look at model predictive control techniques on that, and this was done through the PhD of Maria Haritidou. So the first question we posed is, what if your input constraints are really hard? You cannot violate them, but at the same time, you have this constraint, these lower bounded constraints on the required robustness. So in the ideal case, you might hope that your U is sufficiently large to deal with this. So if you have this assumption, then in order to enhance the hard input constraints, you can put this as an MPC problem. The first-hand constraint here, CH, involves the STL constraints, and the U involves the input constraints. But the first main takeaway, the first takeaway out of this that I would like to mention is that there is an issue on how to define the terminal set in your MPC controller. Those that work with model predictive control know that the definition of the terminal set is important to enhance the so-called recursive feasibility of the problem, meaning that if you assume feasibility at the first iteration of the MPC, then it should be feasible at all times. So this was an elegant technical result. Here, one other thing that I would like to mention is that here we don't have dependency on the horizon of the MPC problem. And of course, this is related to the ideal case assumption. So the question is, what happens when the ideal case does not happen? And this is where this minimum violation approach of the constraints comes into play. In particular, the second idea takeaway here is that what we have done is use now an epsilon over approximation in the Minkowski sense of the STL constraints. And this epsilon has been used as a slack variable in the optimization problem corresponding to the MPC. So if all things are good and you can iterate your MPC while fulfilling the input constraints, then this C epsilon H is the same as in the previous slide. Once you don't fulfill them, this acts as a slack variable. It is positive, so you relax your constraints, but it is at the same time part of the optimization problem. So you want to keep it as small as possible at all times. Again, another catch is that there needed to be a redesign of the terminal set in this case. And up to now, I didn't talk about PPC or control barrier functions, but of course, you can imagine that these are relevant to the need of invariance of the terminal set that we need in the MPC controller. If we use control barrier functions, we can define this BF function in a way that the forward invariance of this implies that your state stays within the terminal set, and you can use, depending on the dynamics, different approaches to derive these controllers. If you have your affine the control dynamics, you can again use this minimum energy formulation. And then you can derive results actually quantifying how bad things can be with respect to the violation of the constraints. Then, since this is a talk on multi-agent systems, I want to briefly mention that we have extended this approach to multi-agent model predictive control under STL constraints with hard input constraints. Those that work with distributed MPC know that there are two main approaches to the problem. One is the so-called sequential, and this is what we used in this paper here in 2024. In particularly, each agent kept a buffer of what happens with respect to the state updates of agents that have solved the optimization problem before it lexicographically, and a buffer of what happened in the previous iteration. So you have that. You take into account the previous agents lexicographically at the current time and the other agents at the next iteration. So we have applied this to an intelligent transportation problem, in particular to a platoon split and merge situations with time constraints. But of course, sequential MPC is one approach. If one wants to go more elaborate but less centralized, one can look at more decentralized variants in the sense of parallelized, decentralized MPC. This has been done, again, in the PhD of Adrian Wiltz. We are now trying to marry the STL part with this parallelized, decentralized MPC, but it appears quite notationally elaborate. So, one more thing, the second elephant in the room. So I kind of made a claim that when we work in multi-agent systems here in our community, we assume mainly that the task graph is a subset of the communication graph. I actually did yesterday a search on the 100 most cited multi-agent papers, and I didn't find one that this is not the case. So just a disclaimer that this was not the best search possible, but it might help as a motivation on what I'm going to talk about in a second. So the question is, what happens when your task graph is not a proper subset of the communication graph? When we have these CBF constraints, the equivalent is when we try to distributize the CBF condition, what happens when the vectors of agents that are resulting from these lib bracket constraints with respect to agent I are not part of its communication set. So what happens when we don't have enough communication capabilities to implement this distributized CBF condition at the agent level? So this is the PhD of Gregorio Marchesini, which is ongoing. And the first thing we did was formalize, actually, this through a notion of edge consistency. This is quite a simple notion. We have edge consistency if your task edge is a part of the communication graph as an edge. It is inconsistent if it is not. But then it is also relevant to define what is the space of formulas we work on. Long story short, what we have considered is that we can consider both absolute and relative predicates. So this is already for those that work in multi-agent systems, considering both absolute and relative constraints is not a trivial thing. And the way we approached the problem was to consider what are the possibilities in the communication graph with respect to edges that are inconsistent. Simply put, for each edge in the task graph that is inconsistent, we figured out a way to decompose as a conjunction of sequential edges as a path in the communication graph. So for each inconsistent edge on the task graph, we have a relative path in the communication graph. You need to do some form of task parameterization in order to achieve this that I'm not going to go through. But this gives an intuition that you have a logic decomposition here, which is which path you need, how to define paths in the communication graph to associate with inconsistent edges in the task graph. But it is not so easy because these are related to spatiotemporal constraints. So we dealt with this in a geometric sense, in the sense that we needed to make sure that the new constraints of the path in the communication graph should fulfill the original constraints of the inconsistent edge. Just one slide, one comment on this. What we did was to take a worst-case polyhedral approximation of the original constraints and then map the corresponding edges to communicationally consistent subsets of agents in the communication graph that give candidates to corresponding paths. And there is a way in the reference on how we choose among them. Okay, I will not get into the details of this, but what we have tested this approach both in real experiments and in simulations. Okay, they are moving. And I want to mention that this is quite satisfying because this is something that works in real time and it is reactive. It works with real-time collision avoidance. It is communication aware in the sense that we can plug in new tasks that are decomposed to the agents that in this machinery. It is scalable. We tested it with as many mobile robots we have in our lab at this, working at this point, and also in more elaborate simulated experiments. And then it is decentralized, and we have also made some progress in that respect in this recent referred paper. Okay, I'm almost on time. I just want to mention, also with reference to this CDC, that another approach we take in the problem is, of course, by using distributed observers. This is work by a PhD student, Tommaso Zaccherini, that works with k-hop neighbor communication, with k-hop neighbor estimation based on one-hop communicating agents. The catch here is that you need the transient constraints to be met at the observer side. So you need to make a paradigm that you have the funnel controllers in the estimated state, in the original state, but also in the observers. So for more details, I refer to this paper that is going to be presented. Okay, last but not least, I want to mention a few things about some really fun stuff we have been doing at KTH over the years related to applications of the theme. I will start with chronological order. I will start with some both recent and older stuff. So it has started earlier. So here you can see that we have a bunch of robots doing both mobile manipulation. They do both cooperative navigation. They do also single robot manipulation. These tasks are combined with STL formulas. But in this work, which is very related to the PhD of Mayank Sevlia, we assumed grasp rigidity. So those that work with cooperative manipulation know that this is a very convenient assumption in the sense that you get a matrix which is non-singular and you can basically map to a linear program. What we have been also working recently, is that we have been trying to relax this assumption. We have been trying to work with rolling contacts, and in this case, you don't get the singularity of the grasp map matrix for a given. So now what we try to do is associate the level of this non-singularity with the level of satisfaction or violation of corresponding STL tasks. Another line of research which is very relevant to what I have discussed is multi-robot-human interaction. And here we have worked both with implicit and explicit human-robot interaction. You can assume that you have a nominal behavior for your robot swarm indicated by an STL formula, but then we exploit the robustness that I have been mentioning about in order to consider human presence first as an implicit interaction. So here, Victor Nan, who is the PhD student that is working on this, acts as a moving obstacle to the robots, but implicitly also he drives the swarm. Okay, so you can use the robustness of these methods for this. You can also explicitly plug in novel new tasks in real time in the high-level sense. We have been testing this in the field in agricultural robotics applications. This is the final or one of the demos in an EU project led by my friend Andrea Gaspari, who I hope is in the audience, that ended recently. In this project, we dealt with multi-robot systems for harvesting and pruning operations, but we took into account the human interaction, again, in the implicit and explicit sense. Humans can plug in tasks in real time, but at the same time work physically close to robots. So here you can see Sankar Deka, who is a former postdoc and now faculty in Aalto that worked directly in the field with these methods, acting both as a worker interacting physically with robots in hand, but also plugging in tasks explicitly. And finally, I would like to mention some more recent stuff. We have been fortunate enough to be able to convince KTH to give us a facility to have a combined space and underwater multi-robot facility. The links are found here for those that are more interested. On the left, we have an experiment on vision-based underwater formations from STL tasks. On the right, we have some experiments in our space robotics lab. This is done by the so-called Atmos platform that we started building from scratch. These are platforms that mimic 2D motion in space, in microgravity environments, and this is the catch that there is a connection in microgravity and buoyancy, and we have built upon that. What else we can, in the space part, we have worked both with multi-robot navigation aspects, but also with docking applications. And I'll be 2 minutes. So this is, there are some other applications that I won't have time to talk about, such as aerial robotics, these things are applicable in aerial robotics, that we have worked on cooperative manipulation and navigation, intelligent transportation systems. This is a simulator on networks of platoons that I won't have time to show. And then more recently, we have been working with collaborative robotics for smart construction applications. Okay, I think I covered this, and for more information, feel free to contact me in the contacts that I will mention soon. So, as some future directions. So I haven't mentioned the orthodoxy as a person I really admire termed this recently, but definitely you can use AI and machine learning in various directions in this setup. I would say a quite straightforward ways to use that there is a natural language part to structured language part here, hidden here in this discussion. Definitely LLMs are the best thing out there, most likely, for the natural language processing part. And indeed, there is ongoing work by different groups to go from LLMs to formal methods-based specifications in different types of logics. There has been a lot of work, of course, on using machine learning and reinforcement learning in various parts, both on the control design as well as modeling uncertainties. Our particular next steps is to dig deeper into communication versus task dependencies, more advanced communication graphs. I talked about cooperative and full worst-case interactions, what happens in between, and we can try to use hybrid game theory in this case, and there are various stochastic features that I didn't have time to go through. Last but not least, while you also see the contacts here, I want to mention that, as I said, this is mainly work of my PhD student. One of them had the chance of writing a book on his thesis, Lars Linderman, and this has been published by MIT Press, and it is out there. I had the honor of being co-author of this. Finally, I had a bunch of co-authors mentioned in the slides. These are the faces. I'm really sorry if I missed someone, but I think I didn't. But I'm really sorry if I did. And with this picture of the group in COVID periods and now in more positive times that we try to get closer to each other, I would like to close by thanking very much the organizations that have sponsored this research, the European Union, the Swedish Research Council, the Knut och Alice Wallenberg Foundation through its Wallenberg Fellow and WASP programs. But I would also like to make a particular mention to the European Research Council that has been sponsoring this research for the last 10 years and plus. I would like to thank them very much, and I would also like to thank them for promoting ideas and not trends. And with this, I would like to thank you very much, and I wish you to enjoy Rio and the rest of CDC. Thank you.
So following CDC tradition, we won't take any questions. My understanding is that Dimos will stay here in case you want to ask him something. And as the organizing committee, we would just like to give to Dimos a little bit an appreciation gift to thank him for accepting our invitation and for delivering such an inspiring talk. Thank you, Dimos.
Thank you very much.
Words I fear I haven't spoken, like a waste 1,000 years. Grabbing sorrow words that are token, come inside and catch my tears. You ain't talking but believe me, if it's true you do not know. This one lost without a reason. I'm prepared to let you go. If it's love you want from me, then take it away. Everything is not what you see, so again. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? a secret island at the edge of the world, where all the ladies knew your name. Into the water, under the sky, clouds begin to water tears. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. And I don't even know where I am. We work the island, and you pick the fruit. The taste was both on innocence. You spoke the language with a boring tone. The words begin to pour like tears. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. And I don't even know where you are. Let's end each other's lonely nights, be each other's paradise. Need a picture for my frame, someone to share my ring. Tell me what you wanna drink, I tell you what I got in mind. Oh, I don't know your name, but I feel that's gonna change. You ain't gonna be my lover, for you to call me baby. Never been about no pressure, ain't that serious. Can we keep each other company? Oh, company. Maybe we can be each other's company. Oh, company. It ain't about the complications, I'm all about the elevation. We can keep it going up. Oh, don't miss out on us. Just wanna have a conversation. Forget about the obligations. Maybe we can stay in touch. All that ain't doing much. You ain't gonna be my lover, for you to call me baby. Never been about no pressure, ain't that serious. Can we keep each other company? Oh, company. Maybe we can be each other's company. Oh, company. Can we keep each other's company? Oh, company. the single tie. So baby, it's the perfect time. I'm just trying to get you high and faded off this love. You don't need a lonely night. Baby, I can make it right. You just got to let me try to give you what you want. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. sheltered on a rainy day. Two people living in the way we do. Our people trying to keep love anew. What do you say to make some sense of it? What to do to make the feeling fade? Two people gotta stick together, love one another, save it for a rainy day. Some people gotta stay wherever, and even another shelter on a rainy day. I'll come running to your rescue. You gotta stand by me. There's a lot of love between us. We should never let go. Two people gotta stick together, love one another, save it for a rainy day. Some people gotta stay wherever, and even another shelter on a rainy day. Two people stick together. Two people shelter on a rainy day. Two people stick together. Two people shelter on a rainy day. She wakes up early every morning just to do her hair now, 'cause she cares, yeah. Her day couldn't be right without her makeup. She's never had a makeup. She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless. As she stands there singing for money. In my sleep I see her begging, preaching, please. Although her body's not mine, I ask now why, God, why? She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless. As she stands there singing for money. I'm floating in a beam of light with you, a beam of light with you. Reached out a hand to touch your face. You're slowly disappearing from my view, disappearing from my view. And I ran so far away. I just ran all night and day. And I ran so far away. I just ran all night and day. I couldn't get away. Dark in the city, night as a wire. Standing beside where there's a fire. Do 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 do. Woman, you want me? Give me a sign. I got my breathing even closer behind. Do 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 do. In touch with the ground, I'm on the hunt after you. Smell like a sound. I'm lost in the crowd. I'm hungry like the wolf. Stuck in the forest, too close to hide. I'll be upon you by the moonlight side. Do 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 do. High boy drumming on your skin, it's so tight. You feel my head, I'm just moving behind. Do 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 do. In touch with the ground, I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Another sound. I'm lost and I'm found. I'm hungry like the wolf. In touch with the ground, I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Smell like a sound. I'm lost in the crowd. I'm hungry like the wolf. Mouse is alive. We just as like You know that I'm falling and I don't know what to say. I'll speak a little louder, I'll even shout. You know that I'm proud and I can't get the words out. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Wanna be with you everywhere. Something's happening to me. My friends say I'm acting peculiarly. So come on, baby, we better make a start. You better make it soon before you break my heart. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Yeah. Can you hear me calling out your name? You know that I'm falling and I don't know what to say. Oh, come along, baby, we better make a start. You better make it soon before you break my heart. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Oh, I wanna be with you everywhere. I wanna be with you everywhere. I wanna be with you everywhere. There's a fire starting in my heart, drifting a fever pitch and it's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see your crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out and I'll lay your ship bare. See how I live with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart, drifting a fever pitch and it's bringing me out the dark. My love, there's only you in my life, the only thing that's right. My first love, you're every breath that I take, you're every step I make.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I think we should start. It's a couple of minutes past 9:30. I see people still trickling in. But let's start nonetheless. So my name is Babak Hasibi. I'm a professor at Caltech. Thailand Kargan, a postdoc currently at MIT, and he will be largely presenting today's tutorial on non-rational control. So I'm going to say a few words about the problem we're going to look at and, what it means and kind of the extent of problems that it can address. Non-rational here does not mean, rational in the sense of rationalism, that we're being non-rational. It really refers to transfer functions that are non-rational. So let me get to what it is that we will be doing today. Okay? So what is this tutorial about? I mean, this is a familiar picture we all know from control. There's a plant. For our setting, this will always be an LTI plant, linear time invariant, and we have a controller that, observes some output of the plant. In this talk, for the most part, we will be looking at actually observing the state, but more generally. You look at the output. The controller is, again, for us, going to be an LTI map, linear time invariant, that looks at, the history of the observations and generates a control. Okay, and so the closed loop system depends on the operator K, which is in some sense the policy. As I said, it's a linear time invariant policy for this talk, which generates the control input. And so we get a closed loop when everything is linear. System or operator that we're calling T sub K, T for transfer function or transfer operator K, designating that it's a function, of course, of the control policy that we're choosing. Okay? And so typically, if you look, abstractly at controller design, what is it that you want? You want the closed loop system to have some property. And so if you put this into some kind of optimization framework, the most general thing perhaps that you can think of is to say, okay, there's some property, some function, or functional, if you will, of this closed loop transfer operator that I want to minimize subject to my controllers being in a particular class. And in this talk, the class will basically be admissible controllers, by what we mean is they're LTI, they're causal in the sense that they cannot anticipate observations, and they should stabilize the system. Okay? So that's kind of a general setting. You can think of any controlled problem, formulated in this way. And because this is very general, it's too broad a class of problems that perhaps would allow a solution that is practical and that can be implemented. Okay, so in today's tutorial, we're going to look at a, if you will, subclass or subset of those problems, which in itself are already quite general, as I will show you in a moment, in terms of what you can do with it. So again, we're going to have our LTI plant. We're going to have an LTI feedback controller. And so there's two things that are slightly different here from what you saw earlier. We will look at, again, functionals that are convex and monotonic. And that'll become clear in the context of what we'll see. But they're functions not of the transfer operator itself, but of something that looks like a Gramian, which is the, if you will, adjunct of the transfer operator multiplied by the transfer operator itself. If you think of matrices, this is the Hermitian transpose times that. So it's a convex function not of the transfer operator per se, but of this, if you will, quadratic constructed from the transfer operator. And it's again subject to the same constraint on the controller, being causal and stabilizing. Okay? So this is the class of problems that we'll be looking at, and for which we're going to describe a very general solution. And again, I don't see people here, but feel free to yell out if there are any questions. So this is what we're going to be looking at. And so let me give you, examples of control problems of this type. So that's the problem we're going to be looking at, what's at the top. And so classical control that we, see in textbooks and taking control classes, whether it's stochastic control of the LQG-H2 type or H-infinity robust time controls, or something, called regret optimal control, they all fall under this. For stochastic control, the F typically becomes the trace of the operator. Robust control, if you look at, like the central controller, you can often think of F as being a log determinant. One can look at multi-objective control. So if you have combined objectives on H2 and H-infinity, they can often be written in this form, risk-sensitive control. What we will be focusing on quite a bit in the tutorial today is on distributionally robust control when you use a Wasserstein 2 as your notion of robustness. Wasserstein 2 ties nicely with quadratics, which is why this comes about. Okay? And as I said, so this is already a very large class. It's not every synthesis method. So there are other, like in particular, time domain approaches such as L1 control that don't fall under this. But anything that kind of has a quadratic flavor where you take the signals of interest and somehow square them. So if energy, if you will, is the criterion either in your the way you characterize disturbances or the way you characterize your objectives, this becomes very natural. And so the reason why there's a common way to solve these problems is the following. So if I go back to the problem, and again, these will all become very explicit when Thailand does this. So we're minimizing a convex function of a quadratic subject to, a controller. And so on the face of it, this looks quite arbitrary because F could be anything. And so the first step that we always do when we study these is to appeal to some kind of duality. And we essentially linearize the problem in TK star TK. And you can do that by replacing F with its Fenchel dual and introducing an inner maximization over a Fenchel dual variable. And when you do that, as you will see, it turns out that if you have duality and you can switch the minimization and the maximization, the problem reduces to a classical LQG control problem, with the difference being that the disturbances are colored, and they are colored by, if you will, a power spectrum that is determined by the worst case dual variable in the Fenchel dual. Okay? So it turns out for all of these problems, the optimal controller is an LQG controller that we're familiar with, the standard state feedback controller. Well, not state feedback, but the standard LQG controller, except that the disturbances have a particular power spectrum, which needs to be found from an optimization. So that is what's common to all of these problems. Okay, and so I guess these are the challenges that Thailand has written. One is the causality and the information constraints, and it's really this Fenchel dual idea that allows us to deal with it because we can reduce the general problem to an LQG problem, provided you can do the outer maximization on the Fenchel dual variable, which is the power spectrum of the noise. That leads to the second challenge, which is that outer maximization is an infinite dimensional optimization. And we'll show how you can do this. And finally, the issue is that, once you've found the infinite dimensional solution, how do you translate it to practical controllers? So the controller has to be rational. Typically, at this point, we have a non-rational solution. We need to rationalize this. And in the general setting, as I'm sure all of you know, if you have a non-rational, say, transfer function, finding the best rational approximation to it in a particular norm of interest is an open problem, not clear how to do. The interesting case is, in our study, the non-rational function that we get, transfer function, is the Fenchel dual variable, which is positive definite, and it turns out that rational approximations to positive definite non-rational transfer functions can actually be solved with convex optimization. So you can actually find the optimal rational approximation and use that for implementation. So again, this was very high level. I'm not sure if it came across, but that is basically what we're going to be looking at in this tutorial. We're going to be taking very abstract control problems. Thailand will make some very explicit examples. He'll focus mostly on distributional robustness for Wasserstein 2. But this is the recipe. We employ duality so that we can deal with the causality, reduce the problem to LQG with colored noise. We solve the infinite dimensional problem to find the optimal colored noise. It's typically non-rational. And then we have an optimal rational approximation to it. That is kind of the high level of what's going on. Oh, okay, I guess this was pretty much the detail that I mentioned. I guess I should have shown this slide. So as I said, for the first step, the convex duality is how it's done. In the second step, we solve the infinite dimensional optimization problem in the frequency domain. And then the third step, we find the optimal rational approximation. So here's the outline, and maybe at this point, I'll hand it over to Thailand. So this is a 2-hour, I guess, tutorial. I don't know if I ever have, the patience for 2 hours. So we'll try to give a natural break somewhere around 10:30 or thereabouts.
Thank you very much, Babak. So this is the outline of the rest of the tutorial. So in the first part of the tutorial, we're going to digress a little bit, and we're going to talk about the distribution robust control problem. And this is going to be our motivating working example for the rest of the tutorial. And in the second part, we're going to talk about how this non-rational control framework that Babak just described, all these 3 points of obtaining a dualization, and then from the dual problem, finding the solving the dual problem in frequency domain, and then obtaining the rational approximation is going to be studied for this specific case of distribution robust control. And it's specifically Wasserstein 2 distribution robust control that we're going to focus on. And lastly, I'm going to go back to the general class of problems that we just showed you as on a high level, and I'm going to specifically pick the mixed H to H infinity problem since it's also a well-known problem, and we're going to see how this method can be applied to also solve this problem. And finally, I'm going to just talk about a little more, some further applications and generalizations of this approach. Okay, so let's get started. So, so for the rest of in the rest of this talk, I'm not going to focus on the most general setting of measurement feedback and so on, but let's just focus on the case of state feedback, or even in this case, full information setting. So, so the main interest in stochastic control is to minimize a cost function or its expected value across a time horizon with a policy. And the control policy observes, let's say, the past measurements and past actions. And system in this setting evolves according to a dynamics. And in this case, the system is also subject to exogenous disturbances. So these disturbances, denoted by WT, are coming from a probability distribution, P sharp. And I should emphasize that the disturbances could, in general, be correlated across time. So this probability distribution, P sharp, is basically the distribution of the entire trajectory of disturbances. It's not just a, a probability density or probability distribution at one single time step, but it's the entire trajectory that we are sampling from, or the environment is giving us from this distribution. And the expectation is, of course, over the stochasticity, which is the disturbance here, which is, as we just said, distributed according to P sharp. But the problem is we typically don't really know what this P sharp is, and we only have some rough idea or rough estimate what it might be like. And what we do instead is, suppose, let's say, we have access to the environment or this external disturbance generating distribution, but we don't know it exactly. So what we could do is we could gather some data, we could gather samples, and just to remind you again, the bold symbol means this is the entire trajectory. It's not just a single time step, but we're sampling or gathering data or data about the entire trajectory, not just a single time step. And suppose you have n number of trajectories, and what could you do? So the most straightforward thing you could do is you could construct a nominal distribution based on this data, and the simplest thing is to use the empirical distribution. But you could also do more fancier methods. I mean, you can use diffusion or other generative models to actually come up with estimate or a predicted distribution, P naught. The problem is that you will always experience a distribution shift, because since you have finite data, and since we are talking about a trajectory of the disturbances, it's going to be not full, it's not going to capture the true distribution perfectly. So there will be some difference in the nominal and what is actually the true ground truth distribution, P sharp. Okay, so what if we use the nominal distribution to design the controllers? That's what we usually do, right? I mean, either you assume that the underlying disturbances are Gaussian, and maybe you come up with some estimates about the covariance and the mean and so on. But this might actually cause some trouble in real life. For example, this is the so this is a case of where using the estimated distribution for designing controllers without taking into account that these are not this is not the ground truth. This is what happens. This is one catastrophic example. In I think 2016, a self-driving car from Uber crashed a pedestrian, and this is the report from the National Transportation Safety Board, and their assessment basically found out that the system never classified the pedestrian as a pedestrian because the pedestrian was crosswalking. It was night, that she was a jaywalking pedestrian, and it was at night. And this was not within the training data set of the driving self-driving unit of the car. And so basically the model alternated between classifying the pedestrian as vehicle, bicycle, and so on and so forth. And eventually it stopped tracking it up until the very last moment of crash. So if we blindly rely on our nominal distribution and disregard the potential distribution shifts underlying it, this could be very unsafe in real life. Okay, so what are the existing paradigms in control that address this issue? So we just talked about the stochastic control setting, and in stochastic control, the assumption was that the disturbances are stochastic and so on. But the problem was that they're sensitive to distribution shifts, and we don't know exactly what these disturbances are coming from, the distribution that they're coming from. And usually, on average, the performance is higher, but this comes at the expense of safety. So to tackle this problem, since I think like from 70s, 80s, with Zames, with the initial work of Zames, people started to look into the H-infinity robust control problem to basically address these issues with the standard LQG and stochastic control. And the idea here is that instead of taking the disturbances as stochastic, essentially we're just assuming that they are coming from a finite, some finite set, and they're deterministic, and we are considering them as adversarial. So instead of minimizing the average across different realizations of disturbance, we're basically minimizing the cost for the worst possible realization of this disturbance. And usually in H-infinity, this set is the L2 norm set, or the finite energy ball of disturbance trajectories. But the problem is that even though this is quite robust, it also basically at the expense of performance, it improves safety, and it can be overly pessimistic because we completely disregard any statistical knowledge about the disturbances, and we just take the worst case, consider the worst case scenario. But of course, the real world sits somewhere in the middle. I mean, we never have perfect knowledge of these distribution of disturbances, but also we usually have some knowledge about disturbances that we can maybe utilize, some useful knowledge, and we don't have to be so conservative, so pessimistic in designing robust controllers. So we need some new strategies that still guarantee safety and robustness, but also maintain high performance and strike a balance between these two competing goals. So distribution robust control can be thought of as a bridge between these two worlds of stochastic and adversarial settings. So in distribution and robust control, the assumption is that the disturbances are still stochastic. They still come from a probability distribution. But we don't know what this probability distribution exactly. The only thing that we know is that it belongs to a set, an ambiguity set. Here it is denoted by B sub R of P naught. And this ambiguity set can be thought of as essentially a ball in the space of distributions, centered at the nominal, having a radius R. And of course, this is very high level. I mean, one needs to also think about what kind of measure this statistical distance you're using. But essentially, the idea is instead of minimizing this expected cost at the nominal distribution, we're minimizing the expected cost for the worst possible distribution within this ambiguity set. So therefore, this bridges both the stochastic control and also the robust control by introducing this maximization over distributions. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to now focus on the specific, a specific type of ambiguity set based on Wasserstein distance or the optimal transport distance. So in general, the ambiguity sets, as I just mentioned, could be described as a ball centered at the nominal P naught, having a prescribed radius. And the radius essentially determines the degree of confidence. So if you pick your radius very small, it basically means that you're highly confident that your nominal distribution is representative of the true distribution. If you pick it too large, then you basically take the entire space of, or like a much bigger space of probability distributions in your ambiguity set, and it reflects your inconfidence in the representativeness of P naught, the nominal. So what are some potential choices that we for this distance function in the space of probability distributions? So there are a bunch of these, but I only listed three of them, three most commonly used. So KL divergence is one of them. Total variation distance is another, and the Wasserstein 2 distance, also known as optimal transport distance with quadratic cost. So these are three potential options, and in the past, of course, people have studied this problem with for the KL divergence and total variation distance, as well as Wasserstein, but it's more recently that people started looking into it. And the issue with the KL divergence is that it's actually not very expressive, in the sense that the support of the ambiguity set is restricted to the support of the nominal. And what does that mean? If your nominal is constructed from, let's say, an empirical distribution, the support of the ambiguity set, meaning that all distributions that you can capture with KL divergence ambiguity set, must have the same support on that finite data set. But that's not quite expressive, because the underlying distribution might be continuous or mixed, or might have very strange behavior. So you wouldn't be able to capture that in this KL divergence setting. Total variation doesn't have that problem, but it's also not quite tractable. It doesn't really, once you do the math, it doesn't really boil down to some nice and elegant formulation that we can actually solve. On the other hand, Wasserstein 2 distance actually plays quite well with the quadratic or cost, with the quadratic cost functions. It doesn't suffer from the expressiveness issue in the KL divergence, as long as the true disturbances true disturbance has finite second moment, it can capture it within this set. And it turns out that the problem actually becomes quite tractable once you have a quadratic cost function, because the optimal transport also uses a quadratic transport cost function, so they play quite well. And for example, if you want to characterize or come up with some estimate, okay, how am I going to find this radius if you give me the Wasserstein distance? You can also do that. If, for example, if you collected some trajectories, IID trajectories from the true distribution, and you constructed your nominal to be the empirical, as the empirical distribution with this data set, you can even come up with a pretty nice tight upper bound on the radius that you should pick, so that the true distribution lies within this ambiguous set with high probability. Okay, so so this is just a reminder of what we talked, and I'm going to specify now that the system that we're interested in is going to be a linear time invariant system. It has a state xt, and in this setting, I'm going to consider the full information case in which the controller observes the disturbances. And in this full information setting, this setting is related, could be related to state feedback. If, for example, the matrix BW in front of WT has full rank, and the controller observes these disturbances and executes an action based on the past disturbances using a linear policy. And the policy in general can be, it doesn't have to be LTI for the finite horizon setting, but in the infinite horizon we're going to focus on time invariant. But in the finite horizon in general, the optimal linear policy can be, of course, time variant as well, and we're going to consider the minimization of the expected cost, and specifically the LQR cost. So for this LQR setting, Taha, Jan, and Elian Bitar proposed this Wasserstein distribution robust control problem. And in their proposal, they basically replaced the ambiguous set with this Wasserstein set. And this was only for the full information setting. And Judy, my collaborator, Babak, and I extended this to partial information setting. And the problem with the finite horizon version is that, well, maybe I should say this way. First of all, this complicated infinite dimensional problem, it's infinite dimensional because the inner maximization is over probability distributions. It actually reduces to a semi-definite program. So that's good in the sense that we don't have to worry about this complicated maximization. But the issue is this semi-definite program scales with the time horizon, meaning that all the variables that you see here, this xt, this tk, not t, and so on and so forth, all of the variables scale with the horizon, so it's computationally prohibitive for any real-time implementation. And either you have to pick a very small horizon and it's not going to be very optimal, and you have to do receding horizon, you have to solve it in receding horizon, otherwise this is not quite implementable. So just to review quickly some prior work, similar prior work. So this, what I taught was specifically considering a specific formulation of distribution robustness that consider robustness not only against single time step, individual time step differences in the distribution of the disturbances, but it takes into account the entire trajectory, entire disturbance trajectory, and basically makes the aims to make the problem robust to the differences in the distribution of the entire trajectory. So therefore, it can actually tackle correlated distributions, which are actually, I mean, IID assumption is not quite realistic in any case, so it actually tackles more realistic settings. But of course, in the past, similar work also addressed the distribution of mass control using Wasserstein 2 distance. But most of these works initially focused on the case of independent, focus on the independent disturbance trajectories, meaning that at each time step, the disturbance is independent from the past. So that still is robust, but it doesn't really capture the full picture. And there were some works that also focused on the case of robustness in the entire trajectory to make the design controller robust to correlated disturbances. But these works only considered a very specific type of disturbance with bounded support and finite order stationarity. And the resulting formulation was still infinite dimensional in their case as well, but they basically approximated using finite impulse response to obtain an approximate solution. And in our work, we similarly consider the general case of correlated disturbances, but we don't make any further assumptions, and the disturbances can be arbitrarily correlated as long as they have finite second moment. And in our case, we were able to actually show that the resulting infinite horizon controller can be shown to be can be reformulated exactly as a finite dimensional optimization, and therefore it can be solved very efficiently as opposed to the finite horizon versions, which require whose complexity scale polynomially in the horizon t, whereas in the infinite horizon version, it is constant per time step. So these are some simulation results comparing the finite and infinite horizon distribution of us controllers. And specifically, this is a time domain simulation. And what you see here is on the x-axis time, y-axis is the average cost, average over accumulated over the time steps. And in this case, we're considering 4 different disturbance profiles, and we're comparing the fine infinite horizon distribution of mass controller, which is plotted in black, and 2 variants of the finite horizon distribution of mass controller, which are plotted in purple and red. And in all of these cases, as you can see, the finite horizon or the infinite horizon version performs better because it incurs lower cost across time steps and across different realizations of the or across different disturbance profiles. And also it is quite stable. It doesn't have these abrupt bumps that you see from in the case of this finite horizon. And the reason that you see this periodic kind of behavior in the finite horizon simulations is that we cannot run this, we cannot solve this SDP across for the entire 200 time steps. It's very costly. So what the best we could do was to solve it in a receding horizon manner with a window of I think, about 20 or 30 time steps. So basically, every 20 or 30 time steps, the finite horizon controller is resolved again and again, and then in this receding horizon, the implementation can be extended. But as you can see, even though if you can do it in receding horizon manner, it exhibits a abrupt behavior at these junctions. Okay, so that was the time domain simulation result. So, but how does the worst case distribution look like? So, since we're interested in the infinite horizon setting, the worst case distribution can be thought of as, it can be studied from its power spectral density profile. And specifically in this example, what you're seeing is for three different values of the radius of the ambiguity set, you see three curves in frequency domain denoting the power spectrum of the worst case disturbance that you get by running our algorithm. And the nominal disturbance in this scenario is just a white noise, white Gaussian noise. So we assume the nominal is white Gaussian noise, and we construct the worst case distribution centered at this white noise, having a prescribed radius R. And as you could see, for radius 0.01, the worst case distribution has almost a flat spectral density. And as you recall, flat spectral density indicates white noise, and of course it's not perfectly flat. There's like there are two little bumps, but since the radius is too small, meaning that we are quite confident of the basically we're pretty close to the white noise anyways. But if you increase the radius, for example, to 1, you end up getting this double well-shaped power spectral density. And if you keep increasing, you will get these peaks basically sharpening, and as it goes to infinity, you will actually end up with 2 Dirac delta centered at these modes of the power spectral density. And it turns out that these Dirac delta that the worst case distribution is converging to will actually give you the, if you excite the system with these disturbances that has this Dirac delta power spectral density, that will give you the H infinity controller result. So this nicely shows the interpolating behavior of the distribution robust controller between the interpolation between the H2 and H infinity, essentially. Okay, so so far we discussed mostly the finite horizon version, and we just touched on the infinite horizon version a little bit with the simulations. But let's see how to even define the infinite horizon, how to even study that, the general infinite horizon scenario. So in the infinite horizon setting, we're going to consider these infinite dimensional operators. So we can stack all of the dynamical variables, our state x, the control u, the disturbance w, and so on, as an infinitely long vector. And once you stack them up, you can write the basically state space dynamics as an infinite dimensional linear map. And this map essentially takes the control trajectories denoted by this bold u and maps it to the state. And similarly, there's another operator, g, that does the same thing and to the disturbances, mapping it to the state. And these operators F and G, which completely depend on the system. There is no control, it doesn't depend on the control policy. They're determined by the state space matrices A, B, and they're basically Toeplitz operators. And they're infinitely long. And same for the controller. So in this infinite horizon setting, we are going to focus on the time invariant policies, linear time invariant, and those policies essentially map the disturbances to the control input through this causal or lower triangular Toeplitz operator. And it's important that these matrices, these infinite dimensional matrices or operators have this lower triangular structure because that essentially indicates that they are causal. They can only map the past to future, but they cannot map the future to the past. Okay, so now that we have this notation set up, we can essentially close the loop to get the closed loop mapping, which takes the disturbances and it maps the disturbances to the state and the control trajectories. And once you substitute the controller equation to the state, the system dynamics equation, then you would get the closed loop operator T sub k in terms of K, which is the policy that we want to design, as well as the system dependent matrix operators F and G. And these operators also have natural frequency domain representations. If you just, as in terms of Z transform, which gives you the more familiar version involving the resolvent of A. And similarly, we can write the frequency domain, corresponding frequency domain representation of the policy K in using the Z transform. And also to simplify the rest of the presentation, we're going to set the quadratic cost matrices Q and R as identity. And in that case, the cost, the LQR cost, essentially becomes the sum of the squared norms of the state and control input trajectories, or essentially the sum of their power or energy. And once you plug in the, once you use the mapping that you get from the closed loop operator TK and replace X and U with TK and W, it turns out the cost is essentially a quadratic function of the disturbances as well as the controller K. So that now I think that's a good way to, like a good point to mention that, again, here you see why there is a TK star, TK sitting here. If you recall in the beginning, we talked about the class of problems that we want to address. So here in this setting that you already see that this problem fits to the class of problems that we were interested in the beginning. Okay, so just a brief summary of what the infinite horizon control synthesis methods, classical synthesis methods based on LQGH2 and H infinity. The way it works is essentially taking a limit of the finite horizon controller objective as the horizon goes to infinity, and specifically you could take that limit as an ergodic limit. Basically, you're taking the cumulative or per stage cost, and you're taking the limit as this horizon goes to infinity, and that gives you the H2 or the infinite horizon equivalent of LQG controller objective in terms of the closed loop operator TK, and or precisely TK star TK. And in this case, trace of an operator is nothing but the trace in the frequency domain, and you just take the average for all frequencies. So if you have trace of x, it's just the integral on the frequency domain, the Fourier integral of the trace of the transfer matrix, where the integration is over all frequencies. And in the H2 case, which was proposed and solved by Kalman in the 60s, basically will be the foundation of the rest of the talk, because we will show that the more general problems can be solved using an H2 formulation. And here there's also an operator sitting there, M naught. This is the power spectral density of the disturbances, essentially. And you can see that the H2 controller LQG in this setting is nothing but a minimization of this quadratic trace with a weight determined by the power spectral density of the disturbances. So similarly, one can come up with similarly in the 80s, Doyle, Glover, Cargonekar, and Francis essentially solved the case of infinite horizon H infinity control, which can be similarly formulated as this limit of finite horizon H infinity controllers. And the interesting thing is that the H infinity controller, as you know, essentially reduces to minimization of the operator norm of the closed loop operator Tk. And the operator norm can be computed exactly as this maximum singular value of the matrix Tk or operator Tk across all frequencies. So you essentially take the peak in the frequency domain, the peak value of the closed loop operator, and that's your H infinity norm. So the advantage of both formulations or both synthesis methods is that once you actually solve them, the optimal controllers that you get from both H2 and H infinity end up being finite dimensional in the sense that the state space, in the sense that these controllers can be realized or implemented as finite dimensional state space models. And here, essentially what is denoted as ST here is the internal state of the controller. And this FK, GK, HK, and JK are the state space matrices that realize this controller. Okay, so what about the infinite horizon extension of the Wasserstein distribution robust control? So we basically propose the following formulation that you see above there for the infinite horizon extension. It's basically quite similar to how the H2 and H infinity was extended to infinite horizon. You just take the limit as horizon goes to infinity of this average worst case expected cost. And there are, of course, some questions, natural questions that you might ask. So is there a simple formulation of this versus of the infinite horizon version of that? Because as you can see, it's quite a mess here. There's a limit, there's a max, there's an expectation. And yes, we can represent it as a convex program, albeit being infinite dimensional in terms of the closed-loop operator Tk. Okay, but can we solve it efficiently? Well, it's infinite dimensional in the end. Well, it turns out yes. Actually, if you take the dual of this problem, it turns out that the dual has a finite dimensional characterization. And that leads to, moreover, that finite dimensional characterization leads to a finite dimensional convex program. That's also nice. But the next question, of course, is the optimal distribution mass controller rational? Does it have a finite order state space realization? Unfortunately, the answer is no. It turns out the optimal controller here won't have a finite order solution. It's going to be non-rational. That's a bummer. But we actually came up with a way to design or generate rational, near-optimal rational solutions using an H-infinity norm-based approximation that turns out to be a convex problem. So I guess it's a good place to stop, because in the next section we're going to talk about how to actually solve this problem.
Yeah, thank you. I think that this is a good place maybe to pause. So, Thailand will start going into, more of the technical details of how he's going to solve that problem. But in the meantime, if there are any questions on the formulation, what you've heard so far, we'd be happy to take them now. If there was anything. Yes, please. I cannot hear. I don't know if there's... Thailand, I think they...
Hello. The linear policy that you'll be getting by solving the finite dimensional or infinite dimensional, you're taking average cost. I was wondering if you modify the cost by taking some discounted cost, like you're giving a weightage, certain weightage to your future cost. In that case, will the policy remain the same?
I'm not sure I fully understand. So this is... yes, we are looking at the average cost, is what you're saying. So you want to... I see what you said. So put like an exponential window kind of thing. I don't think things... I don't know what the solution will be. One can still use this framework, and I suspect it will depend very much on how you are discounting the future, how you're weighing it. But I suspect the solution will still be non-rational. The non-rationality is really coming from the distributional robustness aspect, not so much whether we're looking at the average cost or something that's being exponentially discounted, if that's clear.
Okay, and on slide 11 where you showed the plot, so I was wondering if we move beyond the frequency of 6, I believe, yeah, 6.
Is this one?
So are we going to see same pattern?
No. So this is discrete time. So this is all frequencies. That's 0 to 2 pi. It's not frequency 6.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, we should have said this was discrete time. Any other questions? Okay, let's do a 5-minute break, maybe. So 10:35. I don't know if people need it, but let's do it.
Reach for a star and I show you a plan. I figured it out. What I needed was some. You know you can fool me. absence of your love, and in the absence of human touch, I have decided I'm throwing my arms around Paris, because only stone and steel accept my love. In the absence of your smiling face, I travel all over the place, and I have decided
All right, so this is where we stopped last time. So before I move on, just checking in if there are any other questions. If there is not, then I will move on with how to solve the infinite horizon Wasserstein distribution loss control. So this is going to be almost like a summary of how the non-rational control framework or machinery actually works out in a real example. So first we're going to talk about how to obtain a dual problem, which is going to help us tackling the causality issue. And I'm going to show what I mean by that. And after that, once we have the dual, which is going to be essentially a weighted LQG-H2 control problem, where the weighting is determined by the worst case power spectral density of the disturbances. And then after that, we're going to talk about how to actually solve this problem, or how to find the worst case disturbance or power spectral density, which happens to be a finite, which can be represented as a finite dimensional problem. Finally, we're going to talk about how to obtain scalable, rational controllers from this non-rational solution. And let's start with the convex formulation of the primal problem. So above you see the original problem, the infinite horizon, the proposed infinite horizon Wasserstein distribution of bus control. It's horrendous. It has like this limit, this max, this expectation. So it turns out all of this can be simplified. And it turns out that it actually reduces to a very nice convex formulation. So here the assumption is that the nominal disturbances, which are denoted by this P naught, or the distribution of that is denoted by P naught, it is assumed to be weakly stationary. And for now, we can assume without loss of generality that it's zero mean. And the autocovariance operator, or the power spectral density, is denoted by this M naught. So it's basically the cross correlation of the disturbances across different time scales. And M naught of Z is the frequency domain representation of that power spectral density. So given with this assumption, this entire problem of designing the worst case best distribution robust controller under the worst case distribution reduces to this minimization over a scalar variable gamma, and that scalar variable essentially controls for the radius RT, because it appears in here with R square. And the rest of the expression involves a trace and some inverse, some type of inverse of the TK star TK. And as you can see, I think clearly from this expression, that this problem, the distribution robust, Wasserstein distribution robust control problem, is exactly one of those problems it falls under the general category of problems that we are aiming to solve, because it also involves this TK star TK, and you can show that this is convex and monotonic. It's pretty straightforward to get there. Okay, but how do we solve this problem? I mean, how do we tackle with causality? And why do I insist on the fact that the causality is an issue or challenge here? Let's see what happens when we lift the causality constraint. So suppose the controller can be non-causal, can be anything. We don't have any restriction on that. So all we want to do is to minimize this objective for an arbitrary operator, Toeplitz operator K, and it doesn't have to be causal. It turns out there is a single unique non-causal solution denoted by K and C for non-causal, which involves the operators F and G that comes from the plant. For all possible spectral densities, for all values of the radius, this solution is optimal, and it's universally optimal, meaning that this is the ultimate lower bound that you can achieve. That shows why causality is non-trivial, in the sense that once you lift the causality constraint, the problem becomes quite simple. It just has a very unique solution, and we're going to see why this is the case. The reason is, if you look at the the section colored by this green box, and if you just replace this TK star TK and denote it by this blue curved operator C, you can show that this is a monotonically increasing function of operator C, and meaning that that reducing the C in the positive definite order reduces the function value, and therefore it reduces the optimal value that you, the minimization over gamma as well. And if we expand the quadratic form TK star TK and find exactly what it is, and if you just do the math and complete the squares, it turns out that it can be written as this this form where all terms involving k, quadratic terms, are isolated in the first part, and all the terms independent of the k, the control, are isolated in the last part, which is denoted by tk non c star tk non c. And what's sitting in the middle, I, which is identity plus f adjoint f, it's a positive definite operator. So that means this entire quadratic operator object is dominated below by this term, the leftover term, the residual term, tk nc star tk nc. Just by the virtue of the virtue that if you pick k as this k and c, the non-causal solution, it's the ultimate lower bound, and therefore the function that we are trying to minimize has a lower bound, tight lower bound, which is achieved by the non-causal solution, and it doesn't depend on any of the other variables, like it doesn't depend on the disturbance or the radius. Okay, so that was a brief justification for why causality is important, or why it makes the problem more challenging. So, okay, but how do we actually solve it? How do we tackle this? So the way to do it is by taking the Fenchel dual. So if you do that, you would end up with a dual problem, an equivalent dual problem, where which introduces a maximization M, positive definite operators M, but it simplifies the objective quite a bit. And indeed, what this colored box shows is that this is nothing but the LQG problem, where the disturbances follow.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to add that this Fenchel dual trick, I just want to highlight it, is very useful because it can take your original problem, which here is the trace of the inverse of identity minus a mass, and linearizes it in TK star. So Fenchel dual is a very useful trick for doing that. It linearizes your problem. It makes the inner minimization, as he will talk about, tractable. The price you pay is you pay it with another maximization over the dual variable. So in many cases, when you have optimization problems, I almost think it's sacrilegious not to try this out, because you might get benefits by looking at the Fenchel dual, because it linearizes your problem, in this case, in terms of TK star TK, which is the critical step. I just wanted to highlight that.
Yep, thank you, Bobak. As Bobak mentioned, the advantage of taking the Fenchel dual is that whatever function you have in the middle that you're trying to minimize, if you take the Fenchel dual, you will linearize it with respect to the variable that you're trying to minimize over, which is basically the quadratic form here, tk star tk, and I denote it in short as ck, but at the expense of a maximization. So if we know how to do the maximization, or if we know how to solve the linearized version, then, and if we also have a nice way to solve the maximization, a tractable way to solve the maximization, then essentially we have a way to address all such problems by using the Fenchel duality. And how it goes is, here in this case, the Fenchel dual is again with respect to this term ck, which is sitting in the middle. And if you take that Fenchel dual, what you end up is this trace ckm, which is essentially the inner product between the two positive definite operators. Here m can be interpreted as the worst case power spectral density. And the maximization now involves this linearized term. And that linearized term, if you just plug in the tk star tk, which is the quadratic cost, like what we get from the LQR cost function, it's weighted by this positive definite operator m. You're taking trace. This is nothing but the LQG cost evaluated under the worst case disturbance. And it could be colored in general. The only difference is that now we have to take this maximization, find the worst case disturbance. And the worst case disturbance tries to maximize the cost, but it's also penalized by this term, BW, which is called the Buras-Wasserstein distance. And the definition here is given above. And it has a very natural interpretation. It is nothing but the Wasserstein-2 distance between two stationary Gaussian processes that have the power spectral densities m and m naught respectively. And remember, m naught is the nominal. So this is basically reflecting the fact that we are doing, we want the disturbances not far from the nominal in the Wasserstein sense, Wasserstein-2 distance sense. And since everything is quadratic, the cost is quadratic, and so on, and the Wasserstein distance is quadratic as well. So it turns out that the worst case disturbance can basically put all of its effort in the second moment to undermine the controller. It doesn't have to put any effort in changing other moments. But in general, I should emphasize that the worst case control, a worst case disturbance doesn't have to be Gaussian, but it basically shows us that all it has to do is to basically change the mean, change the covariance, because this is what the controller sees or penalized. All right, so if we insert this Fenchel dual version, substitute in the expression above, we end up getting this min over this gamma, and then min over the causal controllers, and maximization over the dual variable, which is the worst case power spectral density. It turns out that this problem admits a Nash equilibrium, which means that the minimization and the maximization can be interchanged. And it's also, you can see that it's convex concave. It's convex in the control K, because tk star tk is quadratic. But it's also concave in the worst case, worst case positive definite spectral density M. Okay, so this was the duality. And what we did so far was we started with the very complicated problem of minimizing this Wasserstein distribution robust objective. We converted it to a more a nicer convex formulation, but it's still infinite dimensional, and it is not straightforward to see what the optimal solution should be like, given that the controller has to be causal. And we show that the trick to actually get a tractable, more interpretable solution or formulation is to use the Fenchel dual of the objective, which linearizes it with respect to this tk star tk at the expense of an additional maximization. But now it boils down to basically finding the LQG controller, evaluated for the worst case, at the worst case realization of the disturbances, and plus an additional maximization to compute the worst case distribution. So that tells us basically the infinite horizon distribution mass control is nothing but an LQG plus another maximization. And now the next step is to actually solve this problem, this infinite dimensional problem. So again, we know how to solve the LQG problem. It's has been studied very well. And specifically, since the covariance or the power spectral density can be correlated, the usual way to solve it is through the Wiener-Hopf technique, a classical, very classical method. But we still need to figure out how to actually get the worst case distribution. So once we have that worst case distribution, then the rest is very easy. We just plug it in, and then we just design the LQG. Okay, so it turns out that worst case distribution has actually a very nice expression, close to, it is not exactly a closed form expression, but we will show in the next few slides that it can be simplified quite well to actually get a finite dimensional parameterization. But basically this is what the solution of the problem looks like. So here in blue, K star is the solution of the LQG problem, where the disturbances are governed by the power spectral density m star. And here L star conjugate is the canonical spectral factorization of the disturbance power spectral density m star. And the canonical spectral factorization can be thought of as the infinite dimensional operator analog of Cholesky factorization. So this is how the disturbances appear or occur in the optimal controller. But this can be solved by a very well-known method, which I'm going to talk in the next few slides. And then in return, the canonical spectral factor of the worst case disturbance, L star, has to satisfy this equation, which involves, again, the non-causal controller that we already found. And this notation that you see here, this curly brackets with plus, it basically denotes that you take the causal part of whatever is inside of it. So the causal part also means that the lower triangular part of the operator or that matrix. And the negative one means you take the anti-causal one or the upper triangular one. So it is, and here delta star delta is also another spectral factorization that involves the middle term that appeared in the non-causal part, but it is not important for this slide. Okay, so how do we actually get this result? So let's walk through it step by step. So the first thing to do is to solve the LQG problem, and this is already a well-known method, but here I'm just going to walk you through the steps for completeness. So how does it work? We already had an expansion of the quadratic term tk star tk, and that expansion can be further simplified by taking these spectral factorizations. So here in the middle of k minus k non-causal terms, you have this positive definite operator, and we just take the spectral factors, delta star delta, and delta is a lower triangular or causal operator. And we do the same thing for the power spectral density that is sitting next to the tk star tk m, and we take the factorization L star, and we just distribute it into the k and k non-causal terms. So once you distribute that, you get essentially an H2 norm square, or which is the infinite dimensional analog of Frobenius norm. The idea is that this minimization over causal k now can be actually carried out very easily. The reason is delta is a causal operator, L is a causal operator, and we want to find a k that is also causal. So multiplication of causal operators, or multiplication of, you can think of as matrices, lower triangular matrices, will give you another lower triangular matrix. And most importantly, the inverses of delta and L, which are also causal. So that means we can actually find the best lower triangular or causal approximation of what is sitting here, and then use that as our optimal solution over as the optimal LQG solution. And once you do that, the optimal controller takes the following form, given by this, given in this blue box. And this is essentially a projection. This is a standard projection to a subspace. Basically, we're projecting to the subspace of causal operators. It's a subspace projection. This is just a pictorial representation of what's happening. So if you have the matrix or operator, in general not causal, it can have any parts, and you want to approximate it with a causal one in the Frobenius norm or H2 norm sense, then the best thing you can do is to take the lower triangular part of that non-causal operator that you're approximating. But this only works in H2, of course, and if you have different norms, this is not going to be the case. But in the H2 or the Frobenius norm, the lower triangular part can only affect the basically the best projection happens to be just the lower triangular part of that matrix sitting down there. All right, so any questions so far about this process? So this is nothing but just LQG or LQG H2. So this is nothing new. It's just a review of how to solve LQG problems. But this is going to be central and for our purposes, because we're going to use this to actually find optimal solution to the distribution robust problem. Okay, yeah.
So you had the expression for the non-causal solution earlier before going through this methodology of conjugate and max. Could you have projected on the causal subspace at that stage, and would it be the same as the solution?
Good question. So if you directly take the causal projection over this non-causal controller, it wouldn't be optimal. It would be a suboptimal solution. Do you have something to say? Yeah.
So In fact, the question you brought up was a classical question that Wiener was interested in. So the reason why this technique is called Wiener-Hopf is because back in the day when they were trying to solve the causal problem, they knew that non-causal solution, and the approximation that people would do is they would take the non-causal solution, as you say, project, but they knew that was not true. So Hopf knew of this problem. The problem originated actually in astrophysics. And it was brought to Wiener. Hopf said, hey, there's this problem, And so Wiener ended up solving it through this spectral factorization technique. And so that's why it's called Wiener-Hopf. Hopf because he introduced the problem to Wiener, and Wiener because he solved it. But this is from back in the 30s. So Kolmogorov in particular was very impressed with what Wiener did because he had not been able to solve it. He was stuck with how to get the right causal solution. The trick is spectral factorization. So you can't just take the non-causal solution and project it to the causal.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be optimal as, if you, because if you have something else sitting there, which is not causal, and I don't know if you take that minimization, then it would be suboptimal because if you cannot invert it back you cannot recover a causal controller directly like that. So it wouldn't be optimal. It would be a suboptimal solution. Any other questions? Okay, if not, then now let's move on to the actual difficult, or let's say challenging part of this problem. We know that we know how to solve the LQG, but now, okay, how do we then find the worst case distribution or worst case disturbance or power spectral density? The way to do it is, first of all, we know that it has a Nash equilibrium, so we can actually find the solution as the maximizer, which is of this objective over M, evaluated at the true minimum controller. So the way to do it is you essentially find the KKT conditions, or you write the KKT conditions for the dual variable M. And if you do that, since the first term that involves M is just an affine term, you simply get the TK star TK minus the subgradient of this Buris-Wasserstein distance, which has this exact closed form expression, and you can also evaluate that subgradient or gradient exactly to get this slightly complicated expression that involves M star. But if you collect all the terms together and isolate it for M star, then you would essentially get this final equation. And what does this say? This says the following. The worst case distribution is essentially generated as a linear map, or like a transportation of the nominal distribution, where basically the disturbance trajectories are multiply or going through this this term, which involves the identity minus TK star TK inverse. And since this is the spectral density is essentially the covariance, once you have that, you basically have to write the conjugate on the other side to find the covariance of the worst case. Okay, so this is how the worst case distribution looks like, given in terms of the nominal spectral density and the controller K. So at a fixed controller, this is how it is, and for the true worst case, you just replace K with the corresponding LQG solution that you get for that same worst case M star. So that gives you on the second fixed point equation. To simplify things a little bit, we take the power spectral density of the nominal as identity, which means it's a white noise. And once you do that, and once you massage a little bit and replace this term, or substitute this term for this term involving L star into the expression here, then you can actually end up with this formulation. So it's mostly algebra at this point, and I'm not going to go through the details of that. But it is still not quite, it doesn't look very tractable at this moment, though, because we still have to find what, this still involves these infinite dimensional operators. And how do we actually compute this? So the answer is, first we take, instead of the operator notation, we just replace everything with frequency domain notation. And once we do that, in the frequency domain, it turns out that the solution of the worst case disturbance, power spectral density, has actually a closed form solution, or closed form parametric solution, where the parameter is this positive definite matrix. It's a matrix, not an operator, theta. And basically that matrix, that parameter, parameterizes the entire solution space for the dual. And here this psi c e to the j omega is given by this rational function, which is determined through some spectral factorization, but it only depends on the system matrices. So here, there are a couple of things I want to emphasize. The first thing is, if you look closely in this, you see that what is sitting in the middle, do you want to say something? What is sitting in the middle is this term is a rational term, but it is going through, it is now, you take a square root. And square root of a rational function is in general not a rational function. And therefore, the worst case power spectral density is in general non-rational, which means there is no finite dimensional state space realization that generates this spectral density, this noise, basically, this disturbance, despite having a finite dimensional characterization. So, just pausing here to seek any questions. Do you have any questions about this? This is a little bit, this is critical here at this point because we talk about finite dimensional parameterization that helps us actually computing it, but that doesn't imply that the solution can be implemented as a finite dimensional state space dynamics in its state space form. In return, the worst case, for the true worst case spectral density, the parameter that actually, the parameter has to satisfy another equation, which is written here, in terms of the spectral factors of the worst case distribution M star. So this will be a fixed point equation between the finite parameter theta and M.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Taylan. I know we only have 15 minutes left, and so I think we have to speed up if we want to leave time for questions. I think this is a critical site. The objective is not for you to understand all the nuances that's going on here. As Taylan mentioned, there's two takeaways. That unless theta is 0, when theta is 0, you get a flat spectrum, which is rational. But for any non-zero theta, the worst case power spectrum is non-rational. And what that means is that when you plug it into the Wiener-Hopf, your Wiener-Hopf optimal controller will also be non-rational. But the reason why at least computing this non-rational is within reason is because it's parameterized through a finite dimensional theta. So we know how to optimize for theta. It's a convex optimization. You get theta. You can write down an expression for the worst case m. The problem is it's non-rational. And so when you want to realize the controller, it's problematic. And so he'll talk about the rational approximation in a moment. But we're a little short on time, so you have to kind of prioritize the rest.
Okay, yeah, so I can move on to the next slides on the rational approximation. So as Bobak just mentioned, it basically problem essentially reduced to the finite dimensional optimization to find the worst case power spectral density, which is non-rational. That means the controller that you get from LQG is going to be non-rational. So now, how do we actually design a rational controller, because we cannot realize a non-rational controller? And if you try to do it by approximating the controller itself with rational functions, unfortunately there is no known efficient or tractable way to do that, and people use like various types of heuristics to get around with this problem, but that will become in general an NP-hard non-convex problem. But instead, if we approximate the power spectral density m star by rational functions, which is here, since it's a power spectral density, it's positive definite on the entire spectrum. It turns out that this problem can actually be solved very efficiently, and here specifically the rational approximations will have this form, P over Q, and P has this a finite trigonometric polynomial where PKs are these matrices, and it's symmetric and it has to be positive as well. Same for the numerator Q, which is just a scalar trigonometric polynomial, and it is also it must be also a positive polynomial over the entire unit circle. And the goal is to find the best approximation, rational approximation to m star. And here we specifically consider as a notion of closeness, we consider the H infinity norm. So basically we're trying to minimize the H infinity norm between this approximant, rational approximant, and the non-rational m star. And here we just wrote it in terms of a different way. Instead of writing it in exact minimization, you can also basically find an epsilon suboptimal gap solution. So normally the rational approximation problem, as I mentioned, is a NP-hard non-convex problem. But once you have this positive definite operator, positive definite spectral density that you're approximating, and you're approximating it again with positive rational functions, and since we are using the H infinity norm, it turns out that this can be written as affine constraints. And that means this entire problem of finding positive rational approximations to a positive non-rational spectral density is a linear program. That means we can solve it very efficiently. And once you solve and obtain an approximation, P over Q, now you can get a spectral factorization, which is going to be also rational. And then you can plug it in the LQG solution and replace L with the rational L, which in turn gives you a finite order state space realization. So this is the pipeline basically that we're using. We obtain the rational, non-rational solution, get the rational approximation, which is which we can do very efficiently as a linear program in the H infinity norm sense, and use the rational approximation of the spectral density, positive definite spectral density, to design a rational controller with the as the LQG solution. And that gives us a very scalable and way to design stabilizing and near optimal rational controllers. And this is what it looks like if you take different orders of approximations and if you compare it to the true solution. So here the true solution of the controller, here you see the frequency domain representation of the controller. And the true solution, you cannot see it here because it actually overlaps with the approximations. And here the true dimension is 4. Basically, the state has 4 dimensions. And we're taking the approximations of orders 4 plus 1, 4 plus 2, and 4 plus 3. And the green one is the order 3 approximation, and the red one is order 2. And they actually overlap already in this plot with the true non-rational solution, which is in black and denoted by dr. And the first order approximation is a little bit off, but once you have second order, it ends up being almost identical.
Just to emphasize this, so I don't know what AC15 is a real system. It's the it's a chemical plant. And so the point here really is we went through all this trouble of non-rational controller and all of that. The remarkable thing is that in a lot of these applications that we see, as you see here, for example, you can well approximate the non-rational controller with a very low dimensional rational one, right? So in this particular case, as he mentioned, if you take you just look at the tables, for example, you know, at a radius of say 1.5, which I think is what he's plotting, already m equal to 2, meaning that the order of the controller is the state dimension plus 2, you get costs that are very close to the actual optimal non-rational, which is 488. You get 491, let's say, which is very close. And if you go one order higher, to the state dimension plus 3, you're at 489. So a 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, properly chosen rational controller actually has almost virtually identical performance to the non-rational. And what was critical here is that we found the optimal rational approximation. That's why the things are as close as they are.
All right, so this is a summary. I will skip for the sake of time, and I will move on to this is also the summary of how the process, this machinery works for general problems. And we started with this convex monotonic F, which is given in terms of the quadratic TK star TK. We take the Fenchel dual, which linearizes it in terms of TK star TK, and we can solve that inner minimization over controller as an LQG solution, H2 solution, but with a twist that it is weighted by this positive definite density M. And we can find that positive definite density, which in turn can be represented in terms of a finite dimensional parameter in the frequency domain. If it's non-rational, we obtain the rational approximation, and this is going to be optimal approximation. And finally, we synthesize the finite dimensional rational controller using the LQG solution. So what are other examples of problems? So we already know the H2 is one of these problems that we can solve, H infinity as well. Central H infinity and risk sensitive. They've already been studied quite extensively in the literature, so I'm not going to emphasize too much, spend too much time on them. But the important thing is that all these 4 problems that you see in this list, they all have a finite state space realization. The solutions are rational. But these other 2 problems, they are known to have non-rational solutions, specifically the mixed H to H infinity, which is essentially minimization of the H2 norm condition or subject to an H infinity upper bound constraint. And this problem has been proposed by Bernstein and Haddad in early 90s, 89. And the solution was shown to be non-rational by Migretsky without actually coming up with an analytical solution or an expression. He basically showed that the true optimal, true controller, true mixed H to H infinity controller ends up being of infinite order as long as the constraint is active.
Thailand already said this, but I thought I would just, if you go back to this, oh, I guess you said it here. Those of you who know, so in the 80s, you know, people were focused on H infinity control, and by the late 80s, they had solved it. And typically, you know, what they solve is a suboptimal H infinity controller. So they find a controller that achieves a certain gamma bound. Even back then, people knew that H infinity controllers were conservative. And so a natural question that came up, and Bernstein, I think, explicitly asked it first, was, okay, if you look at an H infinity optimal controller, there's suboptimal controller at a certain level gamma. There's many of them. They're typically, you know, too conservative. Can you choose the one among them that has the best H2? So on average is the best, but guarantees a worst case cost. That's a very natural thing to do. So minimize a 2 norm subject to a constraint on the infinity norm. So you want to be robust to a certain extent, but you want the average performance to be as good as possible on your nominal. So if you look at it, you know, Migretsky, so people were trying to solve it, they were unable to, and then Migretsky said, well, the solution is non-rational, and so the whole area petered out because people said, well, we can't really do this. And so what Thailand is going to show is this framework that he's introduced actually allows us to very efficiently find a solution that's very close to the optimal non-rational, and he will show you some results.
All right, so so this is the frequency domain solution of the mixed H2H infinity problem. And here again you see this L star L, which is the spectral factor of the dual variable that you get from the dualization. And if you look at that closely, what is sitting inside this maximum, on one side it is a rational function, but you're taking the maximum between this rational function and 1. So basically you're cutting it off at 1. So everything that is below 1, it is cut off. So that means you kind of get this non-rational expression, because once you have this cut off, you cannot write it as a smooth function, and rational functions are smooth. And this can actually be illustrated more clearly in this plot. So here in this plot, we're showing the frequency domain, the norm or singular value, maximum singular value of the closed-loop operator across the frequencies. And the red flat curve that you see is the H infinity controller, the optimal H infinity controller, and it has this maximum value. This is the maximum peak, or I'm sorry, this is the peak that you can, this is the the least H infinity norm that you can attain. And the blue curve that you see is the H2 controller, and it has this nice smooth shape. And H2 control essentially minimizes the area under this shape, whereas H infinity minimizes the peak value. So now these are two competing objectives. And if we look at the mixed H to H infinity controllers for different upper bounds on the H2 H infinity norm, so if we pick gamma to be 60, then we get this curve that is given by this circled curve, it is pretty much close to the H infinity norm around the P 1/2, 3 pi 1/2 region, but it is also has these decaying parts. So it's basically balancing between the curve underneath, the area under the curve, and the peak. And if you increase gamma, if you allow the controller to be more free in choosing the H infinity norm, then you see that the mixed controller slowly gets closer to the true H2 controller. So essentially adjusting this value gamma, which is the upper bound on the H infinity norm, allows us to interpolate between the H infinity and H2 norm. And it basically controls both the area underneath the curves, which is the H2 norm, and the peak values simultaneously. And this is the different values that you would get, different shapes that you would get from choosing the different values of gamma. All right, so so far we looked at the full information setting, but of course this problem can be fairly easily, or this setting can fairly easily extended to filtering problems, as well as general abstract measurement feedback control. And the machinery is more or less similar. There are, of course, certain other applications and open directions that can be studied through this procedure that, or this machinery. For example, one open direction is whether or not, or how can we incorporate more complicated information constraints beyond just causality, like distributed or decentralized information constraints, or how to incorporate safety constraints, like chance constraints or ellipsoid safety sets, could be also of interest for this framework, and also beyond the well-known performance metrics, what other novel performance objectives can we study? For example, general HP norms is one case, and moreover, the rational approximation method that we showed could actually have applications in model reduction, as it is a very general method for obtaining exact rational approximations for positive definite spectral densities. All right, so that was mostly it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, so I should say, what was presented was, in large part based on Thailand's PhD thesis. So let's actually thank Thailand. And so now I think we're at the end of the time, but we're happy to entertain as many questions as there are. Thank you. Please.
So when you're converting the min-max to max-min, and you said that you're obtaining the Nash equilibrium, so you said that the inner one is convex and the outer one is concave. So is it strictly convex, strictly concave? You're getting a unique Nash equilibrium?
I'm trying to find a slide. It is indeed, so it is strictly convex with respect to k. It's because it's the quadratic term, and what's sitting in the middle, the quadratic term, tk star, tk, it's strictly positive definite. So it's strictly convex there. And it's also strictly concave in M, because this Bures-Wasserstein distance is strictly concave. So it's strictly concave, strictly convex.
On K, we need to assume that the power spectrum for the nominal distribution is non-degenerate. As long as it's non-degenerate, we will get the strict convexity on the optimization over K.
Okay, and on slide 25, when you showed the plot.
Which one?
25. Slide number 25.
Oh,
So I was wondering, it's such a nice symmetric structure. The area that is covered by each of the curve, are they same?
can you say the last?
The area that is covered by each of this plot, are they same?
No, they wouldn't be the same because as you can see, the area under covered each of these curves are basically the H2 norms. And if you look at the H2 norms for the H infinity and H2 and everything in between, they're different. And of course, also by the virtue of the H2 norm is minimizing that area under the curve. So it's the best controller that minimizes this, but everything else won't will have a higher area than what you would have, what you get with the H2 solution.
So maybe this wasn't clear because we went very quickly. So in the objective, what you do is you fix gamma. So you say, I don't want the H infinity norm to be bigger than this. And then you try to minimize the H2 norm, which is the area under the curve. So for example, for gamma equal to 60, if you look at the mix, it in fact achieves 60, because that is the constraint. And this was the H2 norm that it gets, 57.92. It's better than what the H infinity would have gotten, but not quite as good as what the H2 gets. These are the rational approximations. Because they're rational approximations, they don't exactly hit 60. But when you go to a sixth order, it's already almost there. So a sixth order controller is almost as good as the infinite dimensional mixed. When you go to 68, so you're going further up, you're giving more room in terms of what the H infinity constraint is. And so here you're at 54.94, which is almost where the H2 is. And the H2 has, of course, much worse peak. So you sacrifice a little bit on the H2 cost, but you get a much lower peak. So that's why these mixed ones are considerably better, because it allows you to get the optimal trade-off between, bounding the infinity norm and getting the best, average performance. And these are, of course, all the numbers you get for the rationals. Again, if you go to a sixth order, it's almost identical to the infinite order one.
Any more questions? You can always reach out to me if you have questions, and we can talk offline as well. Yep.
I don't know how this works. People signed up for this? Or you just come into the session?
No, I think you just walk in.
So then, yeah, if you need references or if you want to talk about presentation. Thank you all for coming. I guess enjoy Rio. Thank you.
I'm way too good at goodbye. No way that you'll see me cry. No way that you'll see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. No, 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 no. Oh. When your day's long and the night The night is yours alone. When you're sure you've had enough of this life, well, hang on. Don't let yourself go, 'cause everybody cries, and everybody hurts sometimes. Sometimes everything is wrong. Now it's time to sing along when your day is not alone. Hold on if you feel like letting go. Hold on if you think you've had too much of this life. Well, hang on, 'cause everybody hurts. Take comfort in your friends. Everybody hurts. Don't throw your hand. Oh no, oh no. Don't throw your hand. If you feel like you're alone, no, 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 you're not alone. If you're on your own in this life, the days and nights are long. When you think you've had too much of this life, to hang on. Well, everybody hurts sometimes, and everybody cries. Everybody hurts sometimes. So hold on. Hold on.
From the very first time I placed my eyes on you, girl, my heart says follow through. But I know now that I'm way down on your line. But the wait and feel is fine. So don't treat me like a puppet on a string, 'cause I know how to do my thing. Don't talk to me as if you think I'm dumb. I wanna know by. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on the boogie. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on the boogie. That nasty boogie bugs me, but somehow it has struck me. Spellbound rhythm gets me on my feet. I've changed my life completely. I've seen the lightning leave me. My baby just can't take her eyes off me. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on the boogie. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on the boogie. I just can't control my feet. 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 Sunshine. it's only while you're dancing in the light of your second sight. Because when you understand me, you might feel cool around me now. I don't want your love to bring me down. I don't want your love, so turn it around. I won't turn you out if you've got someone else you care about, because you must realize my obsessive fascination is in your imagination. I don't want your love to bring me down. I don't want your love, so turn it around. Rhythm is power to move me. It's something you control completely. I don't want your love to bring me down. I don't want your love to bring me down. I don't want your love, so turn it around. I don't want your love. 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 Mister, your eyes are full of hesitation. Makes me wonder if you know what you're looking for. Baby, I wanna keep my reputation. I'm a sensation. You try me once, you beg for more. Yes, sir, I can boogie, but I need a certain song. Boogie, 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 all night long. Yes, sir, I can boogie, if you say you can't go wrong. Boogie, 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 all night long. No, sir, I don't feel very much like talking. No, neither walking. You wanna know if I can dance? Yes, sir. Already told you in the first verse and in the chorus, but I will give you one more chance. Yes, sir, I can boogie, but I need When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, oh, stand by me. Please stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, oh, the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, oh, stand by me. Please stand by me. Stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, oh, stand by me. Please stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, oh, stand by me. Won't you stand by me? Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me.
Clock strikes upon the hour and the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to figure out how to chase the blues away. I've done alright up till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. And when the night falls, loneliness calls. Ooh. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody.
looking back over my shoulder, I can see that look in your eye, turning my heart over and over. I never wanted to say goodbye. I don't mind everybody laughing, but it's enough to make a grown girl cry. 'Cause I can feel you slipping through my fingers. I don't even know the reasons why. Every day, it's a losing battle. Just to smile and hold my head up high. Could it be that we belong together? Baby, won't you give me one more try? Looking back over my shoulder, with a aching deep in my heart, carrying me up deeper and deeper, fills me with a sadness that I can't hide. There's a freedom within, there's a freedom without. Try to capture the lurch in a paper cup. There's a battle ahead, many battles are lost, but you never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. And now, hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to be the wall between us. We're not, they won't win. I will tell in my car, there's a hole in the roof. My possessions are causing me suspicion, but there's no proof. In the paper today, tears of war and of waste, but you turn right over to the TV page. And now, hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know they won't win. Now I'm walking again to the beat of a drum. Get to know the feeling of liberation and relief. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. fragile things need special handling. My God, what have we done to you? We always try to share the tenderest of care. Now look what we have put you through. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we would manage, but what's left unspoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give. Angels with silver wings shouldn't know suffering. I wish I could take the pain for you. If God has a master plan that only He understands, I hope it's your eyes He's seeing through. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we would manage, but what's left unspoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give. I pray you learn to trust. Have faith in both of us. And give room in your heart for two. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we would manage, but what's left unspoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give. Everything is good and brown. Oh, I'm here again with the sunshine smile upon my face. My friends are close at hand, and all my inhibitions have disappeared without a trace. I'm glad, oh, that I found somebody who I can rely on. This is the return of the space cowboy, interplanetary good life soon. Say at the speed of cheaper, oh, you and I go deeper. Maybe I have to get high to get by. Everything is good, oh, and green. Said I'm red again, and I don't suppose I'm coming down. I can see clearly, so high in sky. A man with psychedelic picture frames of happiness to shade his eyes. He's glad, oh, that I found somebody who he can rely on. This is the return of the space cowboy, interplanetary good vibe soon. Set at the speed of cheetah. Oh, you and I go deeper. Maybe I have to get high to get by.
his heart when I pull out that gun. Rum pa pa pum, rum pa pa pum, rum pa pa pum. Man down, rum pa pa pum, rum pa pa pum, rum pa pa pum. Oh mama, 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 I just shot a man down in Central Station in front of a big old crowd. Oh way, oh way. Oh mama, 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 I just shot a man down. He's a 22, I call her Peggy Sue. When she fits right now in my shoes, what do you expect me to do? And if you play me for a fool, I will lose my cool and reach for my fire. I didn't mean to lay him down, but it's too late to turn back now. Don't know what I was thinking. No, he's wrong looking, leaving, so we're both to leave town. Yeah, 'cause I didn't mean to hurt him. Could have been somebody's son, and I took his heart when I pulled out that gun. Rum pa pa pum, rum pa pa pum, rum pa pa pum. Went down, rum pa pa pum, rum pa pa pum, rum pa pa pum. Oh, mama, 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 I just shot a man down in Central Station in front of a big old crowd. Oh, why, mama, 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 I just shot a man down. I never thought I'd do it, never thought I'd do it, never thought I'd do it. Oh gosh, whatever happened to me, ever happened to me, ever happened to me? Why did I pull that trigger, pull that trigger, pull that trigger, boom? In my niggas' life so soon. When I pull that trigger, ball and ponya. Somebody tell me what's I'm gonna do. Rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum. Isn't one man down? Yeah. Rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum, rum pa pa bum. Then me went downtown. 'Cause now I am a criminal, criminal. Oh Lord have mercy. Now I am a criminal. Man down. Tell the judge please give me minimal. Run out of town. No one them can sing enough. Yeah. Mama, 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 I just shot a man down in Central Station in front of a big old crowd. Oh, why, oh, why? Oh, mama, 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 I just shot a man down in Central Station. Give me time to realize my crime. Let me love and steal. I had danced inside your eyes. How can I be real? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Precious kisses worth that burn me. Love is never ask you why. In my heart a fire's burning. Choose my color, find a star. Precious people always tell me there's a step too far. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt years I fear I haven't spoken. I could waste 1,000 years grabbing sorrow words that are token. Come inside and catch my tears. You ain't talking but believe me. If it's true, you do not know. This one lost without a reason. I'm prepared to let you go. If it's love you want from me, then take it away. Everything is not what you see, so again. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry?
On a secret island at the edge of the world, where all the ladies knew your name. Into the water, under the sky, clouds begin to water tears. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. And I don't even know where I am. We work the island, and you pick the fruit. The taste was both on innocence. You spoke the language with a boring tone. The words begin to pour like tears. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. And I don't even know where you are.
Let's end each other's lonely nights, be each other's paradise. Need a picture for my frame, someone to share my ring. Tell me what you wanna drink, I tell you what I got in mind. Oh, I don't know your name, but I feel that's gonna change. You ain't gonna be my lover, for you
keep each other's company. Oh, company. Tell me what you really like. Baby, I can take my time. We don't ever have to fight. Just take it step by step. I can see it in your eyes, 'cause they never tell me lies. I can feel that body shake, the heat between your legs. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming. You are not the single type, so baby, it's the perfect time. I'm just trying to get you high and faded off this love. You don't need a lonely night, baby, I can make it right. You just got to let me try to give you what you want. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming. Feel it coming, oh, I feel it coming. I feel it coming, oh, I feel it coming. There was a time when I was so broken hearted. Love was a nudge of a friend of mine. The tables have turned, 'cause me and them ways are parted. That kind of love was a killing kind. All I want is someone I can't resist. Two people living in the way we do. Our people trying to keep love anew. What do you say to make some sense of it? What to do to make the feeling fade? Two people gotta stick together, love one another, save it for a rainy day. Some people gotta stay together and give one another shelter on a rainy day. I'll come running to your rescue. You gotta stand by me. There's a lot of love between us. We should never let go. Two people gotta stick together, love one another, save it for a rainy day. Some people gotta stay together, give one another shelter on a rainy day. Two people stick together. Two people shelter on a rainy day. Two people stick together. Two people shelter on a rainy day. She wakes up early every morning just to do her hair now, 'cause she cares, yeah. Her day couldn't be right without her makeup. She's never had a makeup. She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless. As she stands there singing for money. In my sleep I see her begging, preaching, please. Although her body's not mine, I ask now why, God why? She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless. As she stands there singing for money. I'm floating in a beam of light with you, a beam of light with you. Reached out a hand to touch your face. You're slowly disappearing from my view, disappearing from my view. And I ran so far away. I just I ran all night and day. And I ran so
esse mar no olhar e vai ver, tem de ser, nunca tem quem amar. Hoje sim, diz que sim, já cansei de esperar, nem parei, nem dormi, só pensando.
E acabar. Madame diz que o samba tem cachaça, mistura de raça, mistura de cor. Madame diz que o...
Hello? Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, let's turn mine down.
Yeah?
Okay,
Oh, it
great.
works also. Hi, everyone. Welcome. My name is Elad Khazan, and I'd like to introduce the first speaker for this tutorial, Max Simchovich, who is here with me. Max is a professor at CMU. He works on various aspects of machine learning and control of dynamical systems, including robotics. He has done a lot of very interesting work, much of it entangled with this kind of new subfield that we're going to talk about today, which is online control or online non-stochastic control, which has kind of a different flavor than usual, maybe other things you will see in the conference, because it's kind of an intersection of machine learning and control theory. And it's given rise, I think, to quite a few interesting works, most recently. So Max will talk about more the physical aspect, robotics, and so on. And then the second part, myself, I'm Elad Khazan, will talk about more the LLM learning aspect of it. But it's my pleasure to introduce Max. As I said, professor at CMU. Before that, he was a postdoc at MIT with Rusta Drake, and before that, he was a PhD student in Berkeley. Before that, he was an undergrad student in Princeton, which is why he's so smart. So, welcome. Please start.
Thanks a lot. Maybe we can turn the mic down a little on me. All right, so let's get going. So I think we're all here because we know that that the world is full of dynamical systems, right? Things like robotics, things like the power grid, things like chemical plants that we'd like to control. But of course, many of these systems are too difficult for us to write down precise mathematical models that are accurate, right? So things like, for example, in robotics, very fine-tuned manipulation of objects. Oh, wrong button. Fine-tuned manipulation of objects, or how do you? Is there a pointer here? No, I guess not. Okay. Wait. God damn it. Okay. Great. Okay. So anyway, there are many dynamical systems that are hard to model precisely mathematically. So what do we do in those regimes? So there's kind of this golden rule of machine learning, and my friend Terry had a really nice way of putting it. He said that if machine learning researchers try to spend a lot of time looking for a precise mathematical definition of a cat, we wouldn't have made any progress. Yes, thank you. So maybe stated otherwise, it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult to write down models of these very, very complicated things that we encounter. So what do we do in machine learning as a way around this? Well, we can think about sort of having a bunch of think of applying this golden rule, right, of not trying to model things explicitly to control. So of course, we can learn quantities that are unknown to us. We can try to relax or be what we call in machine learning theory improper, simply meaning that we write down models that don't have the same functional form as the objects that we're trying to model. And finally, we can adapt, right? We can try to adapt our control actions to a changing world. And sort of in this talk, we're going to introduce, my part of the talk, a mathematical formalism for control that combines these three aspects that we might want in a modern machine learning regime, and it's going to be the non-stochastic control formulation. Okay. So going forward from here, is this breaking? Okay. God, sorry guys, technical difficulties. Apologize. Okay. So there's been much historical work that has tried to address sort of these different aspects that we might desire. So for example, in adaptation, we've introduced adaptive control. For learning, there have been a number of really successful approaches to learning for control, like system identification and synthesis based on certain equivalence. There have been many works at the intersection. For example, iterative learning control lies between these two different regimes. And of course, there have been many ways of rewriting control parameterizations that don't have typical formulations that we might think of, like the Euler and the SLS parameterization, these convex relaxations. But sort of our aim for this talk is to introduce non-stochastic control as kind of lying at the intersection of these different paradigms, combining adaptation, learning, and improperness appropriately. So the core concepts that we're going to introduce is we're going to move from ideas of a traditional optimal or robust control to not to regret as a desideratum. We're going to move from proper controllers to convex relaxations of control parameterizations, which will enable us to get these regret guarantees. And finally, we're going to try to combine statistical learning with a new framework, or a framework from machine learning theory called online optimization. And together, these three constituents will comprise non-stochastic control. So I'm just going to give some basics on classical control. I assume that these are sort of review for everyone in the audience, so I'm going to go quickly through them. But it's kind of useful just to set the stage, right? So we're going to work with dynamical systems. A dynamical system has states, has control inputs, has disturbances, and a dynamical function f. We don't always get to see the state. Instead, we might take some observation of the state, which is included with some observation noise. So at every time t, we're going to imagine this as as an interactive protocol, right, where nature is going to pick some disturbances. The dynamics are going to reveal some observation of the system, potentially corrupted with some noise. The control agent predicts a control input, and then finally the dynamics evolve in some way according to the disturbance in the control input, right? And so what is our goal? Well, our goal is just for a given cost function to make the running cost, which we'll denote by j sub t, as small as possible. Now, for the purposes of this tutorial, as small as possible actually needs to be defined very carefully, and so we're going to think a lot about how we define that as we continue through this. So we can think of the agent strategy then as a control policy. A control policy just sort of maps past observations to actions. But we should note that if we knew the disturbances in advance, sort of beforehand, we could just directly optimize our costs because dynamics are purely deterministic. So in this regime, the best thing to do is just be open loop, right? To find the optimal plan of control inputs to minimize the cost, right? That's the best we could hope for. But as soon as we don't know the disturbances or we have partial observation of the system, then we need to hedge over uncertainty over the future, and this necessitates a closed loop control, right? Making our control input depend kind of on the inputs that we see. And of course, there are many ways to do this. It can be dependent on history or it can depend on only the most current state, whole family of control inputs that we can consider. So again, then what that means is that for a given control policy pi, we can define the running cost, which just looks at the dynamics, considers inputs selected by that policy pi, but notably it fixes the noise disturbance sequence W to be the sequences of disturbances and observation noises that we see. So this is pi under a set of given noises. That's the object we'll work with. And then the optimal control problem then talks about how we minimize this cost over pi for some operator that describes how the noise comes about, right? So that operator could fix a given noise sequence that would give us back open loop planning. The operator could induce an expectation over random noises that would give us stochastic control, or the operator might say, for example, take the worst case over noises, and this would give us back robust control. So classical optimal control sort of follows or falls into this regime. So just to summarize thus far, we've introduced dynamical systems, we've formulated controls and interactive protocol with policies as strategies, we've introduced a noise-dependent cost functional for every given policy, and finally, we briefly described some classical noise models that people have considered in the past. So this is all sort of review. A little bit more review, we're going to go into linear control. Linear control is going to be sort of the regime that we work in for this part of the talk. So a linear dynamical system is just a dynamical system where the observation and dynamics are constrained to be linear, and that necessitates that it takes this familiar form on the slide. In particular, the rationale of this, there have been many rationales given them, but sort of you can think about linear dynamics as arising from a local Taylor approximation to some dynamical system that you might encounter. This is sort of the motivation here. So an important family of linear control problems is so-called linear quadratic control. So this is just a linear control problem where you have a cost function, which is constrained to be convex and quadratic in both the observations and the control inputs. And there have been sort of kind of many classical works have studied the optimal control for linear quadratic control, right? So for example, in stochastic control, what we do is we can get something like the LQG problem, also called H2 control. And similarly in robust control, where we consider the worst case over noises, we get the H infinity problem, also called robust control. And yeah, these are sort of like very classical regimes that have been studied. But sort of what's important about these regimes is that it's very easy to describe their optimal control laws for traditional linear quadratic control, right? So if the system is fully observed, for example, then the optimal control law is just some state feedback or static feedback in the state xt, right? It's just some matrix multiplying the state, both for robust and for a stochastic, right? Now, on the other hand, if you start having noises, we have a slightly more complicated control law, but still somewhat easy to write down. This control law is a linear dynamic policy, meaning that the control law itself resembles a linear dynamical system, right? So it maintains some internal state z. That state z updates with some parameters depending on the controller, and then finally your input is chosen as a linear function of z, as well as potentially a recent measurement of your state, right? So this is kind of the general linear control problem. So kind of the important takeaway here is that in linear control problems, it's very easy to write down the optimal controller. They can be expressed in very natural ways. However, there's some limitations to this, right? So if the costs or their constraints are no longer quadratic, it might be very difficult to write down these optimal controllers. A really nice example from sort of Borelli's textbook is L1 control. As soon as I move from an L2 to an L1 penalty on Y, writing down sort of a feedback control parameterization for optimal control can be really, really difficult, right? It can have exponentially many pieces. And moreover, optimizing over feedback controls is actually very difficult computationally in the worst case, because it's non-convex. As soon as we have a feedback control, the closed-loop dynamics take the form a plus bk to powers. This becomes a polynomial in k, and therefore loses its convexity. Right? So these are the two challenges that happen if we use what we might call the proper representations of feedback controllers, the sort of linear feedback representation. So again, to overcome these challenges, there's been this key insight through the years in control theory that if you restrict your optimization to policies which were linear in the past, you can reparameterize these in ways that are convex if your costs and constraints are convex. And this insight has been made as early as Euler's parameterization in '76, the input-output parameterization of Zames in '81, the SLS parameterization due to Anderson and Nick Montney, and we're going to use versions of this over here. So I want to claim that everything that we present has a form that has existed in the more classical literature. We're not claiming to have invented the wheel, we're just sort of using it in the context in which we apply it, and maybe cleaning some things up along the way. So just to summarize, we've introduced linear dynamical systems, we've described optimal control laws for linear quadratic control, we described the computational difficulties that arise when we move beyond the LQ regime, and finally we've hinted as convex relaxations as a tool for efficient optimization. So this kind of concludes the review of classical control, and now we're going to move on to the non-stochastic control problem, which is kind of the focus of this tutorial. So what we're going to motivate this by asking is what lies between the IID case of independent noise and the worst case of robust control. We might imagine that there's something in between the two regimes that we want to capture. Now, naively, what we could hope to do is find a policy which does as well as every policy, the best policy, on every given noise sequence. But of course, this is just going to be way too hard to ask, right? Because if we knew this, basically we could just get away with the perfect optimal control, and we'll mention briefly later on that this is going to be impossible to do, right? We can't do as well as the best possible policy on every noise sequence. It's not possible. So instead, maybe we can ask ourselves, well, what if we have no model of noise? We allow the worst case model of noise, but instead we introduce a slightly different metric of performance for the performance of our policies that isn't just looking at this best attainable cost. Right? So we're going to introduce this performance. It's called regret. I hope you'll excuse the pun. And so regret's going to start off by focusing on the loss of a learning algorithm. So here we're going to use Blackboard A as our learning algorithm. And we'll also call that the learner or the agent if you use machine learning or reinforcement learning terminology. And now what we're going to do is we're going to introduce a class of policies that we compare to. We'll call them the comparator policies. So the comparator policies are going to allow us to, or what we're going to do is for every policy in the comparator class, we're going to measure the counterfactual costs we would have incurred had instead we run that comparator policy, not our own algorithm. And now, given this class of comparator policies, our regret is simply going to be defined as the difference between our own policy A, or our own learning algorithm, and the best possible policy in hindsight for the given noise sequence, which is chosen possibly adversarially. So again, the excess cost of our algorithm relative to the best in hindsight policy chosen with full knowledge of the control disturbances. This is regret. So what is the goal? The goal is no longer to have this, to perfectly match this object, but rather to have regret become a vanishing fraction of the horizon to scale sublinearly in the problem horizon, little ot, for all w. This is what it means to get low regret. We'll call this informally competing with the class pi because it means in the limit we do as well as the class of policies pi. So why restricted comparator class? Well, of course, if pi is unrestricted, we have to compare to the exact open loop optimal sequence of controls for that exact noise sequence. And in fact, we can embed prediction problems into this formalism where the comparator will have zero cost, but any learning algorithm will have cost that scales linearly in the horizon. So sublinear regret is just not possible without a restricted comparator. Moreover, we have to restrict the comparator class to make the optimization tractable because we could imagine certain classes of policies which we couldn't even optimize over even if we knew the noise sequence to begin with. These are the motivations for the restricted class. Okay. So again, what class will we compare to? Informally, and we'll make this clear as we go along, we'll compare to the class of all policies that are linear in their history that also stabilize the dynamics. Right? And you can think of this as the class which is the gold standard both for the IID regime as well as for the worst case regime. Right? So in LQ control, all linear policies, all optimal policies are linear, and they exponentially stabilize the dynamics. You know, they look like a pendulum, sort of relaxing to the equilibrium. So now we can formalize non-stochastic control as an interactive protocol. Again, nature can pick the noises, possibly adversarially if it wants to. Dynamics are revealed to the learner. The control agent picks its control action. And finally, the dynamics evolve according to the dynamics, right? And our goal now is no longer just to minimize the cost, but rather this notion of regret, of being sublinear relative to the class of comparator policies. Now, one thing that we can actually do with very little extra complication is allow the costs to change over time and define regret with respect to these changing cost functions, CT. For example, you might imagine that your cost function encourages you to track some object with an unknown position, and this formalism would capture that exactly. So again, this is our goal, regret with respect to potentially changing costs, adversarial dynamics. So to summarize, we introduced a non-stochastic control problem as an intermediate between stochastic and robust control. We defined regret with respect to a restricted comparator class to enable tractable learning when things are adversarial. We formulated the non-stochastic control problem, including changing costs. And that's sort of what we've done so far. But I want to describe what the core challenges would be in this formulation. So our goal is to make the regret as small as possible, and that's going to require two things. First, we have to figure out how we actually make this small online, right? Despite the fact that we don't know the costs in the future, and we don't know the disturbances in the future that we're going to encounter. We still need to figure out a way to make this small. Moreover, we're going to need to figure out how we can efficiently optimize over things that resemble our comparator class so that we know that we know how to optimize over the things we should be competing with. Indeed, getting low regret implies that you can optimize over this efficiently if you can get low regret efficiently, because it's only easier if you're given the W's, right? So we're going to have to tackle these two issues. And the tools that we're going to bring to this are the tools of online convex optimization, which allows us to predict with adversarially unknown sequences, as well as the tools of convex control parameterization alluded to previously that allows us to efficiently represent controllers. So let me kind of give a roadmap of the remaining topics covered in my part of the tutorial. We're going to introduce the gradient perturbation controller, GPC, which is going to kind of explain our tools in the simplest possible case of fully observed dynamics that are known to the learner. We're then going to introduce the nature's wise parameterization, which allows us to move to partially observed dynamics, and it's kind of a special case of EULA, and in fact can be generalized to EULA. From here, we're going to move to unknown dynamics, which we can tackle via system identification, and then conclude some of the positive results with getting optimal regret in the presence of curvature. Finally, we'll conclude with some open problems and some hardness results about sort of what are the restrictions on this formulation and where we might want to go from there. That's the plan for the remainder. So two assumptions. The first assumption is we're going to assume the costs are always convex and that they have a Lipschitz constant that's sort of a constant in magnitude. The second assumption we're going to make is that our disturbances are uniformly upper bounded. Right? These things, just keep this in mind throughout in case you have questions. So we're going to remove dependence on these constants in all of our bounds. Both of these things can be relaxed. For example, quadratic functions don't have a global Lipschitz constant, but there are ways around that. Similarly, if you add Gaussian noise to your system, then the maximum magnitude of that noise can be like logarithmic in horizon. There's ways to get around that too, but we'll keep with these assumptions for simplicity. Cool. So let's get into the actual algorithm, and we're going to introduce the gradient perturbation controller, or the GPC controller. Okay. So again, remember, we're going to do this in the simplest setting where we're fully observed, where we know the dynamics of the system, and we'll assume that the dynamics are stable. So we'll assume that the powers of A decay exponentially in the exponent of that power. Don't worry, we're going to relax all these assumptions. These might seem a little too easy for control audience. So again, remember the two challenges. We need to compete online. We need to efficiently optimize over a policy class, and we're going to introduce online convex optimization and control parameterizations as a way to do this. So informally, the gradient perturbation controller has kind of two steps. We'll go into more detail about what they are. The first is this convex parameterization. So at every step, we're going to maintain some parameter, MT, that describes our controller. And we're going to select our control input defined in terms of MT. The next few slides will explain exactly what this looks like. Then what we're going to do is define some surrogate loss function that happens to be convex using the correct control parameterization. And we're going to update MT simply by gradient descent in an online fashion on these changing surrogate cost functions. So that's the kind of key idea. And throughout, we're going to explain how these are both fleshed out. So let's start off with the parameterization, or let me actually first start off by stating the result. So for this controller. So let's define pi feedback as the set of all policies, which are static feedback policies, which ensure that the closed loop dynamics between A and B are stable, right? In some quantitative sense, right? So these are the feedback policies, right? This includes the optimal H2 and H infinity controllers for an appropriate choice of C and rho in the fully observed setting. So our main result then is going to be to show that up to logarithmic factors, the regret of the gradient perturbation controller relative to this class, this very natural class of feedback controllers, scales at most as square root t in the problem horizon up to some logarithmic factors that we don't care too much about. That's what we're going to aim to show, and now we'll build out the framework about how we're going to do this. So we need to make this convex. So here we're going to introduce the disturbance feedback parameterization, the DFC parameterization. It's a convex controller parameterization, and it actually is equivalent to the SLS parameterization from Anderson, Montney, Doyle, and others in 2019. So the kind of key idea here is that we take a linear combination weighted by some matrices M of the past noises. And the beautiful thing is that if you know the dynamics, you can implement this because you can just look at the current state, the current or the next state, so let's say current state, and subtract off the expected dynamics from the past state, and you recover the noise. So what's very beautiful about this controller then is it's independent of past control inputs. It's only a function of the noises of the system which you do not control. And as a consequence of this, it removes feedback in the dynamical system. So no longer do you have feedback into your system. You can think of this as basically being purely kind of unrolled. And that's really, really nice. This, well, as we'll see, enables the efficient computation of counterfactuals, what the inputs would have been had you taken a different control parameter. So kind of more specifically, the kind of key ideas is this mapping from the control parameterization by enrolling the feedback to the observations that we would encounter is linear, because the system is linear and because it depends linearly on these noises which you do not control. So as a result of this, the mapping from this control parameterization to the cost under the policies induced by this parameterization becomes a convex function of linear functions, and therefore is convex, or convex function of affine functions rather, and is therefore convex, which enables us to efficiently optimize over this parameterization. Right? So in hindsight, we can always look at our system, and if we knew the dynamics, we knew the noises, we could always optimize over these kind of counterfactuals. And in learning theory, we call this kind of a success of improper learning, right? Because even though we cared about competing with these feedback policies, we've in fact been able to move towards this kind of convex relaxation, which allows us more efficient computation. So just a little kind of a sanity check here. I'm just going to kind of go through this quickly. Basically, if we design these controllers to have some memory k, right, a memory at most k, I should have written k on the slide, apologies, here it is, then what we can show is that any feedback controller that's sufficiently stable can be approximated by this DFC controller in terms of the states by an amount that decays exponentially in k up to the stability constant rho. So kind of this theorem is just telling us that we can kind of do the same thing we would want to do under any policy, but using this DFC controller that we've, DFC controller. Right, so informally, DFC controllers are an effective, improper relaxation of static feedback. This is what this theorem tells us. So kind of as a corollary of this, then, if we optimize not over feedback controllers, but over these kind of DFC controllers, then the suboptimality becomes t times rho to the k, right? We pay for at most rho to the k in terms of the difference between states. So this tells us that it suffices to optimize over DFC controllers rather than over feedback controllers if we want to have small regret with respect to the class of feedback controllers, say by taking k to be logarithmic in t, right? Which will cause these to cancel. So to summarize thus far, we've shown that this DFC parameterization enables efficient optimization over controllers, and that for k's of bounded memory, we can approximate the feedback controllers with a term that decays exponentially in the memory k. So these are the things we want. Great, we're done with convex control parameterizations, works wonderful. So that addresses the first part of the algorithm, but now we need to describe these losses, f tilde, right? Where do we get these losses from that we're optimizing? So here we're going to introduce online gradient descent as a mechanism to optimize through these. So the general framework that we're going to use is called online convex optimization. It's a sort of a framework that has been pioneered by Alad and others in sort of over the last kind of few decades. And it's really kind of magical what it's able to do. So in online convex optimization, we consider an interactive protocol with multiple time steps t. And at each time step, the learner selects some action, and nature selects some convex loss function on that same action space. So the goal in online convex optimization is to make the regret with respect to these convex loss functions sublinear in t. Right? So the regret, we're going to call it OCO regret to delineate from the control regret we've been thinking about, just looks at the cumulative sum of the costs from what nature picks and compares this to the best hindsight action that we could have taken under the sum of the costs. And we want to make this sublinearly in t. So the realized loss versus the best in hindsight. Cool. So what's really nice about this is this kind of already gives us a toolkit for learning under adversarial uncertainty because we don't have any in-foresight knowledge about what the sequence of functions are. So it's a very, very powerful framework if we can make this stuff small. So it turns out that there's a very simple algorithm for online convex optimization called online gradient descent. And online gradient descent actually gets low regret. So if we have a step size eta that's chosen sufficiently, and we can take gradients of the functions, or more generally the convex subgradient, as long as it's Lipschitz, then we can get the following guarantee due to Zinkovich in 2003, which says that if we have a bounded diameter action space as well as Lipschitz functions, then if you take an appropriate step size, your online convex optimization regret grows at most square root of the horizon, right? You might notice that the bound that we wanted to prove earlier has a square root of t. This is a square root of t. This is precisely the machinery that we're going to be using. And again, this is pretty powerful, right? Because this is for an arbitrary general sequence of f's. So let's now reduce online control to this toolkit of online convex optimization. So again, at every time t, the learner will select an action. Its action will actually be the control parameterization, and it'll select an input based on that action times the past. Nature will then select a convex loss function and the noises that we encounter, and we suffer this cost of we suffer the cost chosen by nature, and finally our dynamics evolve with the noise that nature selected. Right? So that's our protocol. That's how we're going to use these things. And so what we're going to introduce is sort of two objects, right? So our cost, CT, AT, and UT, this is the true cost our algorithm faces. Now, on the other hand, what we can do is we can define some sort of truncated cost, where we look at the costs that our algorithm would have faced had everything, at least k steps back, been equal to 0, but we'd still played the same control inputs, right? So this is kind of a way of like forgetting some amount of the past, right? It's a counterfactual cost with memory k from the last k control inputs that we've played. And now finally what we'll do is we'll define the surrogate function, the one that we use for our gradients, f tilde, the one in the beginning of the slide, the beginning of the section, simply to be evaluating this counterfactual cost with memory k using the same controller at every time step. So as if you had done the same thing for all history. Now, we can write out a closed form expression for this just by unraveling the dynamics. And what we can kind of see is that this is actually convex in M. And also by stability of the system, the Lipschitz constant of the system isn't so bad. Yes, it has powers of A, but the way that M enters is linearly into U, and then U enters linearly into this parameterization. And so this is indeed convex. It's a valid surrogate for us to use the tools of online convex optimization. So again, as we've said, we're just going to update MT just by taking gradients with respect to this surrogate function that we've introduced. And this is just the online gradient descent algorithm. So I'm going to get into one little bit of the technical part. This is going to be the most technical part of the talk, just explaining for those that are interested how this argument actually goes through. And then we'll kind of go for a little bit more high level as we talk about generalizations. So the kind of way that we prove the regret bound is to kind of peel back different sort of parts of the parameterization that are hard to deal with. So the first thing that we do is we convert from feedback controllers to these DFC controllers by suffering some amount that decays exponentially in k, using the arguments earlier that DFC can approximate feedback. Okay. And now we can recognize that if we can get rid of some extra memory terms, which we can by stability of the system, we can replace the cost our algorithm actually suffers simply by some truncated memory version. And similarly, for this in hindsight term, we can also consider the truncated memory version. So it suffices just to control this term. Okay. This actually reduces to a framework called online convex optimization, but with memory, because we have to deal with this memory term in the past. So again, what we're doing is we're taking gradients on the term that assumes that we have no memory, that assumes that we're playing the same controller for all the past, right? And defining this as the thing that ignores all history. But we're still taking gradient updates as if m was not changing. And so the very beautiful thing about this algorithm is that, in fact, this can still get low regret, but you have to pay a little bit for the memory that you encounter. The intuition roughly being that sort of in standard online optimization algorithms, ones that use gradient updates, things are not changing too quickly because your step size is rather small, right? This is sort of the low memory idea. And so sort of as a consequence of this, you don't pay too much for the memory. That's kind of the hand wave version. So as a corollary, once you tune the memory to be sufficiently small, say logarithmic in the horizon, every k term sort of ends up being something that's a logarithm. And moreover, your remainder term over here also can be much smaller than t. So by choosing things appropriately, you end up something that just looks like square root t plus logarithmic factors. And this concludes the proof. Right? So this is the most technical part, but for the people that are interested, this is how all the parts fit together in terms of getting the memory right in the convex optimization, getting the memory right in the control parameterization, and using OCO as a toolkit. We're done. Cool. So now we've given you and explained the two key steps of the gradient perturbation controller. And we've justified the theorem that says that it attains sublinear regret, specifically square root t regret, up to logarithmic factors. Now, previously we assumed that the dynamics are stable, but of course, most systems we care about are not stable. Luckily, if we know some controller that makes our dynamics closed loop stable, we're in the clear. For example, if you know the dynamics, let's say, for example, you could just solve an LQR problem to get this K0, and then you could use it to stabilize your system. Right? And what's really nice about this is that you can kind of get the same regret guarantee. Basically, everything just goes through. You can just reduce it to the case where you know the dynamics by feeding in K0 as part of the intrinsic dynamics and holding it fixed. So everything just sort of goes through as is, with a slight modification to the control input that always has a feedback term, but this just becomes absorbed into the dynamics. So to summarize, we introduce and analyze the gradient perturbation controller. We build it on the disturbance feedback parameterization as a convex, improper representation of linear controllers. We built on the online convex optimization framework to develop a gradient-based controller that attains low regret, and that's what we did in this part of the talk. So far we gave us the easiest case of fully observed known dynamics, but in the remainder of my part of the talk, I want to explain how we can extend it to settings that are more interesting and more general, right? So we're going to begin by understanding the case of what we call nature's wise, partially observed, but still known dynamics, using a more appropriate and arguably a more kind of thematically improper control parameterization. So remember, our goal here is going to be to compete with linear controllers where we can only partially observe the state through these measurements. And this will introduce two challenges. So the first is that the GPC controller needed to use the WTs. It needed to see the Ws in order to control. We no longer can do this because of partial observation. Even because we're in the adversarial setting, even a posterior over Ws is just not well defined. So the second is that we know that static feedback is just suboptimal for partial observation. Right? When we introduce partially observed control, even with IED or worst case noise, we want controllers that have this like linear dynamic feedback property. So we want to compete with a much more general class of control policies. So we're going to try to overcome these two challenges. So the idea here is to use, again, improperness in a more aggressive way. And what we're going to do is we're not going to introduce this sort of state-based representation of the dynamics. We're going to work purely with Markov operators. So Markov operators just describe the linear mapping from past noises and past inputs to the current observation Y. You can kind of visualize them this way, as the Markov operator is something that takes in the W's and the U's, it convolves them together, and then when you add in a little bit of noise, it gives you out your Y, right? So again, it's a sort of unrolling way of writing out the dynamics. So what nature's wise does is it sort of thinks about what the observation would be sort of in a pure state of nature and one where you had zero control input to the system. That's nature's wise, effectively just zeroing out this term. So it's just this Markov, so it's just defined by this Markov response operator from noises to wise. So what we're going to do is define the disturbance feedback controller, the disturbance response controller, sorry for the typo, it should be disturbance response controller. The disturbance response controller, the DRC controller, is basically defined by taking this nature's wise and using that, rather than the noise of the system, as your input to your control parameterization, right? So nature's wise comes from just the forward feedback of noise to your system in the absence of control input. We get that out, we put that through our controller, that gives us our U, and we push it out to Y. Again, what's very nice about this is that this is convex, because really this dynamical system here is really just linear in this M parameter, everything being just multiplied or convolved with these fixed Markov operators. In fact, this is actually the input-output parameterization due to Zames in 1981, but we didn't know that until we were doing a rebuttal for the paper, and we thought nature's wise was also catchy. So another thing is, much like the disturbance response controller, the disturbance feedback controller that uses W's, we can recover nature's wise if we know the dynamics. This is just because nature's wise are just the difference between between the y's we see and the convolution of the inputs we selected with the Markov operator from the inputs to the outputs, right? So this is something that we can access and we can use for a control policy. Right. So maybe one way to think about this from the kind of machine learning philosophy perspective is that this is representing the system in a pure sequence-to-sequence manner, right? So if you think of like the early sequence-to-sequence paper from Sutsky, Vinyals, and Lee, sort of they said, oh, we should just represent things purely in terms of mapping from current sequences to future ones. This is kind of one of the philosophical insights that's arguably led to kind of the revolution in AI we see today. And sort of this kind of perspective also kind of appears in this kind of formalism. So here's our way of writing Y, and this is the way of thinking about the dynamics in terms of our control parameterization, which reveals that we're now convex in M. Cool. So assuming that the Markov operators are stable, roughly speaking that the decays of the terms decays exponentially in the term and how far the term is in the past, again what we can show is that any stabilizing dynamic controller can be approximated by disturbance response controller. Sorry, I'm getting a call. Right, so, yeah. And in particular, we can show is that online gradient descent with disturbance response control can also retain sublinear regret. In fact, using this parameterization can now retain regret, which is sublinear in the problem horizon, square root t, not just with respect to these disturbance response control policies, but actually, in fact, with respect to all stabilizing linear policies, even ones that have feedback. Quite useful. So in particular, we can also generalize this current formalism, not just to the input-output parameterization, which crucially relies on stability of the nominal dynamics, but we can generalize it even to cases where we know a stabilizing controller for our system via things like the Euler-Kucera parameterization for convex control. So it's really it's compatible with all the sophisticated tools that have been developed for stable for parameterizing linear controllers, partially observed linear control in stable ways. And again, this algorithm is kind of very improper in the sense that it's using purely Markov operators to define it. So maybe to summarize, we've studied partial observability. We introduce and analyze the nature's wise parameterization, disturbance response control. We show that the same rate of regret is achievable with essentially the same algorithmic principles, but just a different control parameterization. And that concludes our discussion of nature's wise. So a couple more things to go. Now we're going to show how to generalize this further to the case where the dynamics of the system aren't known. And again, this is simplified tremendously by using the improper learning perspective. Right? So our goal is to compete with linear controllers even if our dynamics are not known directly. And again, the first challenge is that we need to know the dynamics in order to recover the noises that we use, be they WT or YT. Right? This came from subtracting off some appropriate function of the dynamics. And the second thing that we need to do is we need the dynamics to form this function f tilde t, which allows us to simulate the control cost we would encounter had we played control parameter to m. Right? So dynamics arise in two ways in our methods. So we kind of need it both sort of here to get nature's wise, as well as here to get the response of our inputs, or y to our inputs. And so it turns out, though, that actually we can just estimate this quantity, and if we estimate this quantity, we're able to recover nature's wise, and we're able to project the forward response of UT. So what we're going to do is basically just take two steps. It's very simple. We're going to use system identification to estimate this Markov operator. And then finally, we're going to run our controller with online gradient descent. But rather than using our true knowledge of dynamics, we're just going to use a plug-in estimate of the dynamics, which we've estimated via least squares, again with some memory truncation to make things work out. So it turns out that if you do this, you can show that the regret bound is bounded as follows. We have our square root t for a regret. We have some burn-in time for the number of steps we just added in Gaussian noise for estimation. And then finally, we pay for some amount of our error, which is propagated over the time of the game. So kind of what happens is we have to balance the number of steps of estimation, which intrinsically affect how accurately we estimate our dynamics over together. And when we do this appropriately, what we get is a regret that's a little bit larger, 1 of t to the 2/3, accounting for this trade-off between estimation and exploitation of our estimate. What's kind of nice about this is that actually this works even though you can estimate G even if the noises are adversarial. This comes from the fact that random noise is uncorrelated with anything adversarial, assuming that your adversary isn't too adaptive. And it's sort of related to ideas in statistics called semi-parametric least squares. But what's really nice about this is conveniently this is just kind of plug and play with the tools that we've developed thus far. We're only ever using and only ever estimating the Markov operator. There's no reference to the actual dynamical matrices of the system. So to summarize, we studied known dynamics, we combined online convex optimization with estimating the Markov operator, and everything works just because we're already in this nice sequence-to-sequence representation. So finally, let's describe some of the issues around optimal regret, right? So where we're going to leverage things like curvature to do even better. So our question is basically, how slow can we make the regret grow as a function of t? Or alternatively, we like to normalize the regret by t, look at the average regret, in which case we want to understand how fast we can make the average regret decay to 0. So this motivates the terminology fast rates in learning theory or convex optimization. So what we'll assume is that our costs are alpha strongly convex. Roughly that means that we can afford to subtract off a quadratic term from our costs and still preserve their convexity. An equivalent condition for this is that if the costs were smooth, the smallest singular value of their Hessians would be uniformly lower bounded by this parameter alpha. And you can think of, like, for example, a quadratic as exhibiting this. So alpha really refers to kind of the curvature of this function. And it's known kind of broadly that both in the theory of learning as well as in the theory of optimization, the presence of curvature enables accelerated learning, more efficient, more effective learning. So what we're going to show is as follows. If the costs are alpha strongly convex, there exists an algorithm with the following guarantee. So the first is that the regret is going to scale at most polynomially in the horizon, divided by this curvature alpha. So if you get less curved, the bound gets worse. If your dynamics are known, whereas if the dynamics are unknown to the learner, it scales like square root t divided by the curvature. So this is much better than the regrets we were getting previously, right? This is an exponential improvement for known dynamics and a polynomial improvement for unknown dynamics. But kind of what's actually somewhat miraculous is that up to logarithmic factors, both of these are optimal. Certainly up to log factors, you can't do better than log regret because it's constant up to log factors. But even in the online LQR setting, which is a regime in which we don't know the matrices A and B, but otherwise we're fully observed and the noise is stochastic, we still get this square root t regret. It's unimprovable. So actually, in fact, we can show that kind of what this means, roughly speaking, is that sort of, let me add this here, when the costs are strongly convex, the only thing that determines the dynamics is whether or not you know, or sorry, the regret is whether or not you know the dynamics. And these other bells and whistles, like changing costs or adversarial noise, they don't actually affect the optimal rate of regret. Right? So this is a kind of a really nice dichotomy, which says that even though we've introduced all these generalizations to traditional control, from a regret perspective, we haven't made the problem fundamentally harder, provided we bring the right algorithmic tools to the problem. Cool. So again, how do we modify our algorithm? Well, we use the exact same control parameterization, but we slightly modify our learning algorithm. So it turns out that if our noise is stochastic, or it has what's called persistent excitation, basically meaning that sort of the noise has some covariance that's sort of non-zero, so well conditioned, we only need to change the learning rate. And if we change the learning rate appropriately, then we're able to get these fast rates, both for fully observed and for not observed. Right. And the way that we argue this is that it's known that this kind of learning rate suffices for sort of strongly convex optimization. And in fact, it turns out that under the persistent excitation condition, we can prove that our surrogate convex functions are indeed strongly convex in expectation. That's one thing that we can do. But actually, there's a more powerful algorithm that we can use that works even in the adversarial setting. And it's based on the online Newton step algorithm that was developed by Elad back in 2007, which basically shows that for a much broader class of functions that are not strongly convex, but rather satisfy a weaker condition called x log concavity, or x concavity, you can still get these fast rates. So essentially what you can show is that sort of if your costs have curvature, even though your noise might not have full excitation of all directions, it's still sort of a function that looks like composing a curve function with an affine function. And this suffices for this concave condition, which is necessary for the Newton step. So one way you can kind of think about this intuitively is that Newton is kind of famous for solving problems that have very bad second-order conditioning, if they have nice third-order properties. And somehow a composition of a function that's curved with some linear terms has bad second-order conditioning, but nice third-order conditioning. That's sort of the intuition. So again, just for the unknown dynamics, actually you have to do a little bit more. You have to have this very careful sensitivity analysis to error. If people are curious about sort of the difficult kind of stuff behind the scenes. You also have to over-parameterize, meaning that you have to use controllers that are larger than you might naively think, as well as memory that is larger than you might naively think. Intuitively, the optimization can kind of self-correct for some of the additional errors in estimation. And it's kind of a delicate argument to get that to work. But it still relies crucially on sort of this more powerful Newton step algorithm. So again, just a takeaway, the only thing that changes here is the assumption on the cost function and the optimizer that we use. But the entire framework, broadly speaking, is the same. We're still using online convex optimization. We're still using this control parameterization. And everything kind of is very modular and slots in quite nicely. So let's summarize this. Fast rates refers to the problem of making the regret grow as slowly as possible, or average regret decay as quickly as possible. With curvature, we can obtain these fast rates only by modification of our optimizer, keeping the same parameterizations in place. And with curvature, the regret is determined only by the knowledge of dynamics, and only logarithmically affected by these other difficulties like changing costs and adversarial noise. Pretty cool. So let me conclude with some hardness results and some open problems. So throughout, we assumed that we needed a known controller that was also stabilizing. It turns out if you don't have such a controller, you're a bit out of luck. So without a known stabilizing controller, your regret is going to be exponential in the dimension until you're able to learn enough about the system to stabilize it. And there are algorithms given in this work by Xinyi Chen and Elad in 2020 which show you exactly how to do this. So an open question is, what are the stronger assumptions under which one can stabilize the dynamics via online methods? This is a major open question we don't have a full and complete answer to, but hopefully others will be working on it. I'll let Elad keep working on this. I think he has got some ideas about how to do that. So the next assumption is previously we assumed fixed and linear dynamics, but in fact, if the dynamics can change independently of the learner, then you can obtain something called low adaptive regret. Roughly, this means that your regret on any given interval can be made small, so it adapts to sort of the local dynamics in any given window of time. However, for truly nonlinear dynamics, this is still kind of a major open question. There has been some work on the neural tangent kernel regime with Elad and Jason Lee and others, but for the truly nonlinear setting, I think we're looking towards some pretty new ideas. And finally, thus far, we've given a lot of mostly theoretical results, many of them illustrating kind of many of the powerful principles that have been used in practice in AI, like improperness, online learning, and adaptation. But really, the open question is figuring out where non-stochastic control can slot in for many practical applications, right? Thinking of it as a way to fine-tune the last mile performance of tasks. And I think sort of the things that have been maybe more practically successful, at least in the near term, have been some of the filtering and sequence prediction things that Elad is going to be presenting in the next few slides. So just to summarize, we've introduced this notion of regret as a way to generalize from both optimal and robust control. We've moved from proper controllers to convex relaxations of our control policy as a way to efficiently optimize and also efficiently learn. And finally, we've combined the principles of classical statistical learning like system identification with the idea of online optimization for more effective adaptation. And I think there's still many open questions on how to combine these optimally. And when we do so, we arrive at the non-stochastic control problem, which kind of lies at the intersection between these different desiderata considered in classical learning, modern machine learning, and control. So I think with that, that concludes this part of the presentation. You can check out some of the references here. And I think now I'd like to introduce Elad for the next part of the talk. So Elad is kind of a legend in the control and optimization world. He's one of the co-authors of Adagrad, which is sort of the forefather of the Adam algorithm, which is the reason that all of us have GPT. And he's also kind of really pioneered the online convex optimization research in past time, online convex optimization research, which is a substrate both for this, but for many successful algorithms that over the years. So with that, here's Elad, and take it away.
Thank you, Max. Is this working? Can you guys hear me at the end? Thank you. Wonderful presentation by Max. Thank you. Let's thank Max. I should note, Max is one of the main figures, if you haven't seen the citations and development of online control, amongst the other things he's done. Okay, let's see if we... Oh, Max, did you steal my clicker? No, just, yeah, the clicker. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Elad Khazan. I'm from Princeton. And I'll give the second part of this tutorial, joint with Max, on online control or online non-stochastic control. Let's see. So it's a pleasure to be here. It really is. I mean, the first time Max said I'm an expert in control. By no means. I'm kind of a newbie to the field, and it's a real pleasure meeting at least the vast majority of the people here. You know, I've had such a nice time, great conversations. I hope to continue that. I'm still around today and tomorrow. And this is a tutorial. You know, there is really no point for me to talk like a lecture without. If you have a question, raise your hand. I'm very happy to take it. It's nicer for me to interact with the audience. Yeah, so this second part is going to be about more recent work that people in the community have been doing about spectral learning and spectral control. I think Max did an amazing job in the first part, introducing the gradient perturbation controller, which is a nice take on control, right? It's kind of in the middle between robust and optimal control, kind of a new set of ideas. You online tune it, the guarantee is different, it's not really totally adversarial, it's not really totally IID. And the main thing I like to focus on when I present results is not the theory and not the actual experiment, but the method. The method to me is really important because that is something you code, you get results out of. And you can see this is a different flavor of a method, right? It's not like LQR, you solve these quadratic matrices and have to invert them ahead of time, or age infinity, God help you if you try to solve that on a large scale situation. So this is a gradient, small gradient updates. This is the type of flavor coming from machine learning. These are the type of methods that work in practice. And I think Max did a great job of kind of going through the ideas here. What I'd like to do for the second part of this tutorial is focus not on the control aspect of how to choose the U to derive the system to a particular functionality, but learning. So this is kind of the agenda. First of all, I'll talk about spectral learning. How do we learn in dynamical system, and what does it even mean, and why it's important. Then I'll talk about something which maybe is non-standard or maybe becoming kind of more stream in this community, which is neural architectures. And finally, how do we do control with the spectral ideas? That's the agenda. Again, please feel free to ask me anything at any point. Good. So here is the formalism of dynamical systems. I'm guessing that you have all seen this before in some way. Is it true, kind of, that people have seen this kind of formalism? Yeah, I know you have, but yeah, okay. So it's we have a state. The state evolves according to some unknown. Usually, it's unknown dynamics. There is a control, like Max said. I'm now focusing on nonlinear for this slide, nonlinear dynamics. We have observation, which is the projection of the state. So the features in a learning problem, the important features, and I'm motivated by learning the brain or learning in a large language model. So we have all these different texts we're trying to learn from to create an intelligent machine. we really have a large state and a very complicated dynamics. Think like a brain. But we see the tokens, we see the individual words, they are not that complicated, they are not that. Each individual word is not that high dimensional, right? Can be embedded in R to the 1,000 or something like that. But the number of neurons is on the order of 10 to the 14 or whatever, much larger. For the case of learning, I'm not going to have a U here. I'm not going to have a control. I'm going to keep it state evolution and observation. This also captures the autoregressive models because the state already captures the projection, which is going to be fed into the machine for the next iteration. What do I mean by learning in this context? I have it's sequential, so same as what the setting that Max was describing. Every iteration, I observe an input, then I predict an output y prime, and then I suffer a loss, which is applied to the real signal y and the y prime that I predicted, according to some convex loss function. Maybe you want to think of the minimum square error. That's kind of a convenient loss to think of. And, oh, yeah, why do we learn dynamical systems at all? I think it's obvious, even though maybe it's not very, I was in some room yesterday, it wasn't very obvious to the people in the room. But correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, this is probably the most important problem we are dealing with right now. We're trying to design large language models, right? Trying to learn the brain. So that is a very important problem. And it's also hard, right? It's also clearly this is a hard problem to solve. So I hope I don't need to justify this too much. How do we measure performance? Well, you can think of mean square error going to 0. That is if I have no noise at all. And yeah, so this is the case I'm going to consider for the next few slides. But you can generalize this to stochastic noise and adversarial noise, talking about regret, like Max has done. But for simplicity, I'm going to talk about, I think, interesting and sophisticated machinery, so I'm going to keep it as simple as I can. This is, after all, a tutorial. So I'm going to talk about case 1 here. I want no noise. I want to learn a complicated system. No noise at all, average noise going to 0. Good. And to do that, I am going to start with the same formalism Max has described, which is linear dynamical systems. This is because it's the easiest to describe. The machinery that I'm going to discuss will apply much more generally to nonlinear dynamical systems. Same algorithm exactly. But it's easier for me to present and prove. So this is a tutorial. I'm going to prove everything. Unlike some talks I've given recently, I'm going to prove every little thing that I will claim in the setting of linear dynamical systems. So I have a very high dimensional state, evolves linearly. Input comes in linearly, and projection is also linear. The brain obviously is not linear, but I'm taking it to be linear in a very high dimension for now. Yeah, so setting is I observe input, predict output, suffer loss. And a kind of a first observation is that predicting the output according to the original linear dynamical system, according to the matrices A, B, C, is non-convex. So I think Max touched upon it, right? If we develop the series of how the Markov operator of the output depends on the inputs, that has all these powers of the system. And that is a non-convex function. It's a polynomial non-convex function of the system, right? So some works like Hart, Ma, and Recht showed in 2016 that you can actually learn, you can identify the system. This is called system identification. System identification means you can recreate the matrices A, B, C from the observational data. And you can even do it by gradient descent sometimes. But it's pretty brittle. It doesn't always work. You need various types of assumptions on the noise and so on. So I'm looking for something a bit more robust. More importantly, I do not want to do system identification. So it's not just a matter of jargon, what I'm saying. I do not want to depend on the dimension of the hidden matrix A. That can be very large. Think of a huge lifting, Koopman lifting of the nonlinear system. That's huge. I do not want to depend on that. Okay, very important. Good. How can we relax it? So Max kind of alluded to a technique, and I'm going to use exactly the same technique as in the previous part of the tutorial. Or at least I'm going to present, I'm not going to use that. I'm going to present it as kind of an illustration of convex relaxation, which is to say, let's call these M's, these matrices, C, A to the power something times B. I'm going to call it M, M1, M2, M3, and so on, according to the power. If, well, I lose the structure. So originally M had 3 parameters, A, B, and C. That's a non-convex product of 3 things. And not only that, I have A to some power, even more or less convex. So I'm losing the structure, but on the other hand, I'm gaining 2 very important things. I'm gaining convexity. So the output depends linearly on the past input according to the Markov operator. And the other thing is I'm losing the dependence on the hidden dimension. So if U and Y are scalars, I have these M's are scalars as well, right? There is no hidden dimension here at all. But this is a bit naive to work. So suppose that the spectrum of A is bounded by 1. If it's bigger than 1, we're in trouble. We have an exploding system, right? The powers of A grow larger, 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 and it's going to explode. I don't know how to learn exploding systems, even though I think it's an exciting direction to pursue. But certainly the brain, at least I hope, doesn't explode, right? It's all bounded. All the states are bound in the brain. So less than equal to 1 is fine, but the closer we are to 1, you can see that we need more and more terms to approximate this polynomial series. Before A to a large power, it decays. It decays like 1 minus delta to the power. Yeah? And how much do I need? I need 1 over delta log 1 over epsilon for this to be less than epsilon. Yeah? You all with me? Yeah? So this is kind of not a great... It's better in system identification, but doesn't always work. For marginally stable systems, these are hard systems, you need too many terms. You need as many terms as data points, and that becomes infeasible. Yeah? So it has been a long-standing open question. In the control community, I didn't invent this question. How do we learn a marginally stable system without dependence on hidden dimension? Have you heard this thing before? It must sound familiar to some of you. It's kind of an interesting question. In general, it cannot be done, I should say. And the example is, I could have a linear system that what it does, it brings in what I said 2 years ago that the next state is going to be what happened 2 years ago. This is a permutation. It permutes the elements of an input stream, and it has very long memory, and obviously I need to remember all the history to solve it. So in complete generality, it's impossible, but it is possible under some assumptions. So the assumptions I'm going to assume are to have real eigenvalues. That is the assumption I'm going to assume. And under this assumption, I am able to solve this problem, okay? Which is an interesting technique. And what we'll be able to do is then take this technique, exactly the same technique I'm going to describe right now, and generalize it to any nonlinear dynamical system by the exact same algorithm, but with slightly worse bounds. Yeah? Any questions? I'll be very happy if there are questions, by the way. I'll be very happy. No? Okay. Here is the algorithm. It's called spectral filtering. It's similar. It's based on online convex optimization. I'm so glad Max went with you over that. So the idea is the following. You have K filters, phi 1 to phi K. They're very special. They're data independent. They don't depend on the data. They don't depend on the inputs. They depend on the math. I can tell you the math. It's a beautiful piece of math, which I will derive now and show you how it came about, like a Fourier kind of analysis. And based on that, you can take these filters, filter the past inputs. This is the linear operation, and project using K parameters to the prediction. So this is going to be our prediction. It's a linear prediction. I'm going to suffer the loss and do a gradient update via online gradient descent. If you want, you can do online Newton method. It will actually give better bounds, but some kind of online convex optimization method on the parameterized linear predictors given by the class. I have here k parameters and fixed phi's. So very simple algorithm. You can code it up. You can take a picture on your phone, upload it to ChatGPT, and tell him to code it. He will give you the code. It's going to be correct. It will work. You can run it. It will work. Okay. There's no Koopman. There's no lifting. Nothing. No neural net. Very, very easy algorithm. Very simple to code. Convex. And furthermore, it comes with a provable guarantee. The provable guarantee is that the loss it suffers is comparable in the regret sense to the best predictor that knows the linear dynamical system in hindsight. Comparable at the rate of something like root number of iterations, so on average it converges to 0. Because I said there is no noise and I had a generative model, this is 0. Yeah, I can reach 0 error actually. In the particular benign case that I want. I actually can prove a stronger theorem. I can actually do something interesting even if the data didn't come from a linear dynamical system, but let's forget about that. So 0 error in the limit by an efficient linear time algorithm and no dependence on condition. Yeah, there is no delta here, there is no dimension. We do have the norms of the B and C matrices, that comes in, of the linear dynamics, that's inevitable, but that's it. I'm not hiding anything here. There might be a constant of 2, not more than 2. Yeah, please. The question is, where is the hindsight? And the hindsight, oh, it's good. I'll just repeat the questions. So you see here minimum over ABC, sir? Yeah, so minimum over ABC here. That says the predictor here, YT hat, the denotation here, it's not a notation I used before, I'm sorry about that. It means the Y hat that is produced by the best ABC system that fits the data. If the data did come from such a linear dynamical system, this is going to be exactly 0, because this is going to be equal to the actual YT. It's just equal to C times UT minus 1, CA to the power B, all the series I had before. Yeah? We're good? Mitya? Good? Good. Okay. How do we prove such a performance guarantee? I'm actually going to go over the entire proof, and I think that's kind of my goal in the tutorial. I can give you the details, and then you guys know it's very easy. I'm going to give it to you in the easiest possible way, and once you see the proof, you'll be able to recreate it, and I hope do your own work, and Mitya is all solving all sorts of neuroscience problems. I hope he'll be able to use that stuff and so on, like in the actual mathematical sense. So I'm going to give you, you'll see, it's nice, but it's not hard. So how do we prove such a performance guarantee? The regret can be decomposed so what is the regret? It's the loss of my predictor. MT are the matrices that I used to predict the output, right? Let me go back to the slide, right? This output depends on the M's. That's all it depends on, and the inputs. These filters are fixed. The U's are inputs. So that's the only parameter in the algorithm, the linear algorithm. So I have my MTs that used to create my predictor. I want to compare it to the best linear dynamical system. And I add and subtract the best M star here. M star is the kind of optimal predictor from my class I could have used. Okay? And now the error can be decomposed into 2 terms. One of them is the estimation error or the learning error. How quickly do I converge to the M star? That is completely standard. Okay? On and gradient descent, Max told you the whole thing, root T. There is nothing here that's special. These are convex functions. On and gradient descent works in a very general setting, and there is not much really I can add to the literature in this particular expression. Then we have the approximation error. This is the new component. I want to say that the predictor class of spectral prediction, that is actually has very low approximation error. It looks the same, it almost 0 compared to this linear dynamical system generated point. Okay? Recap. Regret, this is, again, a standard decomposition in the literature. We can decompose into estimation and approximation error. Estimation, because it's an online convex optimization problem, that's how I formulated it. It's an online gradient. What I wrote is an online gradient descent algorithm. Root T, standard, okay, easy. This is the main part. This is the main new part, and I'm going to focus on that. Yeah? Oh, it's such a good question. It's a very good question. So I am assuming it's initialized to 0, but it's a very weak assumption. I could have changed it. All I need, if I don't initialize to 0, the norm of what I initialized with will appear here. So that comes from online convex optimization, the diameter. I need to know the diameter of the search for my parameters. And if you initialize them with a gazillion, it just will take time for gradient descent to move away from the gazillion back to where the thing is. So, but it's not a sophisticated thing, but basically it's a very weak assumption. For all we care, we can initialize to 0. Yeah? This is true for any optimization, offline optimization problem. You're going to have the diameter come in, always. Yeah. Thank you for a good question. Any other questions? Okay. Let's talk about the approximation error. And the main theorem governing the approximation error, this is from 2017, with Karen Singh and Cyril Zhang. And again, so at that time, we're looking at this question, can we learn a marginally stable system efficiently without hidden dimension? We were kind of got acquainted with this question. And the idea is that there is a representation that for any symmetric matrix, actually real diagonalizable, doesn't have to be symmetric, for any real diagonalizable matrix, you can find a representation of a linear dynamical system that is extremely good. It's exponentially close to the linear dynamics in terms of the parameter k, and inverse logarithmic to the length of the sequence. No dependence on the condition number, no dependence on the hidden dimension. So how does this work? Let me show you how it works. Here is the scalar, for simplicity, scalar dynamical system, where I'm taking my point, my linear dynamical point, to be the impulse response vector of the system, which is 1, a squared, and so on. That's the linear dynamical, the matrix a squared, a cubed, multiplied by the past inputs. If I consider all vectors of this type, 1, a squared, and so on, for all a that are in 0, 1, and again, I'm assuming that the system has eigenvalues bounded by 1, otherwise it explodes. So that's why I'm taking the bound by 1. Then the main idea is this linear algebraic fact that all such vectors actually span a much, much lower dimensional subspace in R to the L, as opposed to entire R to the L. They do span all of R to the L, but up to epsilon, they're in a much smaller subspace, linear subspace. That's the main idea, and I'm going to show it right now. So the claim is that there are k vectors in R to the L, such that for every a between 0 and 1, the impulse response vector mu a corresponding to the system is up to e to the minus k, close to the linear combination of these vectors. What are these vectors? These vectors, here is where the magic happens, are the eigenvectors of a matrix Z, which is the Hilbert matrix. I'm going to show how I derive it. I'm going to take all the outer products of the impulse response vector with itself and integrate from 0 to 1. So this is kind of all the impulse responses of all linear dynamical systems that have eigenvalues between 0 and 1, all of them. And I'm going to look at the matrix of that and take the eigenvectors of this matrix. So here is the matrix explicitly written. I integrate from 0 to 1 this outer product. If you take these vectors and outer product with themselves, this is the matrix you're going to get. So 1, a squared, and so on the off diagonals. And when you integrate from 0 to 1, you get a very special matrix, which is called the Hilbert matrix. It has 1 and then 1/2 and then 1/3 and so on. This is a matrix that is data independent. Again, I want to clarify. I only looked at all possible systems. I never looked at the actual data or the actual system points that came through observation. There is no observation data here. This is a mathematical in a Platonic space. Yep. Cool. So here is an interesting theorem proved in 2016 by Beckerman and Townsend. So it's a fairly recent theorem. They showed that the Hilbert matrix has eigendecay. So this means that the ith eigenvalue is at most e to the I. It's a harmonic series. So even you sum up from I to infinity, there's still e to the minus I, right? So it's a very small spectrum. It's a very fast decaying spectrum. And what this means, let me show you, is that when I look at the linear dynamic vector observation created by the system and the inputs. So I'm now going to do a proof, okay? Proof by slides. 2 slides, bear with me. I hope you tune in. This is kind of the main meat of the proof. And after that, I'm going to go to more higher level and kind of other kind of general results. So here, this is kind of a nice proof. What is the linear dynamical system output? I have this exponential series, ut plus a ut minus 1 plus a ut minus 2, a squared ut minus 2, and so on, right? The sum of all of these terms. I can write it in vector product of the system vector times the past inputs. Et voila, I can put in the middle of the inner product the identity matrix. I did nothing by that, right? I'm just putting the identity matrix. I know that the Hilbert matrix, it's a symmetric matrix. It's diagonalizable by a orthonormal basis. So phi is an orthonormal, the set of all phi is an orthonormal basis. Summation phi transpose, that's the identity, okay? So I can put that in. And D, by the way, is the hidden dimension. I do not want to depend on D. D is huge. Think of millions. It's huge. I don't want to depend on D. But mathematically, I'm allowed to put that in. And then I can separate out the product between the system and the eigenvector and the eigenvector and the inputs. Good. So now, here is where the magic happens. Let's look at the coefficients of the filtered inputs. That's the important coefficients. I want to learn them. I don't know what the heck they are. I need to learn them from the data. But let's look at how big are they. Okay? So I'm looking at the square of this inner product. I just rewrote it. So expectation over A of this product here. I can put the expectation inside. So phi I times the expectation of mu alpha transpose phi I. What is that? It's exactly the matrix I had. That's why I took this matrix to begin with. It's the Z, right? This is the Z. I got exactly the Z. That's why I took it. I didn't took it out of nowhere. So it came out of exactly this observation that when I write a linear dynamical system in the eigenbasis of this particular matrix, I get exactly these coefficients from the Z matrix, the eigenvalues of this Z matrix. So this expectation is the Z matrix, and I know that by Beckerman and Townsend that these are very small. They behave like e to the minus I over log t. Yes? Great question. Would you mind telling me your name? Amit. Amit asks if the Hilbert matrix is very ill-conditioned. And indeed it is. Oops. Not only is the Hilbert matrix ill-conditioned, in fact, something much more general I can tell you, any Hankel matrix that has this, they're all ill-conditioned. This is exactly what, in fact, it was used in an example. In linear algebra, the old linear algebraic people, they always said, oh, what's an ill-conditioned? Let me give you an example of a very bad matrix. That bad property is great for me. Because I can say, okay, it's ill-conditioned, great. I mean, in fact, it's so ill-conditioned that if I chop off all the eigenvalues after 20, it's only e to the minus 20. So that's exactly the property I'm using here. The ill-conditionedness is what makes it so useful. Very good question. And this is exactly the opposite. I always get this question, I didn't get from you guys. How does it relate to Fourier? Fourier is orthonormal, right? It's not ill-conditioned at all. This is very ill-conditioned. Mitya, what's the question? Ask me. T is the time, number of iterations, or L, if you want, the length of the, how much history you have. This should be maybe L, yeah. T, it's how much the length of this sequence, the length of the vectors. It, yeah, should be. But I'm taking big T because I'm kind of doing it online, and I don't know when I will stop. So the idea is you take a very big T in advance, you compute everything in advance, and then you're going to be logarithmic in that big number in advance. And if you reach it and you see, wait a minute, I need more, you double it. That's kind of a standard technique in online learning. Think of it as the history length. History length. Yeah. But I'm only logarithmic in it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So these are the dimensions of the Hilbert matrix. Dimension of the Hilbert matrix. Yes? Uh-huh.
These are sets of filters like shift 10, shift 100, shift 1000. Doesn't this imply that all of these filters should be in basically spanned by 20 vectors that look like that?
Oh, this is a really good question by Alberto Orvieto. So the question is, can we represent filters that have a shift to the past, basically, that you don't only look at the past. These filters, I have a picture later on, but they actually have more mass on the recent past than the late past. Would you mind if I get to it in a minute? I mean, that relates to kind of the next subject, which is how do we generalize to nonlinear dynamics and to kind of more complicated predictors. Okay. So this is where the magic comes. So you see these coefficients are very small, which means I can take this coefficient here. Oh, I should say, so even though I proved this is small on average because I took expectation over alpha, it's actually true in the worst case. The reason it's true for every alpha is because the function mu alpha phi I squared as a function of alpha is Lipschitz. It's a very easy thing to show. Take the derivative, we show it's bounded. The eigenvector, this is norm bounded by 1. This is also norm bounded by something. It's Lipschitz. It's non-negative. It's from 0 to 1. You get average implies bound on the worst case because for Lipschitz functions. The worst case that can happen is like a triangular function. So now, because of this bound, I know that these coefficients become very, very small, and I can chop off the sum here from 1 to d. D is huge, millions. I chop it up to k, and I get only an e to the minus k here, k over 2 log t. I took a square root because I bounded the square of that coefficient and not the actual coefficient. And then e to the minus k over 2 log t when I chop it off at k. So k can be for all purposes 20 or 30, and you're done. You don't need more than 20 or 30 coefficients to approximate the whole prediction, right? Which is amazing in my opinion. You need so few coefficients. You need very, very few coefficients. Now all I'm going to do is the convex relaxation. I don't know what this thing is. This depends on the system. That's exactly what I'm trying to learn. I'm just going to call it M, and that's why I had this form in my prediction algorithm. So I'm trying to learn M times the filtered inputs. Okay, so I hope I got across the kind of the main gist of this algorithm and why it works, okay? Just to re-show you the algorithm, this is why I got the form. I updated by gradient descent. I get this guarantee, and I explained why. Approximation error, I bounded e to the minus k. K can be log squared t. This is negligible. And the approximation error is also root t by all on gradient descent, and that's it. This is how the filters look like. Alberto asked if I can kind of have more complicated filters and so on. Indeed, I can. It becomes much more sophisticated. So I should say, first of all, I can kind of generalize. Instead of 0, 1, I can do minus 1 to 1. That is by a simple trick. So what the trick is, take your input and just multiply it by -1 to the I. Then instead of the system, you can do it to the input. That's kind of an easy thing you can do. You can generalize it. There are more complicated things. The most kind of recent paper that I talked about yesterday is reduction to the Leuvenberger observer system. That is a complicated machinery from control that basically says you can run this algorithm, and after a burn-in period, which could be very large, it will start working. Because the observations, you can be assumed to come from a symmetric, real-valued and or decaying dynamical system appropriately. So I don't have time to go through that machinery, but I can definitely point you to the paper. It's on the website. And yeah, but that is more sophisticated than what I just said for here. So basically, but there are a lot of open questions, I should say. This is very, very far from closed. The whole topic of learning in nonlinear dynamical systems, despite what some people think, I think is wide open and very hard and very important. That's what I think. Very hard, very important, very open. Okay, this is my opinion. Alberto, I'm sorry, I don't have a great answer for what you said, but yeah. Well, once you go to general linear dynamical systems, they have complex eigenvalues, and these are the names. You need to learn the phase, or you need to do autoregressive components, or kind of complex filters. It becomes a mess. But this kind of gets over it. I can use the same exact filters and prove it works. So that's the recent result I was alluding to. Yes? Time varying? No, it does not. Great question. Good open problem. I hope you work on it. Yeah. Mitya?
How does this apply to affine dynamics?
What does it mean, affine dynamics?
Like if there is a linear dynamics, but around shifted.
I don't know. That's a good question. But you keep on adding a constant, you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, you just learn the constant separately. You can learn that. Right?
Okay, we can do this offline.
Yeah. You can learn the constant separately. That's what I would do. So that's the beauty of this improper learning and online convex optimization. You can learn more stuff at the same time, and it's very robust. Okay, this is what I was alluding to. The same algorithm, exactly, spectral filtering, can learn any linear dynamical system. It can learn any nonlinear dynamical system, as long as it's bounded and Lipschitz under some kind of very weak assumptions. And that's what I had to say about learning in dynamical systems. I want to move on to neural architectures and to control, spectral control, and then wrap it up. Okay. So, yeah, why does next word prediction give rise to intelligent behavior? The short answer is I don't know. I don't know why this is the case, but this is a conjecture made in the 50s and 60s, pretty much, not in these words, but morally, by Claude Shannon, who is the father of information theory. And people have been trying to teach machines to predict the next word. I think it's also common in neuroscience. I think this kind of conjecture was also made in neuroscience quite a bit. But people have been trying to teach machines to minimize perplexity over the training data. In fact, so this is a nice quote from the IBM lab in the 70s. Every time I fire a linguist, the performance of the speech recognizer improves. Yeah, Jelinek said that. That's kind of an infamous quote. What he meant is the following. So he had this linguist trying to understand the structure of language and grammar and context-free grammar and kind of do all these rules to predict the next word. Nothing worked better than statistical machines. They were much better and they improved the performance by kind of the simple rules. And especially since the 2010s, we have deep neural nets, LSTMs, transformers, and so on, which gave rise to ChatGPT and the current LLMs, these very intelligent machines we see. Clearly, they are intelligent. And all they do, just to be clear, all they do is predict the next token and minimize just exactly what I talked about, right, for linear dynamical system. Exactly that's what they're doing. Predicting a token, measuring how much loss, gradient update on the machine, and continue. That's all they're doing. It's a pretty trivial. Any one of us can build this machine without knowing anything about how the brain works or about intelligence. Yeah, funny. A couple of us had this slide yesterday in our talks. This is about transformers. They're the leading machinery these days to minimize perplexity over training data. The main caveat of transformers is that their running time depends quadratically on the context length, because they have a kind of a hash function and they do pairwise comparisons with all words to all other words in their context. And that is very time consuming. It doesn't scale very well. Prior to transformers, the champions in LLM they were so large, but they were basically LSTMs and other RNNs in the 80s and 90s, but they had optimization problems, a lot of optimization problems, unstable gradients, exploding gradients, vanishing gradients, and so on. And these were starting with work in the early 2020s, and a lot of it by Orvieto here. People solved these optimization problems. So Orvieto and his colleagues, Tridao, Albert Gu, and so on, they showed how you can actually change the architecture a little bit in subtle but important ways, such that the optimization becomes much better. And then you get these state space machines, these very efficient machines that can predict the next token much more efficiently. However, it is known, I think Alberto would agree with me, the long context performance of these machines is not as good as transformers, for the most part. Sometimes you can do this, you can do that, but for the most part, this is kind of known as some kind of Achilles heel of this machinery. So it is an interesting question to find efficient, provable RNNs. Oops, what happened to my... Oh. That can work for a long context, and that kind of motivated the work that we were doing on spectral filtering. So, okay, spectral filtering, I just showed you, it can learn linear dynamical systems. It can also learn nonlinear dynamical systems that I didn't show you, but I promised to you, and you believed me, that it can learn them without dependence on the condition number. This means it can handle arbitrarily large memory, right? So the delta parameter didn't go in there at all. The dimension didn't go in there at all. That's a wonderful property. And the idea was to use this machinery to create neural architectures that have this property. Maybe they will work on long context better or have some other desirable properties. So here is an architecture. It's called Spectral Transform Unit. By the way, I do want to say to this community, to you, those of you listening to me, it's not, you can see that these ideas are very simple. There is nothing really ingenious here. Maybe the analysis sometimes is sophisticated, but the machines, the kind of the entry point into the area of creating a new architecture, I think is a low bar. Okay, so if I could do it, all of you could do it too. Here is the architecture. It's such a simple thing. You take your input, filter it by these Hilbert filters, and learn the projection back to the output. It's exactly the machinery I described before. Okay? It comes with a theoretical guarantee. Okay, fine. If you build a great LLM, no one is going to worry that if it comes with a theoretical guarantee or not. That's not the main thing. So even if you have some, I do want to kind of pitch that it is a ripe time to get into this field and try to develop these new architectures, especially if you have ideas coming from control, which are so relevant to this world. You can take these filters and put them, this is kind of standard thing we do. We put them in a neural architecture in the following way. We lift it to some, by nonlinear lifting, filter, project, maybe more nonlinearity, and that we call an STU unit, a spectral transform unit. And then you can create a hybrid model out of it. You can combine it with sliding window attention and have alternating layers, normalize, all the usual rectified if you want, and so on. You can add state space models in the middle and so on. This is called the hybrid architecture. And there is so much room to play around here. This is one architecture we had. Actually, there is a paper in this conference that presents it, that unfortunately the author couldn't come because of visa. And these architectures work really, it works nicely. So for linear dynamical systems, it's not surprising that it works really well. You can see the error kind of drops immediately compared to some other architectures because it's convex. So the loss loss landscape of this architecture is well behaved because it is the building block, the spectral filtering building block is convex. It's not that the whole thing is convex, there are MLPs and so on, but at least part of it is convex. The loss landscapes looks much better than for other architectures, and at least for linear dynamical systems, it works extremely well. That is preserved when you look at, even when you compare to attention and Mamba. Mamba is one of these RNNs that is a modern version of the state space models. And here is a nice experiment with a nonlinear dynamical system. The exact same architecture that I described, the STU, I showed it on the board, I analyzed it, I proved everything about it. When you run it on a highly nonlinear system, even a chaotic system like the Lorentz system, it actually outperforms all these different Koopman-based methods by a huge margin. Okay, by a huge margin. And this is a very easy, I'm not an expert in the field. We just code it up, boom, this is what you see. So a huge margin of improvement over traditional Koopman operator type methods, especially for partial observation. So when I took the Lorentz system and the observation we show to the learner is only a projection onto a random projection, then EDMD methods, they fail miserably because they really need the observation to create the mapping, the feature mapping. Whereas our method is much better in terms of mean square error. That's theoretically consistent with what we had. Question? That's a good question. The question is why does our loss start higher? You know, the machinery is convex for the most part, so usually we start from zero. We don't do any sophisticated initialization. So that could be the case. They might have better ways to start it off. It drops, yeah. I think that will be my explanation. I should say, for the Lorentz system, there is no theoretical guarantee because it's chaotic. So it doesn't satisfy the conditions that I need for the theory to work. It's not Lipschitz, it has all these issues, right? You start with very two nearby points, totally different trajectories, and so on. Yeah? Yeah, that is...
Is it relevant to evaluate this type of models on chaotic systems?
Yeah, well, the question is, let me repeat for those of you who didn't hear, that chaotic systems are inherently hard to predict. So does it make sense to try? And I think absolutely yes. The brain is also hard to predict, right? The brain is also very hard to predict. But of course, it's a good idea to predict it. We built LLMs using this exact type of ideas. So next token prediction, I would say it's not my idea, but it's a very good idea. I'm happy to take, I'm happy to participate in the quest for trying next token prediction. That's one reason. When you have methods that do next token prediction, you want to test them on hard problems. If I test them on easy problems, I'm not going to get a very nice signal. So I do actually want to test the limit of where these methods will work, even if the theory there is sketchy. I think this is a very good practice, right? You want to challenge yourself. If I'm stuck in predicting this will fall, yeah, it will fall. But I do want to challenge myself and see where the state of the art is going. This is mean square error. Mean square error. Furthermore, even more interesting than that, this is what happens when we do autoregressive generation. So you start from here, all the methods start from here, and we let them produce the next token, feed that back in, and the next token feed back then. Now, I trained, this goes back to Shannon's conjecture. Okay, so Shannon said, next token prediction gives rise to intelligent behavior. This is true. It happens to be true. So I learned next token prediction for no reason at all, and it learned to produce these wonderful circular things of the Lorentz equilibrium out of the blue, I would say. So just from next token prediction. So this is worth it. This figure by itself was worth it for me to see how this kind of interesting dynamics learning happens without trying to actually learn the dynamics or invert the dynamics. So this relates to improper learning. Also what Max was saying, one of the main motives in this tutorial is to try to step out of the original model. We had a linear dynamical system or nonlinear dynamical system, LQR problem. Okay, we're going to change the problem formulation by convex relaxation to something else. I'm not going to recover the ABC matrices, the mapping, I'm not going to recover the state, none of that, but still focus on the next token prediction and see the interesting applications that come about from it. One more experiment in the physical domain. This is for the double pendulum. We took a double pendulum. It's also a chaotic system and a hard system to predict. And again, we see similar phenomenon where this kind of red line, that's our method, that's much better. But I would argue that the Lorentz attractor and the double pendulum are significantly less interesting than an LLM. And we did train an LLM. This is a 2.6 billion model, Flash STU. It's open source. You can download it from Hugging Face. It has a 5%, at this size, it has a 5% improvement over Transformer. Nowadays, we have better open source models like Elmo. I think Elmo is the champion right now. And our current experiments comparing to Elmo, we regain the 5% improvement. They're going to be out soon, I hope. Same LLM compared to state-space models. And the other thing that we do is not only measure perplexity, we measure the intelligent behavior that arises. This is called evals. You take your model and you ask it to solve a math question that it hasn't seen in the training data and hope it will do well. These are very small models. The numbers here are not very indicative, but they still show the models in the ballpark of other models that were created using more standard approaches. This is an experiment which I'm particularly happy about. Here we try to predict. We took a Mujoko, a robot. This might be appealing to the audience here. So you took a Mujoko trained policy by PPO, TRPO, one of these methods, and try to predict the movements of the robot from its history. And what we find is this spectral filtering method is particularly useful for these kind of applications. Good. Last, I just want to mention something about spectral control. This is new. And then conclude. So back to the GPC, the gradient perturbation controller, which Max presented. I hope you remember from the first part of the talk, this is how it looked like. I have a convex parameterization using the past perturbations. I compute a control and gradient update my parameters. And this came with a regret guarantee of square root number of iterations. So here is a natural question. Can we use spectral information to improve this method? And how would you even improve it? So here is a natural thing to try. Can I convert, instead of using linear, here I used linear in the perturbations. Let's filter the perturbations and use similar to what I did for control. This is kind of looks like it's coming completely out of the blue. That's indeed how it came from. I just kind of like, okay, what happens if we try to do this particular, use a different signal? This is linear, right? It's linear, the perturbations. It's not going to behave differently. It's going to, the convexity is going to remain. I can run this algorithm. Does it do any better? So we call this online spectral controller. It still has a root T regret. And what we can show is some improved properties. So in terms of runtime. So in terms of runtime, we can show that when the system is gamma strongly stable, that's the condition number of the linear dynamical system, the regret is kind of the same as the GPC, but the running time per iteration behaves logarithmically in this condition number as opposed to linearly. So this can be very important, of course, in practice for running time, a number of parameters and runtime. And that comes from the spectral decay. You need much, much less fewer parameters M. When you have this representation, you need much less M's to capture the whole history. That's the intuition compared to the vanilla representation of linear in the history. Okay, so this is very new. This just appeared in the NeurIPS last week by Anand Brahmbhatt, who is my student, and other students. So I'm now going to summarize, and then we might have time for questions. Max talked about on and on stochastic control, how we can move from optimal or robust control to kind of intermediate regimes and what's the benefit of minimizing regret. We can handle adversarial noise, misspecified systems, convex relaxation for linear control, it was great. He talked about online convex optimization and how we can handle any convex loss as opposed to just quadratic, and all these extensions to partial information, unknown systems, and so on. What is open? Well, I think there are many interesting open questions here. One of them is, can we change the benchmark? Instead of linear controllers, can we compete with something stronger? For LQR, for quadratic costs, linear is optimal, we know that. But it's not true for L1 or for other types of losses. So what is the best benchmark? By no means it should be linear. We chose linear because it was nice, but there could be something better. In fact, I talked to a student in this conference who told me he had something better. So it's interesting to see. Can we handle nonlinear dynamics in the same framework? And here, you can apply the GPC for nonlinear dynamical systems. It's just that we don't know what to say about the guarantee. So that I think is very interesting, especially if you involve Koopman operator and so on. So wide open. Time-varying systems, I was asked here. There is some work on it, but I think not nearly enough, and it's very far from being closed. Benchmarks, guarantees, algorithms, and so on. Learning in linear dynamical systems, that's the second part I started talking about. I think this is obviously one of the most important problems we're facing today as a society, not only in this conference, in any conference. And I talked about neural architectures and spectral filtering for control. Here there are many more open questions. I'm giving only very kind of high-level overview. You can think about tight bounds for dynamical systems of interest. The bounds we have are by no means tight, they're very loose. But I think it's a good start, but there is so much to do. So I really hope to gain participation. Can we design better neural architectures? Again, very high utility here. If you want to work on something, there's a really high utility in developing better architecture and a very low entering bar. Learning time-varying dynamics by spectral methods, again, wide open. I don't know of any work of this flavor. This is a new book on online control. I think it's just out. You can download it for free. You don't need to buy it. It's by me and my former student, Karan Singh, who is a professor at CMU and a colleague of Max at this point. So, yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for your attention. On behalf of myself and Max, thank you for attending, and I'm happy to take questions if there are any. Yeah. Oh, you're very welcome. Oh, yeah, let's use the mic.
Yeah, thanks for the awesome talk. So I'm just wondering, we can think about the training of a deep learning system, like an LLM, as some kind of nonlinear dynamical system. Happens to be very expensive to run.
Yeah.
You've shown that there's some sort of architecture that you have that's kind of linear and nice and can predict nonlinear dynamics.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe we could save some money using your techniques to try to predict the nonlinear dynamics of LLM optimization.
That's such a good question. We're thinking of exactly that. I would encourage you to also think of that. I mean, I think this is a really good question. It's hard because training dynamics are highly optimized, but you're right, there's a lot of money in it, and there's a lot of potential benefit to the community. If you can train faster the models and save energy and save the planet and save carbon or whatever, there's so many things to save. Yeah, absolutely. This is a great question. For example, you can think maybe I'll use spectral filtering to predict the trajectory, and then if I see it's not going where I want, I'm going to start over, right? You can think of all kind of, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's actually one of the things we're thinking about. I don't have anything yet, but I think it's really interesting.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, great question.
Thank you. Maybe one question about the spectral filtering part. If you could go back to those slides.
Well, if you tell me what the question
okay, so the question is as follows. One of the basic trick was that you were trying to approximate the infinite impulse response with a finite one, right? with a
no.
certain error bound. So you said that basically I can keep the finite number of m's.
Well, it's not finite to infinite. It's a different basis. You can truncate because it's a different basis.
Yeah,
the eigenbasis
yeah.
decays very rapidly, but
Yeah.
it's not the finiteness versus infiniteness. It's the eigendecay of the different basis.
Yes.
Does this make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but but still, at the end of the day, where you end up with that, you basically what you do, you kind of pre-filter your input,
Yeah.
post-filter your output. That's why you, and then basically what you show that the systems obtained in this way can be approximated by systems of a certain order.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the
well,
question?
our point is that can you relate it somehow to what people have been doing in control in terms of model reduction or rank, determining the because it reminded me of what we use as balanced truncation, where we basically so when we want to identify and control big systems, well, of course we don't do that because we can't. So we identify middle systems and then we truncate. Or we have techniques to truncate when learning, and those things come with an error bound.
Yeah. Well, on a high level, I can't because I don't know the literature. But I can tell you where I think the difference might lie, and it lies in several places. One of them is the metric of performance. I'm trying to do next token prediction. I'm not trying to identify the system or recover the system or recover the state. That's one thing. No state, no system, nothing of that. Next token prediction. Wait. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
So that's the main difference. The other difference, which I think is very important, is that this method is universal in the sense that it's the same method that applies to different types of systems. Linear, nonlinear, symmetric, non-symmetric, and so on. It's the same algorithm exactly, but operating by gradient descent on a different basis and applies to all these different systems. I don't know the literature that you're talking about. Of course, it's a very natural idea to reduce the dimensionality and look for, has been the case in many communities, that you try to find a simpler structure and reduce dimensionality. I'm pretty sure it's related, but these are the two main aspects I would like to stress.
Okay, maybe just a comment. So for the first aspect, in fact, those reduction techniques, they look at input-output behavior. So when they do approximations, they approximate basically the map from inputs to outputs, if you like. Basically doing the next token prediction.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, we can discuss
I'm sure
it
there's a lot
offline.
of great work out there.
Okay.
It's my own limitation that I don't know it, so I don't know. I cannot relate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Looking at the past, right?
Sorry?
Non-stochastic because you're looking at the past and computing the disturbance. Would that be the reason for the name?
The name came from a paper that I like. It's called the Nonstochastic Multi-Arm Bandit Problem. It's a paper by Rob Shapiri and Peter Auer. It's a seminal paper in the community of computational learning theory. And what they look is, I'm sure all of you have heard about multi-arm bandits. That's a very common paradigm in machine learning. They took the multi-arm bandit, which traditionally was either a dynamical system or stochastic, to adversarial, and looked at regret bounds. So that's where it came from. In retrospect, maybe it's not the best fit, I don't know, but it has a similar flavor. So we're doing control where the perturbations, they're not stochastic, they're adversarial, and we're measuring regret. We're not measuring its a posteriori measurement. So as opposed to age infinity, which a priori wants to compete with all possible things, this is a posteriori. In that sense, it's exactly like the Rob Shapiri, Peter Auer, Niccolò Cesabianchi paper. I might be forgetting, Yoav Freund. These are the four authors. It's a beautiful paper, which I highly recommend everyone reads. So that's where it came from historically. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, please, over there.
Hi, thanks for this very nice tutorial. I'm still a bit confused for the difference between adversarial and worst case noise. Because first of all, where is the difference? This would be one of the questions. And then second or follow-up question is, you're comparing then in terms of when you look at the regret, you're comparing to the linear controller, which you claim to be optimal for the setup, but the linear optimal controller is using feedback, whereas your controller is like more like open loop. You're like
essentially doing FIR filtering of a disturbance, if I got it right, isn't it?
Okay,
Like
okay, thank you for the question. It has two parts. The first is adversarial versus worst case. I think what you're asking is, what's the difference from age infinity control? Am I right? That's kind of what you're asking. And I answered it to the gentleman that just asked me, the difference between a posteriori and a priori. Do we compete, do we want our controller to be robust to all possible perturbations that are going to appear, and I can compute it ahead of time? Or I see what happened, and then I compare to what the best in hindsight. That's a much stronger metric, and that's what we're doing. Think of, I'll give you an example. I'm trying to fly a drone from source to destination. Okay? I don't know the weather. I can be careful, I can be fast, whatever. I don't know the weather. When I reach what is the worst case? It means I plan for the worst case. I plan for thunder. Regret means I arrive to the destination and then I see. If it was sunny, I want to compete with fast. If it was rainy, I want to compete with careful. It's a much more delicate and better, I would say, metric of performance in all respects. It's always better. So this is a much more tighter and better metric of performance. Now you had another question. I forget that question. Tell me again.
No, I mean, this kind of answers it, but maybe follow up on that. Wouldn't it then be more fair to also compare it to a controller that also leverages like the disturbance knowledge?
Well, there are so many things to compare to that it's really hard to do justice to all the different works. But I think what we try to, in this tutorial, to address is what are the main things, bodies of work out there and how it fits in. That's what we try to compete. And again, my personal focus is on the method, not exactly on the... I do care about regret. Regret has been absent from this community, in my opinion, for no good reason. But I care about the method. So the method is a gradient-based, very natural method that I think is very efficient and very reasonable to use. You had some other question, I forget what it was. If you ask me again, I will be happy to answer you. The second part.
It was just like comparing like an open loop controller to a closed loop controller.
It's not open. Yeah, it's not open loop. It's a closed loop. What we're competing with is the best linear controller, closed loop linear controller in hindsight, not open loop. So it's a strong metric of performance. Okay, that's what Max showed that you can. It's basically also showed by Anderson et al. In Doyle that you can have a SLS. It's a mapping between perturbations and states. There is a linear mapping between these two things, and that is why the open loop and the closed loop are the same in this situation. Yeah? Please.
So, since we're on the comparison topic, how it compares to Kalman filtering and nonlinear Kalman filtering?
Very good. Kalman filtering is a method of learning in dynamical systems. You're not talking about control, you're talking about learning right now.
Yes, observation, for example.
Observation.
Kalman filtering, yes.
Yes.
You observe, yes, hidden state, for example.
Known. So Kalman
well,
filtering.
Not hidden. No, it's not. Yes, it can also be control, right? So you. Yes, it's.
Okay, you're mixing up two things. Let me tell you what the different things are, and I will tell you how each of them compares. For learning, there is something called Kalman filtering. We try to recover the state, and from the state make a prediction of the next observation.
Yes.
That is the Kalman. There is also the invariance principle that says you can do Kalman filtering and then use what you discover the state for actual control separately. From Kalman filtering assumes stochastic IID Gaussian noise. Okay, that is a very big difference from what we are doing, where we do not assume stochastic. We have adversarial noise and compete in terms of regret. A.
But
B,
suppose you have noise.
Wait.
Yes.
B. The method I talked about for learning is, that's exactly a good, this other person asked me to, and I want to make it very, very clear. Kalman filtering, I would call it a proper method. It tries to recover the state from observations. I am not trying to, on purpose, I don't want to recover the state and view the observations directly. Okay? Now, for control, you can say, what about if I have an LQR problem with partial observation, the optimal controller under Gaussian noise is a linear dynamical controller. Max talked about it at length. This is, again, a linear dynamical process that can compute the optimal control as it goes along. Nature is wise. The disturbance response controller competes with the best such controller in hindsight. That's what it does. Okay?
So if you are in the Gaussian framework,
Kalman filtering would be better, right?
Kalman is optimal.
Yeah,
There's nothing better to do in the Gaussian form.
So yeah, it's really for adversarial. Yes.
There are several advantages of what I'm saying, not only adversarial. So we argued for the regret metric. It's useful for many situations. You can have a game theoretic situation where your controller is playing against another controller that's not adversarial, but it's manipulating the data in some way. And you want to, so Kalman doesn't apply in this situation. You want something that's adaptive. So there are many reasons. The drone example, you're flying a drone, you don't know if it's going to be the weather. The weather is not Gaussian. The weather is not Gaussian.
I understand now more clear. Yes, thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much for the very nice tutorial. I really enjoyed it. I just have
You're
a
very
question regarding the two parts. So the first part was more about online control, while the second part was more about online learning.
Correct.
So my question was, do you have any take on what are the challenges in combining the two? Do you have any vision and insights?
Challenge on, again?
Combining the two, can we do online control and online learning at the same time? What are the difficulties in doing that?
That is a very good question. I kind of alluded to it. There is some very recent work in online spectral control that I talked about at the very end. I think it's just starting. I don't have really a good... I think it's open, basically. I should say that's one of the open problems. So that's a good question. I hope other people will pick up on it. Yeah.
Thanks. I guess the direction I was going towards was that of reinforcement learning, which kind of does both.
Well, reinforcement learning, I think I will find a sympathetic audience, at least when I say it here, that it's too general of a model. You don't assume structure on the dynamical system. When you don't assume structure, the algorithms that you create depend on the number of states, and that is inefficient inherently. So the model itself, we're kind of really deviating from the topic of this tutorial. I'm giving you my personal opinion. It's too general of a model. You don't get efficient algorithms for it, and it's also, that is the case. I mean, you try to apply it in practice. These algorithms that you apply, TRPO and so on, require huge amounts of data, huge amounts of compute. Control, on the other hand, is a very good idea in the sense that you make an assumption about the dynamical system, and we know that we know the laws of physics apply to the world, whether it is Newtonian mechanics or quantum mechanics or whatever. So we have so much structure to work with and much more compact representation and hopefully better algorithms. That's kind of my high-level view. I think we deviated a lot from the tutorial. I think our time is up. I would like to thank you all again. If you want to talk to me, I'm around.
Mas tua
wonderful things. Among other things, we can learn to control very complex systems and get around computational complexity bottlenecks. Because if you have to learn a model, well, typically CSID is computation expensive, so sometimes you decide, forget it, I'm going to learn a sort of more simple model, but then performance suffers. Moreover, I mean, if you can learn things, then you can adapt on the fly if things change. And you can generalize to scenarios you haven't seen before. So if we could do this, it's wonderful. But one of the things that happens, here's the reality. I mean, you'll see very, very few completely autonomous systems out there in the wild, partially because it's hard to certify safety. And maybe I'll let Eduardo, that's sitting in front at some point, talk about when he tried to show me how FSD worked on his Tesla, and didn't work very well. So anyway, so one of the things I want to talk about is, suppose that as usually happens, you have partial data corrupted by noise. How do you know that you can create, or what do you do to get guarantee safe control based on partial data? So at least you know that your Tesla is not going to sort of swing around and get into someone else's driving lane. So, and this is some work I did with my students, Tianyu, Jian, and Jared. Okay? So let me sort of formalize the problem I'm interested in solving. The big picture is that I want to do safe control of an unknown system, but based on data from a single execution. Okay? Because many times, especially when you're dealing with safety, you're confronted with a scenario that you have not seen before. So it's not like there's no training data. So how do we learn to control something when there's no training data? Okay? And why do we think that we can do it? I mean, maybe if there's no training data, we cannot do this. Okay? And the clip you're seeing, it's a very interesting clip. This is a B-52 that lost its vertical stabilizer due to turbulence. So you can see the airplane flying there with minus a vertical stabilizer. Now, there's no training data because no one in his right mind is going to actually fly an airplane and blow the tail, right, to train the pilots. And essentially, that airplane without the vertical stabilizer is deemed to be unflyable. Okay? So the crew should have bailed out, but they did something very interesting. If you look at the picture right now, you see that they lowered the main landing gear, so they got a little bit of stability, and then very carefully, they learned the dynamics. Single execution, they learned the dynamics, they were able to land the airplane. So humans can do it. Question is, can control theory do it? Can we learn how to do this? Okay? So the formal definition of the problem is we're given a planned, nonlinear, but we know that your dynamics is in the span on some basis functions. You're given data that's corrupted by noise, a finite amount of data corrupted by noise, and what you like to do is give me a controller that's guaranteed to stabilize all possible plans compatible with your priors and with the data that you're observing. Okay? And actually, I would like a little bit more. I would like a controller that's guaranteed to take me to a desired target set, say, help me land this airplane that you've seen, but at the same time, stay away from regions where it can make or maneuvers that can make your airplane crash. Okay? Now, every time you talk about safety, you talk about CVFs. That's either safety filters or control barrier functions. That's sort of the preferred methods for doing this. Okay? The problem with control barrier functions is that if you know the control barrier functions, then you can find the controller, right? I mean, all you need to do is do an Nagumo invariance of your set, you're done. But if you're trying to learn the CBF and the control at the same time, you get into very computationally challenging non-convex, non-linear optimization problems. Okay? And then it's also hard to build robustness ahead of time, and it's also hard to do this in a data-driven way. Although there are some approaches now, for instance, based on neural nets, that they learn the CBF, but typically those are based on sampling your state space, so guaranteeing stability or guaranteeing that you have safety over the entire state space, it's an issue. And so it's sample complexity. So we took a different approach in here, and our approach is based on Ranser's dual Lyapunov theory. Okay? So what's Ranser's dual Lyapunov theory or Ranser's eventuality theorem? What it says is, look, I have a set of initial conditions. I want to go to a target set, but I want to avoid a bad set. And what Ranser's theorem says is that if you can find a density function that's non-negative on your initial condition set, and that density function has to be strictly negative on your bad set, but more importantly, instead of the regular CBF or Nagumo invariant condition, what you have is you have a condition on the divergence. The divergence of the density times your flow has to be positive everywhere except possibly in your target set. And what Ranser's theorem says is that if you can find this, then any initial condition that starts in your initial condition set eventually gets to your target set without entering the unsafe set. Okay? There's some fine print. Actually, this happens up to a set of measure 0, but if you forget that, then you get a certificate that you can get to safety without actually dying in the process. Right? So the proof is actually very interesting. If you look in the paper, it's actually based on a form of the Liouville equation where you sort of start with a mass of the initial set and you follow it to a target set. Okay? Now, how do you do this when you have a control? It's a minor modification. What you need to do is now you have to allow for a control. The control here is psi. So now we have two different functions. Rho, that's your certificate, and psi, that's your control action. So the thing that changes in here is this divergence condition. Now, if you look in here, we actually have two extra terms that were not in the original formulation by Ranser. One of them has to do with perturbations because you want to have robustness against unmodel dynamics or perturbations. The second one is something that reduces conservatism. Okay? But the essential intuition behind this is that if you look at the level sets where rho equals 0, that actually functions like a barrier function, because when rho equals 0, that strange diverse condition actually reduces to rho dot positive. Okay? Remember, rho had to be positive in the initial condition set, so rho starts positive. Rho is negative in the bad set, so if when rho equals 0, rho dot is positive, you can never enter the bad set. So that's essentially what it reduces to. What's the difference between this and a control barrier function? Is that we're not, or this doesn't impose any conditions on your flow except that at the boundary of the bad set. So in a sense, it's less conservative. Very interesting condition in here is that if you look at the divergence condition, that's affine in rho and psi. So you get convex optimization problems, as opposed to the non-convex optimization problems that you get if you were looking for your control and your control barrier function. Okay? So once you put it in this way, you can say, well, this is a robust optimization problem. I need to look for rho and psi such that this condition holds for all eta and all x everywhere. Okay? Actually, if you forget about the term that has eta, this is actually an infinite dimensional linear program. Okay? But you can put this as an, assuming that your dynamics or your basis functions are polynomial, you can put this as a regular sum of squares program and just solve it. Okay? So in principle, you can design safe controllers by solving an optimization problem. And this is essentially the basis of a paper by Ranser and Prachna. It's quite a bit old now, more than 10 years old, when they show that you can design safe controllers by solving a sum of squares problem. Okay? Now, the thing is, what I'm interested in, or what's relevant to learning approaches, is that you don't know your dynamics. So now you either have to learn your dynamics and then come up with your certificate, or you need to learn the dynamics in the certificate as you go. Okay? So the problem changes slightly, because now we have a set of plans that are consistent with the information that you observed and your priors. And what you want to do here is you want to be able to come up with a controller such that divergence condition is actually satisfied for all possible plans that could have generated your data. Okay? So to look into what's involved here, let me sort of look at what's called the consistency set. The consistency set is a set of all plans that could have generated the data you're looking at. Okay? So it's very easy to show that in parameter space, the consistency set is actually a polytope. Because once your bases are fixed, every time you get a set of measurements, x, u, and x dot, that essentially gives you two hyperplanes. So you keep collecting data, and at the end of the day, your dynamics in parameter space has to live into this blue polytope that it has an explicit form, closed form, in terms of the data you collected. Okay? So coming back to what I had before, you can formalize the problem as the problem of, all right, and it's still a robust optimization problem. I need to solve for a controller such that the condition with a divergence condition now holds for all possible plans inside that blue polytope. But a polytope is a semi-algebraic set. So this, in principle, you think, hey, this is not a problem. This just add another set of multipliers to my positive Stellensatz, right? And you try to solve this, and you actually die a horrible death. And the reason you die a horrible death is that the number of indeterminates explodes. Because before, our indeterminates were, when you know your dynamics, your indeterminates are essentially x and the noise. So it's order of n, where n is the dimension of your system. In here, now, you don't know your dynamics. So things, even for the linear case, the matrix A has n squared, not n elements. So now the number of indeterminates in your positive Stellensatz or sum of squares suddenly went from n to n squared. So if you had a system that had 10 states, if you know your dynamics, you deal with polynomials in 10 variables. If you don't need your dynamics, you're dealing with polynomials with 100 variables. I mean, anyone that has any experience working with sum of squares know that you go anywhere. I mean, like the guy says in here, help me because this is not something you can solve, right? Now, what's interesting in here is that if you play with, if you play with alternatives or with duality, you can actually come up with solutions that have the same computational complexity that you had in the case of known dynamics. So I'm just going to flash the final result here, and then I'll go and explain that. But essentially, what you show is that you can eliminate the dynamics, the unknown dynamics, and replace them by a vector of non-negative multipliers. And you end up with an infinite dimensional linear program. Okay? So at the end of the day, you have to solve a problem of the form I'm written in there, where the n and r depend on your data. So you need to solve for another vector that essentially has built in your unknowns. Okay? Now, again, without a lot of generality, you can show that if your dynamics are polynomial, then you can take your functions to be polynomial, and so on and so forth. But the take-home message in here is that by being able to eliminate the dynamics using duality, I get something that has polynomials only in n indeterminates, not n squared. So I'm back to something that I can solve for medium-sized problems. Okay? So just very quickly, how do you actually prove this? It is, we already know what our consistency set is. I mean, the blue polytope here is a set of all plans that can explain the data you've seen. Okay? Now, let's look at it from this, from the standpoint of your certificates. Suppose that I fix rho and psi, and I ask myself, what is a set of all plans that can be certified safe by this controller and that certificate? And turns out that that's also a polytope, because if you remember the divergence condition, it's affine in rho and psi. So we have two polytopes. The blue polytope here is a set of all plans that are compatible with the observations that you've seen. The set of green plans, or the green polytope, is a set of all plans that can be stabilized by a given policy. So what you want is you want the blue polytope to be inside the green one. You want that a given policy stabilizes all possible plans that you have seen. So from a geometric standpoint, the problem reduces to imposing that one polytope is actually strictly contained into another one. And that's a classical problem in convex optimization. That's essentially the extended Farkas lemma. I mean, the extended Farkas lemma says, look, if I give you two polytopes, one is containing the other, if and only if you can find a vector of multipliers, non-negative multipliers, such that the conditions in here hold. So all that's left in here is you just need to sort of map things, the data that you collected and the equations to the polytopes in here, and you're done. So that's how you got this infinite dimensional LP, which then you have to relax to some sort of sum of squares. So this is just a simple example. The only thing I want to call your attention to is two things. First of all, in here, the bad set is non-connected, and you cannot impose Nagumo invariance of the bad set. But if you look at the level sets, the green plots in there are the level sets of rho equals 0, and you see that the flow never gets into the bad sets. But there are two differences. I mean, when I talk about nominal data-driven control, that's without that extra term that takes into account perturbations. And you see that it works for the nominal system, but when you put perturbations, some of them can kick you into a bad set. Whereas if you explicitly take that into account when you're dealing with the system, then even in the face of perturbations, you cannot get inside. Okay? So and here's an interesting example. This is a pursuit evasion game. So you have an evader, and you have a pursuer that's trying to kill you. And you can actually think of this as a safety problem where the bad set is actually moving and it's adversarial. So instead of regular safe control problems where your bad set is actually fixed, here it's moving and chasing you. But you can still do the same things, and you can see that doing this approach with densities, you can evade your evader. Okay? Now, fine. Hopefully I convince you that I can come and design a safe controller. But the next question you should ask before you pay me is, how safe? I mean, I know that your theory says that I cannot enter the bad set, but how far I am from the bad set? Am I like 1 millimeter from the bad set or 10 kilometers, right? So here's, again, the prototype problem. I'm not doing the data-driven version here, just for simplicity, but this is trivially extends to data-driven. So the idea here is I give you some known nonlinear dynamics, and I give you an initial condition set, and I ask you, what's the closest approach of all trajectories that start in the initial condition set to my bad set? Okay? And very quickly, you can see that even if you have a linear system, even if your bad set is convex, the problem that you get is non-convex. It's a horribly non-convex problem. Okay? So one way to convexify this is using something called occupation measures. So what's an occupation measure? For a given set, in a dynamical system, an occupation measure is the amount of time your trajectories spend in a given set. Okay? And it turns out that essentially you're defining a Borel measure, a probability measure, and it turns out that that measure changes with time. And the equation that actually propagates that measure is the Liouville equation that's written down there. I mean, what I've written down there is the weak form of a Liouville equation. But at a certain level, just think about an ODE that's propagating your distribution of your states. So in the bottom plot, you start with a uniform distribution in some set, and then the occupation measure and the Liouville equation sort of propagate that initial distribution along the flow. Okay? All right. How do we actually use this for safe control or for assessing safety? So we're going to, in principle, write the problem into a sort of probabilistic way based on occupation measures. So what I'm going to try to do here is I'm trying to minimize the expected value of the closest approach with respect to some measure eta, okay? Subject to the fact that I need to propagate the flow. So actually what's in here, I have two different probability measures. One for the states and the time along the trajectories, another one for the closest approach both over the trajectories of my flow and the bad set, okay? And then the other things that come here is, well, the marginals have to be the same, and you have then the Liouville equation to propagate things. So one of the things that comes to mind, you say, well, look, this is probabilistic. You're not doing worst case. I mean, you're not going to convince me to get in your car if you actually only give me the probability. But turns out that since you're optimizing over all probability density functions, you're also optimizing on the worst case one. That will be a delta function that picks the worst case condition and it picks the closest approach. So there's no loss of generality in here in putting this as an expected value as long as you optimize worst case over all probability density functions. And what you get in here is that, again, without going into too many details are in the tutorial paper, but you can use duality and write this over as an optimization problem over C or C1 functions. Okay? We're using the duality here between Borel measures and continuous functions. And once you have, and there's no duality gap in here. And once you have things like on the right-hand side, then that's where the relaxation comes into play, where you can actually go ahead and replace your continuous functions by a polynomial, and then it's the same old sum of squares again. Okay? So here's an example where you actually were able to compute the exact closest approach, whereas if you try to convexify, you get things that are a lot more conservative. Okay? But the next question that comes to mind is a distance to the bad set a good metric? And the answer is no. Because here I have two different trajectories, one green and one red. Both of them have the same distance to a bad set. But it takes quite a bit less of a perturbation to take one of the trajectories in there, inside a bad set, than the other one. Okay? So just measuring distance, I don't think it's a good way of assessing safety. What you really need to do is treat this as a reachability problem. What's the minimum amount of energy that the perturbation needs to sort of kick me into the bad set? Okay? So again, you can formally write this as minimize the size of the perturbation in some norm such that I end up in the bad set. And again, you can use duality here, and you get, again, a convex optimization problem. It's not, I mean, again, there's no duality gap in here. The relaxations come into play when you replace continuous functions with polynomials. Okay? But what this lets you do is you can do interesting things like here, where you can get a heat map or a color map that tells you how safe certain regions are. I mean, here, darker means safer. So that means that, actually, all the way around. Darker means more dangerous. That means that if you start in a region that's dark, there's the perturbation that takes you into a bad region has less norm. Okay? So you can assess stability or assess safety based on where you start. Okay? So what is the take-home message in here? As it turns out, there are many powerful methods for designing safe control, okay, or safe nonlinear control. I mean, you can do HJB, you can do control barrier functions or densities. The problem with this is that if you blindly apply those methods, you die a horrible death because computation complexity kills you. So the take-home message in here is be smart. It's not just do standard positive Selene sets or sum of squares. What you need to do is use other tools. One of them is duality, and it's been very effective for us. It's not the only one. I mean, a lot of problems that we try to solve here have some structure, like some hidden sparsity or chordal sparsity, so you can decompose things along clicks. So you have to, pretty much, if you want to solve these type of problems, you have to use every tool in your tool set or in toolkit. Okay? And I'm about to finish here. I just want to mention that I didn't cover everything that we have in the paper. In the paper, we actually showed that this can be done. I mean, the same tools can be used to solve data-driven LQR, and some very recent result that we have, it extends this to the MPC case. I mean, Frank is going to talk extensively about MPC. Our setup is slightly different because we use persistent perturbations instead of L2 bounded. Okay. So, but I mean, still computation complexity is still an issue. So, Arthur. very much, Mario, for the great talk. Very interesting. I want to ask if there's any questions for the speaker from the audience.
Oh, okay. Anyone else?
Okay. So here you assume you know the trajectories.
I'm sorry.
Here you assume you have data on trajectories.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a question that is very practical. How many trajectories and can I get them? And
No,
this-
no, wait. I mean, okay. I agree with you.
Second question is this. In most autonomous systems, we have something which is called embodiment, meaning the autonomous system is not operating in whatever environment you put it for the first time, and that means that in a given normal environment, let me finish. When I give a command, I know what the actuator will do in a normal environment. And connected with that, you have sensors.
Yeah?
And no sensors here.
No, wait. There are a couple of, so coming back to your first question, all right? I mean, what you're asking is a question of sample complexity. What sample complexity I have?
It's more than that.
Okay, but I mean, it all boils down to
It's more than that in a very specific way. In dynamical systems, we will never have, I claim, the number of trajectories we need to do learning.
That's absolutely right. So, I mean, where does this appear here? You know that I have the consistency set. The consistency set is a set of all plans that are consistent with the data I observe and my priors. I never said anything that that consistency set is bounded. If that consistency, if you don't have enough data, it manifests itself because your consistency set it's unbounded. If your consistency set is bounded, but you have not too much data, it's going to be a huge consistency set, and your problem probably be infeasible because you're trying to stabilize too many different plans. Okay.
What about the second question?
Which was, sorry.
In any autonomous systems that I
Oh,
know
okay.
of, okay,
The
there will
second
be sensors and there will be something
Yeah,
I
okay,
can
so-
adjust. Even
so-
the example you gave from Boeing,
Yeah.
the people got sensing information and they were able to act.
Exactly, but again, John, all right, so there are two different things in here. First, the problem I'm interested in here is a problem where you don't have training data. That's why I picked that example, okay? And that actually was motivated by the theory we have from Fred Levy, that specific scenario he wanted us to look into is the one where you don't have training data. Sensors you have, and those sensors, I'm sensing the trajectories and they go into the consistency set. But John, can we talk offline, or I'll be happy to talk to other people offline because, I mean, I think Frank needs to. So now we're going to transition to MPC.
So let's thank Mario one more time for the great lecture that he just gave us. So next we have Professor Frank Algor from University of Stuttgart that's going to tell us a little bit about data-driven MPC.
There we go. Thanks very much. So as Monty Python said now to something completely else. And data-driven will stay, but we will have MPC now. And I'm going to give you an overview over two different MPC schemes. Two really very different MPC schemes, both data-based, but the conclusions are essentially the same for those two schemes. So what I'm going to talk about is MPC, very short repetition. What MPC does is MPC solves an optimal control problem over the infinite horizon, subject to constraints that we have, and we need to have some way of predicting the future of our system if we have a measure where we start out. And then the MPC principle is essentially we select over a finite horizon in the future. Finite not because we want it to be finite, but finite because we are computationally only able to do a finite horizon. So over a finite horizon, we predict the behavior of our system in the future, considering where we start at that point in time. And then we try to find the optimal trajectory, the optimal open loop trajectory over that horizon that solves our optimization problem. Then only the first of those
the first piece of this trajectory is implemented and everything is discarded, and then you resolve the problem at the next time step. So an iterative solution to the optimal control problem that we are having. Like, for example, you have in chess, you think a couple of steps ahead, but you only play your first move because you don't know what your opponent, let's call the opponent the disturbance, is doing in the future. Now what you have to do is you have to solve online a open loop optimal control problem where you have a cost function that consists of a stage cost over your finite horizon. You want to find a minimizer U, a minimizing trajectory, now subject to your dynamics, subject to constraints. Now, this MPC is a very simple setup, right? Everybody can understand how that goes. You don't have to even take a basic control course in order to be able to implement an MPC controller. But there is one drawback, namely if you just do an MPC like that, like I shown you, it's very likely that it will not work, because this is not a stabilizing scheme, and in fact it's definitely not a solution to your infinite horizon optimal control problem if you don't do anything else. So that's why we have those terminal penalty terms, terminal constraints, terminal ingredients they are called, and that's where the control engineer comes in, and you have to specify those. You have to use control theory in order to set those terms up such that your closed loop has the properties that you want to have. So this is our setup, and now I want to show you two approaches. Two approaches. I will actually not really do that in a tutorial style, in the sense that afterwards, you know, first, second, third, we have to go ahead with that, but more in the style of a concept. So I want to show you what the idea behind those is. The first one is an MPC scheme based on Willem's fundamental lemma. Now, Willem's fundamental lemma, in a very nutshell, what we have is a system. We assume it to be a linear system. Now, if we have one finite time offline generated trajectory for that system, and we put the data, the input and the output data of that trajectory into Hankel matrices. I'm not going to explain what that is, if most people probably know it anyhow. Then we can characterize all solutions to our system. So really all possible solutions that this system can show by this data that we generated from one trajectory, where we have these Hankel matrices in here, and then we have a factor alpha, just a vector here, and any u-y pair that our system can generate, there exists such an alpha, and if you plug in such an alpha, you get a u-y. That means this fundamental lemma characterization of trajectories of your system is essentially a model that you have. A purely data-based model, because you only have data in there, measurements, you don't have to do anything, no identification or anything, but it's a data-based model that you are having. And of course, you can use that data-based model in an MPC. So the idea is we have this offline data, this trajectory over a finite horizon. We set up our Hankel matrices, and now we can set up our MPC problem. The MPC problem is that over a finite horizon, we want to minimize a cost functional. Here it's a linear setup, so we have a quadratic cost functional, and we minimize over all the possible trajectories that we can have that satisfy our model. And now the model is just this Willem's fundamental lemma characterization. So what we have is just replaced the model, the classical differential equation, by a characterization of all the inputs, outputs that we have. And what we now, of course, have is this alpha as an additional optimization variable that we have. And we now look for the best trajectory over our finite horizon that minimizes our system. And we have to initialize that problem. Now notice this is an input-output formulation. MPC is classically an input state formulation of your system. So you assume you have the state knowledge of your system. Here we don't need the state. We have an input-output formulation. And meaning an input-output formulation, we have at every time when we want to solve the problem, it's not enough to just know where the output of our system is, but we have to characterize where the system as a whole, the internal state is. That's why we need a whole trajectory piece long enough in order to initialize our system. So this U, Y here are the true measured inputs and output over some past time points. Everything with the bar is what we predict into the future in our model where we see where we are. So it's an output feedback MPC problem, and that's the only change that we need. And then, of course, we have our inputs and outputs. And as I mentioned before, well, and then of course you solve that in an MPC repeated receding horizon fashion. But as I mentioned before, MPC by itself, just if you write it down like that, does not give you any guarantees. And in fact, it really does not give you any guarantees. You have to be awfully lucky if it gives you a guarantee. So here, for example, is a four-tank system that we have in our lab for student education. And even such a boring, slow system with a reasonable setup for the MPC, you can't destabilize with an MPC controller, as also this one here is destabilizing. So this MPC takes this boring, stable system and destabilizes it. So that is not a solution by itself. Even so, we now have a data-based formulation of everything. We need something else in order to make that system reasonable. So which was the terminal ingredients before, and that's the interesting thing about now data-based MPC. All the ideas that we have from the model-based side, how to compute and how those terminal ingredients act, carry over to the data-based world. So the most obvious thing that anybody in MPC knows, which was the first stabilizing idea, was that at the very end of your prediction horizon, you want the system to be in the origin. So if you have over a finite horizon you are getting there, then you can prove that you're really approaching your origin. Not in finite time, because you repeatedly do that, right? It's the carrot in front of the donkey. So you always run after it, but you will asymptotically go to the origin. You can prove that. And that simple idea, that's called a zero constraint MPC, that carries over also to the world of database. So what we are having is here just a description, an additional term that we are introducing. Everything else is the same, and we are saying at the end of our horizon, we want to be at our steady state. Now, we don't have a state, so we have to go there and stay there for a number of steps larger than the state of our system, so the upper bound on the state of our system that we are having. So if you include that, and I don't expect you to read this theorem, but with the standard assumptions that we also have in the classical model-based MPC case, we can prove what we always prove in MPC. Namely, if you have a solution at time point 0, so your optimization problem can be solved despite your constraints that you are having, you have a feasible solution, you will have a feasible solution for the future also. It's called recursive feasibility. We will have constraint satisfaction, guaranteed constraint satisfaction for the real system, and we will have stability of our closed loop like we have in the model-based case also. Now, of course, these zero terminal constraints, they are a very bad thing to have because you only allow solutions that get you over a possibly small horizon into your steady state. But this can be, again, generalized very much, and there is a lot of work in the MPC literature, and one of them is, for example, quasi-infinite horizon MPC, where you have this terminal penalty term that I have shown you before, and the terminal inequality constraint. And those are normally also computed on the basis of our model of our system, and if we would now assume in order to compute those terminal ingredients based on a model, that would not be consistent. So we need to have a method that allows us also to have those two terms computed based on data, and it's possible. I'm not going to show you how that is done, but it is possible. So essentially, the conclusion is the MPC, as we know it from the model-based case, can be transformed in a fairly straightforward to the using Willem's fundamental lemma in order just to characterize what are trajectories of our future. But here we also need terminal ingredients as we need in the in the model-based case, and the key is we can compute those terminal ingredients also in a model-based way. Of course, that was only the most simple setup that we have. No noise was included, nothing. But this can really be extended to all those scenarios that you have noise included, that you can really consider robustness in your setup. Even adaptivity learning you can consider so that you collect data while you are carrying on. So why should you stay with your one single trajectory that you took offline? You can learn what your system does and take online trajectories, so it's a kind of learning or probably better adaptivity that you have, and you can even extend it to nonlinear systems. So the key conclusion from that first method that I showed you, model-based ideas, carry over to in the MPC world to the database case, and including the theoretical guarantees that we really know what's going on. I'm going to show you a second method that has nothing to do with Willem's fundamental lemma. It's a min-max MPC scheme, and actually it's the PhD thesis of Ifan Xie in my group. And the idea here with this min-max MPC is again something that we know from model-based. So what we are now having is again our cost functional. Here we even have the infinite horizon because we will not use the classical scheme of how to compute things. So we can really write down the infinite horizon. So we want to minimize our cost function. We want to find an input that minimizes that. And we have a system description that we are considering here. But our A's and B's are not known. So our A's and B's only belong to some set. And in fact, in the model-based world, you assume that this set is a known set, a known convex polytopic set that you are having. So you assume that you know where your A, B's lie in your system. And then we are looking for a minimization over the worst case of those inputs, such that we minimize that functional, and then of course we get some robustness in our system, and we have constraints on top of that. So in the model-based world, this is something that is known since a long time, so since the mid-90s of the last century. It's a very seminal paper by Kothare, Balakrishnan, and Morari, where they have shown that this problem here can be not easily solved if you just use a big hammer computer to solve it, but it can be transformed into LMIs that you have to solve recursively. And those solutions via LMIs then give you an approach how to solve this problem. Now, what I want to show you is that this can be also done in a data-based world. So meaning that we are now not assuming that we know this polytopic set, so we don't know where our A, B's lie in, but we just have data. We have data, and we want to use the data in order to be able to characterize somehow this set of all possible A's and B's. And for that, we use now the data informativity approach, a set membership characterization of our system. So what's the idea behind that? We have our system equations, linear system equation, and we have some noise term. We don't know the A, we don't know the B, and we don't know the noise. The only thing that we assume to have is a bound on the noise. So we know the noise should not be larger than a certain value. And of course, you can also include certain information about your noise if you know that the noise is not equal in all your components. So this is via this matrix G. And then we have input and input and state data. Now that is an input state description again for MPC that I'm going to show you. And we assume we have just some finite trajectory that we got offline with noisy data that we are having. Now we want to characterize all the ABs like we have just heard that are consistent with these measurements that we want to look at. And it's a very easy way how to do that, right? You just solve that that equation here, if you know the u, the x, and the x at t plus 1, you solve it for the omega. And so for the moment, we just look at one time point, the ith time point that we assume we have one data point here. We solve for our omega, plug that into our equation that our bound for the noise that we are having, and then we get a quadratic inequality that characterizes all ABs that we are having that are consistent with these 3 data points or with these 3 data that we are having here. So we have a whole set. We don't know which is the A and the B that our system belongs to, but we know it lies in that set because this is the set that characterizes all the possible ABs for which the data are consistent. Now, of course, we not only have one time point, but we have a whole trajectory of our system. And then we get for every one of those points one such characterization. And you can put them together. Your true AB has to lie in the intersection of that system. And you can also write that down in form of a quadratic inequality, a quadratic matrix inequality that characterizes now all A's and B's such that we know our true system has to lie in there. Now, what we want to do is solve the min-max MPC problem. So the min-max MPC problem means we want to minimize our objective functional, now maximizing over all our ABs, and the set C now that we had before, CF here, this is the characterization that we have from our data. So the ABs, every AB that this has to satisfy we have to make sure that we minimize over the worst case, plus our state constraints also have to be satisfied, of course, for all ABs that are in our set characterization. So the constraint needs also to be satisfied over our prediction. So we have no solution yet, right? So we only have the characterization of that set, and computing that, if you just want to use a computer, wow, that is a very difficult thing. But in fact, you can, like in the model-based case, you can solve that problem in a much better way. Namely, we can find a candidate for our value function. So we take a value function candidate, which is x transpose px, and now we demand from that value function, we demand. So this is not something that naturally comes, but we demand that this value function has a decay that is larger than what we have as the stage cost at that point. Now, what does that give us? And that has to hold for all our ABs, right? So we want to make sure that no matter which AB it is, this has to decay. Now, if you sum up this equation on the left and on the right, from 0 to infinity on the left and on the right, what you get on the right is exactly this quantity here, so namely the objective functional that we want to minimize, and we want to do that for all AB, so this is the maximum value of our objective functional. What you get on the left-hand side, you have all the intermediate terms that cancel out, and the only thing that is left is your V with the x, your measured xt at the beginning. So that V here has a characterization, namely it's the upper bound on the worst case cost that we are getting for all the ABs. So this is the minimizer that we are looking for, the minimizer of our objective functional. So this is still not a solution, right? Because we don't know how it works. But what you now have to do is you just plug in for the V that we have a candidate, namely with the unknown P here. And one thing that I totally forgot to mention when I was talking, it's well known that if you have a min-max or a robust MPC problem or any optimization problem, then what you need to have as a solution is a feedback. So you have a policy over which you minimize, and that's also what we need here. So we are not minimizing over open loop U trajectories, but we are minimizing over policies U equals F times X, and the Fs are our unknowns in our system that are time varying over the time. So you also plug that into your system, and then you get a quadratic equation, and then you have to use some LMI magic. You use Schur lemma, you use S procedure, you have all that different things, and then you can transform that into an SDP. So that problem that we have just shown is the same as solving this minimization problem, where we minimize this gamma here. This is the value of our cost functional. So this is the value of the upper bound that we are after. So we minimize that subject to our Lyapunov function, that it satisfies the decay function. It only makes sense if we get that, right? Then only the minimization of that is a solution to our problem if we enforce it to satisfy this decay of the Lyapunov function. And then we have our constraints. And then if you take everything together, what we are having is a solution, an SDP solution, that gives you a feedback. Now, this is just one feedback. So that's not an MPC solution, right? That is just one feedback, U equals F star xt times x, what we are having for our solution. And that solution depends on this xt here. So this is really the initial condition of that infinite horizon optimization problem, taking your xt into account. That is a solution to that problem, but it's not a good solution for all the time, because at the next time point and so on, we get additional information. Namely, we know what disturbances, what noise came into your system. Also, the next point depends on the true A and B that you are having in your system. So the idea is now you do not solve that once for one particular static feedback, but you do that in an MPC fashion. You measure your xt, you solve this problem here, get your feedback, and then what you are doing is you're at the next time point, you're plugging in your new measurement, you solve it again in a receding horizon fashion, and then you get a much better solution to the system. And the key feature here is, again, I will not show you how it is done, but we can prove things. So it's possible in a database setting where we know very little about our system, we are able to prove recursive feasibility, satisfaction of state and input constraints, and also that our system is robustly stabilizing, our MPC is robustly stabilizing, that we get a robust positive invariant set, that we can even characterize this robust positive invariant set. And that's the key message. We don't know anything, hardly anything about that system. We just have some measurements, but we can still do things. So the problem can be reformulated, this problem of a very complicated looking with very little information about our system, into an SDP that we are solving recursively. Now, you can extend that to also to some learning frameworks or adaptivity if you want, because so far we have assumed we just take our offline data and have this characterization what the A's and B's are. But of course, you can also take every measurement that you have online. This is essentially learning. We get additional information about our A's and B's and restrictions on which A's and B's are consistent with the data. So you have to plug that into your system here, and then what you just have to do in your MPC algorithm, you have to update the constraints at every step, but the matrix then grows that you have to solve, and then you would have to do something about that, and there are also different ways how you can reformulate that such that the problem is not really growing. And considering time, I'm not showing you the example, but rather tell you that this again can be extended to other cases. So you are not restricted to exactly that setup that we are having. So if you are now looking into a more classical uncertainty description case where you have your input to your system, the noise, and then have an output to the system, and they are connected via an uncertainty that we are having in our system, and that uncertainty can be almost anything. Then we can also solve that problem and come up with a characterization and solution and
and also system theoretic guarantees to prove that. You can even go to classes of nonlinear systems. So this, for example, is bilinear systems, and Ifan has just given an hour ago a talk here at CDC about these bilinear systems. So we have a U times X term in here, but everything in our system is unknown. We just have the data of our system, and now one is able to translate that again into a solvable problem in SDP, but now with a nonlinear control law that we are having, and we are using SOS methods in order to solve that. So you can even go to classes of nonlinear systems for this setup. So what's the message here for that second approach that I showed you? Again, this classical model-based MPC approach, min-max MPC, which is well known from the model-based case, can be now solved again in the data world, now using data informativity, sub-membership characterizations. So a completely different tool from the Williams fundamental lemma that we used in the first method. And the key is, again, we are able to give rigorous guarantees on stability, optimality, robustness, and so on of that. And we even have ways of how to extend everything a little bit, at least, to the nonlinear case. So exactly same conclusion here. Ideas from model-based MPC can be transformed into the data-based world. Now, and this is also the total summary of everything together. So MPC problems can be very nicely formulated in a data-based setting. And the concepts that we know from model-based world, they carry over. Pick your favorite MPC scheme, and you will probably be able to find an equivalent in the database world with some adjustments, but even the proofs and the ideas, everything in principle carries over, so we know what to do there. Most importantly, we can give guarantees. So despite the fact that we only have data and no model information, it's still possible to prove some things, but we can still also include some type of learning. Now, the big advantage is obvious. If you don't need a model, you save a lot of time. Mario alluded to that at the beginning. That's the nice thing. You can just apply that in a very straightforward way. So for applications, this is a very attractive scheme. But the problem is really, like with many of those database methods, it's mostly in the core a linear problem. So if you really want to look at nonlinear problems, other than constraints, which I showed you, which is also nonlinear, then it is a difficult thing to do. So this concludes. These are the people who did really the work regarding those two methods. And if you are more interested in details, this is a link to our MPC webpage where you find all the MPC results that we have, including this one. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ogor, for the insightful lecture. I'll have time maybe for a couple of questions as I set up for the next presentation. Anybody want to ask a question, Professor Ogor?
And if John doesn't ask a question, maybe then we don't lose the time. Eduardo?
But you also said you do have some things about, you mentioned that there are some nonlinear extensions. Could you just give us a quick idea of how those would go?
Yeah, so in the first case, in this Williams fundamental lemma, conceptually, it's actually that if your nonlinear system is in the neighborhood of an equilibrium manifold, then you can kind of use a linearization. Of course, linearization not in the classical sense that we look at, but that's the key idea behind it. So you stay close to your equilibrium manifold, and then you adjust your Williams fundamental lemma Henkel matrices according to the system, according to how your system progresses. It's like a gain scheduling. It's a linearization, but a gain scheduling to really where you are. So it's a linearization if you want. In the case of the informativity, it's different. So there you use structure of the system. So polynomial systems can also be treated there. So you use classical thinking from nonlinear control in order to characterize your set membership characterization of the set.
May I? A real one? No, John, ask me later on.
I have a question here, if you want.
So this, maybe I repeat the question because not everybody understood that. So if I understood right, so if you only have U and Y's, how do you know that your system is controllable, whatever, that you satisfy the conditions? And that is indeed a case for the Williams fundamental lemma approach, but not for the data informativity approach. You know, if you just have data that doesn't give you information, then it doesn't help you.
One question here, if I may. Frank, could you tell me what is the character? So okay, let me start from the beginning. You had the data, and then you said what the set of system matrices look like. How do you know what is the characterization of this set? And then it's very beautiful LMI description. So there must be some kind of assumption of how it looks like. What is this set?
So in the second approach.
In the second approach, indeed.
Yeah, but that's really a very simple computation. So you really have your characterization based on your system description that you're having, right? And we have the only assumption on the noise. And the noise has a bound. And so we just solved that equation here with the data for the omega t, plug it into that bound, and that gives us this quadratic characterization. Of course, it's a quadratic matrix characterization. It's not an LMI, right? So we have to do more about it, but this quadratic characterization we can carry over with this LMI tricks, let's call it them, to make it an LMI together with the other conditions. Okay, I guess we ran over time anyhow.
Thank you very much. If you have any more questions, Professor Algor is going to be around. You can ask him later. Okay, let's thank him one more time.
Right, so we're going to transition now to a second part of the session where we're going to look more into machine learning motivated approaches. So our next speaker is Arthur. Arthur is advanced postdoc working with Eduardo Sontag at the moment at Northeastern. And ready to move on to better things soon.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let's see if... Is it possible to mirror the display instead of extend it? Otherwise, I can try and... All right. Sorry for the technical difficulties. So thank you, everyone. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about policy optimization and over-parameterization for linear time invariant optimal control. So the overview of this talk, we're going to go a little bit over the motivation. Over what the motivation and what made us look at this problem. So basically, we were initially interested in looking at how neural networks interact with different types of optimization problem, and unsurprisingly, the first thing we thought about is trying to do something for the linear quadratic regulator because it's a well-understood problem, which is while also having an interesting optimization landscape. We then propose and formalize exactly what we mean by the over-parameterized LQR in terms of neural networks. We show our results in convergence guarantees, give an analysis of a simple example to give some intuition about what is happening in terms of the optimization landscape. Then provide some numerical simulation as some demonstration of the results that we claim, and then go for some takeaways and next steps on this research. So first, as I mentioned, our motivation is to study neural networks, specifically feed-forward neural networks, and how they interact with state feedback control.
So two things that make the neural network strong are in their compositional structure and in the nonlinear activation function. Traditionally, it's very common in the literature to consider only one of them when studying. Specifically, we look at the compositional structure by looking at linear neural networks. This is a very common, specifically what I mean is if you have an optimization problem that happens on f of k, k being an arbitrary matrix that you want to minimize, and you want to maybe do a gradient flow on that, you instead would parameterize that matrix by a product of n matrices, each of them representing your layers, and then you do the gradient flow on each one of them separately. So at first glance, it might be a simple reparameterization, trivial even. It's not clear at a priori what advantages or disadvantages you get from this. But this is a very common literature setup. A lot of works exist on both convergence, optimality, acceleration. Many of them look at the common scenario of a matrix factorization problem or linear regression. And the optimization landscape for that problem is very well known. So we know that all local minimum of the problem are global minimum. All non-local minimum are saddles, strict saddles in the case where you have a single hidden layer. All solutions of the gradient flow dynamics will converge to some critical point of the dynamic. And if you have a single hidden layer, you converge almost everywhere to your solution of your original optimization problem. So it's fairly well behaved, and the behavior of the solutions is fairly well understood. But we wanted to know how much of this is because the original optimization problem is rather simple. Of course, it's just a convex problem that we're trying to minimize, and how much of it is due to the compositional structure of the parameterization that we are adapting. And that motivated us to look at the LQR problem. So the LQR, this slide is just standard setup. I'm going to refer to it later, but you just have some cost function based on your linear time invariant system. With the gradients and all expressions are all understood in terms of Lyapunov equations. And what we know is that the cost function is proper and has a single critical point, which a single critical point is global minimum, which ends up being good for the overall behavior of gradient systems. Despite having a non-convex optimization landscape, which we illustrate here via a slice of 2x2 slice of a particular example, and it satisfies a Polyakov-Hassievsky inequality or gradient dominance condition. And right here, I have a little star on that. I actually just came from a talk where we went deep on that fact because there's actually some differences between the continuous time and discrete time LQR and how they satisfy this PL condition. So it is well known that for the discrete time LQR formulation, we have what we call a global PLI. There's the PLI satisfied globally for the same value of the constant. However, the existing literature results only show that for every level set, there exists a constant for which the PLI is satisfied for the case of the continuous time LQR. In fact, in the paper that we published, another paper that we published in this very conference, we show that the continuous time LQR surprisingly will never satisfy a PLI globally, only in this kind of sort of semi-global fashion, despite the fact that the discrete time does satisfy it. So there's quite a bit of interplay between continuous and discrete time, and the discrete time optimization landscape is rather interesting. And we want to understand how that optimization landscape interplays with the compositional structures of neural networks. There's also the advantage that we know that the optimal solution of a LQR problem is going to be a linear mapping. And so the fact that we are all using linear activation functions for this particular case is not a problem because we are also always able to recover the optimal linear mapping. So let's look what do we mean by overparameterized LQR. So we consider a linear feed-forward neural networks where we have n hidden layers. Each layer is going to have a weight matrix Ki, and the final network is just going to be the product of all of them. We call the product K star, and K bold is the mapping itself, just for distinctions. And we can go back and just rederive everything. If you're having a sense of deja vu looking at this slide, it's not you, it's exactly the same slide, and everything looks almost exactly the same. We have a K bar instead of K. We have the same expression for the gradients, for the cost. However, notice here that this is the gradient with respect to K bar, and if you remember from the first graph, we want to now do the gradient with respect to each one of the Ki's. And there is an important distinction when you look at the gradient with respect to the Ki's, in which now, due to a sort of chain rule for matrices, we have all of the, for every I, all of the other matrices appear in a multiplicative fashion over the original gradients of the product here. So immediately you might realize that, okay, this should introduce new saddle points into dynamics, as it did also for the linear regression, because there are some orthogonality conditions between all of these matrices in which we can find a point algebraically in which you have a non-zero value for the gradients, but all the matrices multiply to 0, right? And indeed that's happening, but that just like it happens for the linear regression, but that ends up not being a problem because we can also recover a powerful result from the literature, which is the existence of these invariant sets. So basically, for every initialization, for any point in the set, you can define this invariant constant C, and along any solution of the gradient flow, they're not going to change. They're constants. And this means that our optimization landscape is foliated, meaning that there are a lot of parallel invariant sets in which your solutions are constrained to. And if we are able to characterize properties of the system within those sets and prove that they hold for all sets, then we can prove that it holds for the whole system. And that simplifies the analysis quite a bit. So in terms of convergence guarantee, it turns out that we are able to recover exactly the same convergence that exists for linear regression, even if in this more complicated optimization problem that is the LQR. So we show that in general, any gradient flow will converge to a critical point of the gradient flow dynamics. And this is important. Some of you might be looking at this and wondering, well, we know the LQR cost function is proper or radially unbounded, so it's obviously pre-compactness of trajectory. But once we over-parameterize it, it's not proper anymore. In fact, there are quite a few directions among the places where the products of the matrices remain constant, in which the parameters themselves can go to infinity, but the cost remains at a constant value. Despite the loss of properness via over-parameterization, however, we still have convergence to critical points. And again, for the case of a single hidden layer, we can show that for all initializations but a set of measures 0, we're going to have convergence to the solution of the original cost function, which is, in this case for the LQR, is the optimal feedback. Turns out that these results generalize for a much broader class of functions. So right here we have for the LQR, because we are interested in looking at state feedback through neural networks. But we have a very recent result that's submitted for L4DC in which we show that any cost function that is proper and real analytic, and real analyticity is just necessary to apply Lhasiewicz. Maybe we were discussing whether we can go by with just C2 conditions, but the official theorem is that if you're proper and real analytic, then all of both of these results will hold, with some fine prints that you are not going to converge to the optimal, you're going to converge to critical points of your original problem. Basically, you don't make things worse, right? But these results, they are promising. It shows that all of these properties are kind of inherent to the compositional structure of our reparameterization and not due to the specific problems that we are working on. But they don't tell us a lot that's useful, right? At most, they tell us, oh, we don't make the problem too much worse. What kind of advantages does over-parameterization give us that would justify us using it in a control design process? So we hope to illustrate the advantages in the optimization landscape for the LQR through a simple example, so we can plot everything and it can be really visual. So we're going to look here. We're going to have a series of plots of phase planes. The phase planes are plotted for what we call the scalar case. It's a single input, single state kind of a system, very simple, very trivial. And single neuron in the hidden layer as well. The results generalize. In the next slides, I'm going to have arbitrary number of neurons in the hidden layer, but the images are all plotted for a single neuron in the hidden layer so that it's tractable. But if you look at how the dynamics become in that case, it's just a simple nonlinear reparameterization of a saddle point. And in fact, if you look at the vector field, you can kind of recover that intuition. We have there in black the hyperbolas, which are the sets in which the gradient are 0. We have a saddle point here at the origin, and then the vector field is the traditional saddle if it's in between the two hyperbolas, and it reverts in sign if it's on the other side of the hyperbolas, right? And this simple landscape allows us to take quite a few useful conclusions in terms of properties of this optimization. So for example, we can define invariant sets that will guarantee convergence to the optimal solution. This is the measure 0 set that in general is defined abstractly. In this case of the single input and single state case, it's very clear that it is just the diagonal line here, which is the center stable manifold of the saddle. And in fact, this is true, again, for any optimization problem that is proper and real analytic. The set of solutions that will converge to this new set of points introduced via parameterization are always going to be, for the scalar case, are always going to be this diagonal line here. So again, it's independent of the cost function that you have. You can know a priori what are your bad initializations, quote unquote. And you can guarantee during the gradient flow invariance, if you just bound your states away, you're going to converge. The closer you are, the less disturbance you're gonna accept. So this is exactly what we have in the next slide. We can recover some sort of small input ISS condition. Basically, the farther away you initialize from that bad set, the more disturbance you can admit into your dynamics before that disturbance is capable of pushing you all the way back into that line. Also, we recover, again, a well-known result in novel parameterization, which is given by Professor Henrique Mayada and Professor René Vidal for general convex and properly graded dominance cost functions, which is the acceleration of the solutions. Surprisingly, this also holds for the LQR, which is not traditionally gradiently dominant, but we still have what we call the acceleration of solution, which means that given this quantity here, little kc, which is a function of our invariant set, we can define two initializations that have the same value of the cost function, but different values of this imbalance. And for these two solutions, one is always going to be faster than the other. It's going to converge faster than the other to the optimal set. And again, a newer paper, we have strengthened this result through exponential upper bounds, and we can show that the larger the difference between the C's are, the larger the distance between the exponential lower upper bounds on both solutions become, meaning that this acceleration is not just like epsilon or close by, it becomes arbitrarily large the more you increase this measure of imbalance as given by this little kc. Now, perhaps the most surprising thing that we observed when doing things through overparameterization, through this linear neural network case, is that we can recover a global PLI for the LQR almost everywhere. So it's kind of a weird thing to say you have something that's global almost everywhere. But it turns out that, again, it all comes back to these invariant sets that we define away from the center state manifold of the saddle. As long as you are away from this, and this has finite measure, for the rest of the state space, you can find a constant such that for all of these states, you're going to converge to these optimal sets exponentially, because you're going to satisfy a PLI for all of those points. And this indicates that not only, because when we talk about quantitative improvements in rates of convergence to people from computer science, oftentimes they are like, well, what does time mean when in computation, right? You can accelerate, you can deaccelerate, you can multiply your gradient by a constant, although there are some distinctions in how the overparameterization and multiplying the gradient accelerate your trajectory. This is not quantitative acceleration, it's qualitative. You go from something that's linear exponential, as I'm going to show in the next few slides, all the way to exponential. So this indicates a possible concrete advantage to using a neural network for training controls, at least in the linear setup. This is proven only for this simple example in the paper, but we can very easily show numerical evidence of this happening. So right here, I have a plot for I think it's a 5x5 system, I believe, if my memory serves me right. And we have here in red the gradient flow for the usual way without using overparameterization or anything. And you can kind of see the soft switch between linear and exponential happening. If I initialize it farther away from the optimal, it will be clearer the linear behavior, but then this exponential convergence of the overparameterization will be less visible. But you can see here that we illustrate both the quantitative improvement in acceleration by the increase in value of imbalance. You go from light blue as very little imbalance to dark blue to a lot of imbalance, and you can barely see the dark blue curves. They get logarithmically better. But all of them, even this lowest solution, it's still much quicker and exponential when compared to the traditional gradient that has this kind of linear exponential switch, right? So this is it's very motivating for us to then start looking at ways to use this in practice and in practical LQR formulations. All is not sunshines, though, because we still have saddle points in our dynamics. And again, it's also easy to find other initializations in which, although we do have arguably the exponential versus linear exponential shape, it's only a qualitative improvement. It doesn't mean that we're always going to converge faster. In this case, we have quite a few examples here of solutions that kind of get trapped around the saddle points and take longer to converge to the optimal solution than the non-over parameterized case. So it's all a matter of how much you know of your landscape, where you're going to initialize. So a few takeaways and a little bit of next steps, spoilers on what we're doing. So I hope that during this presentation it would be clear to you that the compositional structure of neural networks preserves good convergence behaviors. It's safe to use in general optimization problems, in particular for the LQR, even though it's non-convex. We also show evidence that it seems to improve convergence not only in quantitative ways but also in qualitative ways. Specifically for the LQR, that can be an advantage if you are in some sort of adaptive scenario where we require faster convergence. The trade-offs is that you have saddle points now in your optimization dynamics, so you need to make sure that you're bounded away from them. So as next steps, we want to basically, the three first next steps are combinations of things, checklists of things that we are doing in order to turn this into a framework that can be used in practice. So a very possible strong trade-off is in sample complexity. So if you imagine now you're not working only with a single gradient that you're trying to estimate. You're working with n gradients that you're trying to estimate. And although it has a structure, you might argue, oh, just estimate the original gradient and multiply by your states. There is a problem in terms of noise and how that propagates that needs to be considered carefully. Also, we need to decide on how exactly we're going to do this numerical differentiation, which method we're going to use to estimate the gradient, and how uncertainties on the estimation of the cost function are going to talk with that gradient estimation and be propagated into our system. We know there's some level of robustness, but we also know that the robustness is bounded, and it might be bad if we were taking into the center stable manifold of those saddle points. Then we're going to use those to formalize the data-driven strategy for the policy optimization for the LQR, and not necessarily for the LQR, but we are also working on extending these results for general neural networks. That might be interesting from a control framework if you're not interested in a linear quadratic cost function, but other norms or other sort of costs that you want to minimize that don't necessarily have a linear optimal control for you as an optimal solution. You can approximate nonlinear mappings through nonlinear neural networks, and if you can find that through a gradient flow, then that could be a strong advantage through using neural networks. So just as a little bit of sneak peek of what we're doing, here is illustration of that same phase portrait for a different problem. This is back to matrix factorization, which is the main problem in the literature. But here on the left, we have the traditional linear neural network, which is just exactly as you saw for the LQR. But on the right, we have sigmoidal activations linear networks. And there are important differences, but there are also very striking similarities between the two phase planes. It's the one with the sigmoidal neural networks is the same as the linear neural network, except it's distorted. We have now two distinct regions, one where it's compressed and one where it's expanded, but we can characterize this a similar invariant quantity, and through these invariant quantities, we are deriving similar stability conditions for the gradient flow for these cases as well. So that's it for the talk. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Arthur. I mean, that was a really great talk. It's thought inspiring. So everyone has been very good in keeping in time. So the bad side of that is that we have time for some questions. So, of course, John, you want? Yes, but we want answers too. Question along though. Yeah, John, there's a mic.
All right, so the first question is, has there, not just for you, but for all people here, has there been any attempt to quantify what we mean by over-parameterization? The reason I'm asking you this is because I have been looking for papers that they study the trade-off between the performance of a learning algorithm on a given problem versus complexity of the learning machinery. And the only papers I have found is by Max Degerman from MIT, where he actually does this by using the one we know from system theory, MDL, minimum description length, as the
is the complexity measure of the algorithm that does the machine learning. Have there been any attempts to quantify the parameterization, the over-parameterization?
It's a good question, and overparameterization is rather a broad term. There is some results on benign overfitting, but what they mean by overparameterization in those scenarios is not exactly what we mean here. So I tried to make it very formal. That we mean exactly a product of matrices that are going to share rank and then going to have like a minimum rank condition between them. But for example, we were actually talking to Professor Oze in L4DC. She was asking the question of whether we can do overparameterization through dynamical systems and include a dynamic matrices A, B, and C, not just what would be the D matrix, which is what we do with D. So that would be like a different interpretation of overparameterization. And we were actually talking about if we could transfer some of these intuitions or not. So for the context of this work, overparameterization means specifically that you're going to have a product of matrices and that product is going to be rank conserving, meaning that you can always, for any matrix K of any rank, you can always recover it through a product of matrices. So it's not the under-parameterization or low-rank approximation. That it's kind of a dual scenario that also exists in the literature. You can get as many as you want, but if you are two. If you have two, in fact, the stronger results in terms of convergence are for a single hidden layer, which is two matrices. But in terms of generalization of the neural network, there are some, you lose a little bit of that, but we're not there yet, but yes.
You alluded to a little bit in this. What if I change the metric I'm trying to minimize, right? For instance, if I go to metrics that have other properties. I mentioned to you there is a beautiful result of Tommy Poggio that if you change the way you adjust the gradients in a deep network to something that's exponential weight, then that's in a PNAS 2021 under the title Mathematical Properties of Deep Networks. Then he shows that then implicit regularization happens. And out of that, he gets basically convergence to a global optimal and so on and so forth. So has the change of the function that you try to minimize with these neural networks an effect on this?
It's a good question. So the paper for L4DC that I referred in my talk, we showed that all the things in terms of guarantees that I gave here, they hold for arbitrarily proper cost functions. But the fine print is that it is only as good as your original cost function is. So if the original cost function converges to the optimal through a gradient system, has some sort of Polyaklo-Hassier or convexity condition, then you're going to converge to those. But if that function has local minimum, then those local minimums are also going to be like global local attractors for the overparameterized optimization landscape.
A small comment on that. So you can do things like, let's say we take the LQR problem. There's a particular Riemannian structure that is associated to that. If you look at the natural gradient flow for that, which is a Riemannian flow for that, you actually get some very nice similar results, okay? Now, we know from Amari's work and so forth that that's supposed to be better in many ways. So there are some things. Well, you would have to, it has to do with the solution of a Lyapunov equation that appears in the middle of the solution of the LQR problem, and you have a yes, we have it in a paper with Lele Kui, appeared in system control letters. Yeah.
All right. So thanks again, Arthur. I mean, it was a great talk, and we're ready to move on to the last talk on the tutorial session, Professor Nechmi Osei from the University of Michigan, and we're going to switch a little bit back from control to estimation. So,
it's very bright here. Okay, so I am going to talk a little bit about transformers and whether we can use them for filtering. Let me see if this works. Okay, so filtering and estimation problems, dual to control, they are very common in many different applications, from weather prediction to earthquake prediction, or if you want to make money in stock market, maybe you want to use prediction there as well. And there are very fundamental results in this area. For example, if your system is linear, time invariant, with known system matrices, subject to IID Gaussian noise, we know Kalman filter is optimal. You don't need to look for anything else. You just use your Kalman filter. For nonlinear systems, you go and use extended Kalman filter, unscented Kalman filter. For non-Gaussian noise, maybe you use particle filters. For unknown systems, maybe you start doing recursive least squares. And it looks like for any different setting, you need to come up with closer? Oh, okay. Okay. For any different setting, you need to come up with a new filtering technique. So the question is there an approach that handles all these different settings in a unified way? Or do we need to come up with a new filter whenever something changes in our assumptions? And since LLM solves all the problems in the world, maybe they will solve our filtering problems as well. So in this work, what we try to do is we try to train a transformer, a large language model architecture for prediction problems. And I will show that these transformers will achieve optimal performance. They will automatically adapt to different and unseen, unknown systems. They will work for time-varying, nonlinear systems with non-IID noise. And they will also have some statistical guarantees. So in the beginning of the talk, I will show you some empirical results that surprised me personally. I wasn't expecting that much of a performance. Then we did some analysis to try to explain why this is happening. Okay, so this is kind of what I am going to talk about. Okay, so what is a transformer? It's a sequence model that maps a sequence to another sequence. So it's essentially a dynamical system. And typically with language models, what happens is that you have this sequence of words, and it's trying to complete the sentence. So you have roses are red, violets are, then it says blue. And if you look at this a little bit, this is like very much like a prediction problem. In prediction problems, we have this sequence of outputs of a system, and we are trying to predict the next output. And maybe there's an underlying system that we have as well. And we are trying to use this analogy between prediction in language with filtering in dynamical systems. Of course, there's a mathematical expression for these transformers as well. And in particular, they have this attention layer that roughly looks like this. I don't know if this is going to work. Probably not. Oh. So you have some input, then you use an encoder to get a hidden state Z. Then this Z goes to your attention layer that has some matrix multiplication and a softmax operation. Then you get an output, then you have a decoding layer, and you decode back to your original space. In this case, that's going to be my output space Y. And in a more abstract sense, what this is doing is this is essentially a nonlinear system that takes a sequence of inputs and produces a new output. And in this architecture, all these W's, these are the trainable weights. And when you train, you are essentially learning the different W's that goes into your architecture. So we are going to use this transformer architecture, and we will use a specific training mechanism to learn these W's. And this is the training mechanism that we will have. We assume we have a distribution of systems. So this DSys is a distribution on the possible dynamical systems that you might want to do prediction on. And what we will do at training time is that we will sample a system from this distribution. We will simulate that system's trajectory. And we will use that simulation to train the transformers' weights. And in the end, our learning problem looks like this. We have some TF head. This is the transformer we are learning, and it's trying to minimize this loss function on the samples that we have. And we will do it over some trajectory t, length t trajectory, and we will have m different samples from this distribution of systems. And then we will go ahead and evaluate this learned transformer TF head on a new unseen and unknown system that's coming from the same distribution. The only thing that we know about our test case is that the system is coming from the same distribution. And we are going to call this TF meta output predictor, because this is kind of related to meta learning as well. So we are trying to learn to predict over a set of different tasks, if you will. Each of these systems, you can treat them as different tasks. And at runtime or test time, you are coming up with a new task from the same distribution, and you want to do well on that new task. Now the question is, if I train my transformer this way, using a bunch of different dynamical systems, is it going to perform well? And I will start with showing some empirical results. And these results personally surprised me, but let's go over the results together. So we train a transformer. These are some parameters of the transformer. You can get something larger as well. This is a GPT-2 model that we are training. The system class that I am going to use for these experiments is that these are linear systems and 10-dimensional state space, 5-dimensional output space. My A and C matrices have random entries, and these entries are uniformly distributed between 0 and 1. So that's my distribution of systems, if you will. And we trained on 2 times 10 to the 4 different systems of this form with trajectories of length 50. Then we evaluated everything on a set of new systems. And here are some comparisons. The first plot over here shows how this compares to a Kalman filter and how this compares to recursive least squares. Remember that Kalman filter knows the system matrices, and it's optimal. And this transformer that has no clue about what this system is, what the system matrices are, just seeing the output. The performance is almost the same as Kalman filter in the linear system case. Then we tried something slightly different. Instead of IID noise, we made our noise a little dependent over time, in which case Kalman filter is no longer optimal. And what you see here is that Kalman filter prediction performance is not dropping that much. But we feed this to the transformer. It's doing much better than the Kalman filter. And in the last experiment, what we did is that we start predicting with a system. In the middle of the prediction at time 50, we just switch to a new system. Arbitrarily, we drove a new system from the distribution. This could correspond to, for example, a fault in your system. And although in training, this transformer had seen nothing like this, it's able to track again. So these were very surprising. We have non-IID things. We have time-varying dynamics. And transformer performed reasonably well in all of these settings. OK, these are all linear examples. Then what we did is we said, let's try something nonlinear to see if it's going to do something interesting there. So this is a 6-dimensional quadroder model. And now our distribution of systems is a distribution on different parameters of this model. So we have mass, wing length, moment of inertia, and we just pick these parameters uniformly between 0.5 and 2. So you can imagine this corresponds to drones for different sizes, quadrotors of different sizes. Then we have some observation metrics. We are observing 3 of the states, and this observation matrix is again picked randomly. Again, we train the transformer with this, and here is the comparison with an extended Kalman filter. Of course, extended Kalman filter is just an approximation. It's not optimal, and surprisingly, transformer is doing much better than this extended Kalman filter. Now, these were again surprising to me, and we were like, can we say something theoretically as to why this works? Because it's working surprisingly well. Is there a way to understand what is going on here? And to understand why this works, we use the notion of risk from learning theory. And here is how I am going to define the risk for a given transformer. It's going to be the expected loss over time for this transformer, where expectation is taken over the entire distribution of systems that I start with. Then there will be a transformer TF star. This is the transformer within the architecture that I am fixing that achieves the best possible performance. And that transformer will have a risk as well. And I can define my excess risk for a given transformer to be the difference between the risk that transformer that I am learning achieves from finite samples and the risk that this theoretically optimal transformer achieves, which is TF star. And this is the main theorem. If our functions f and g are Lipschitz continuous, if our loss function is Lipschitz continuous and bounded, and if the transformer satisfies a robustness property with some parameter Lk, then for large enough m, number of systems that I am using for training, and a trajectory length t, with probability at least 1 minus delta, the risk is bounded by this complicated expression. The thing that you should note here is that m is the number of things that I use in training. As I increase the number of systems that I use in my training, this excess risk goes down. And similarly, if I increase the trajectory length that I use for training, this excess risk again goes to 0. And there are a few parameters that affect the risk. These are things like your dimensions of the states and inputs, and some of the noise variances. So they are terms that look like signal-to-noise ratio over here. And the proof of this result is using lots of results from learning theory and some covering arguments, covering number arguments, but we needed to adjust them to our case where we have temporally dependent data. If you just go to classical learning theory, most of the results assume your data is IID. In this case, since we are looking at trajectory data, everything is dependent. And that requires your analysis to be a little more refined. Of course, some stability assumption on F helps with those dependencies, and that's how we get around these difficulties in terms of the analysis. So you can ask, is there something specific to transformers in this theorem? The answer is no. The same theorem, if all these assumptions hold, holds for any sequence models. So you can use a Mamba, you can use structure state space models. The same theorem holds as is. So what is special about transformers? There are two things that are special about transformers, and I will tell you what they are. So what this theorem is saying is that it's looking at excess risk, and it's comparing your transformer's performance to best possible transformer performance. And if you change a different architecture, if you use a different architecture, now you are comparing yourself to the best possible within that architecture. So one question is that best possible good enough? If that best possible is not good, this result is maybe not that useful. And there's one other thing that's special to transformers, and I will show you what that is. So this result depends on this robustness property of the transformer, or whatever sequence model you have. And it turns out that this assumption comes for free if you are using a transformer architecture. And this is, again, a small adjustment to some results that appeared for transformers in general, but we don't even need to assume that thing for transformers if you have a transformer that's satisfied for free. At this time, we don't know if it's satisfied for other sequence models, and we are trying to understand that. The second thing is a result from Peter Bartlett's group that essentially says this TF star, at least in the linear case, there is a TF star that can mimic your Kalman filter, which essentially is saying that the risk that's achieved by your TF star, the best possible transformer, can perform as well as a Kalman filter for a linear system. Of course, we don't know if this representation theorem is true for the nonlinear case, but this at least explains in the linear case why our transformer is working really well, because our TF star is optimal, or it can be made epsilon optimal for whatever epsilon you pick. And we have this convergence to that optimal in terms of risk. So these are the two things that makes transformer architecture a little more special than general state space models. And we are trying to understand whether we can extend some of these results to other type of sequence models as well. So there's one other thing we were curious about. So this worked so well, I was annoyed. So I was like, we should break it. And we started looking for ways of breaking it. And here are some ways you can break it. The first thing is you train with a distribution, but if at test time you use a different distribution. And the first plot is showing that essentially. In our training distribution, we have certain noise covariances. And in our test distribution, we started changing these noise covariances. And maybe expectedly, if your training distribution and test distribution are not the same, your performance degrades, and at some point you are not really doing anything meaningful. We don't have a theoretical explanation of this. I think this can be quantified by looking at the difference between these different distributions, but at this time we don't have an explanation for that. The other thing that we looked at, this is not a full failure, but we looked at linear systems that are more stable versus less stable. And it turns out that if your system is more stable, then this transformer learns much faster. And this is related to some of the things that pop up in our analysis. So this we can explain, at least theoretically. But this was, again, interesting to see happening, how stable your system is affecting really the performance. But on the other hand, we have experiments where this works for unstable systems as well, and I don't understand why it works in that case. Okay, I think I was a little quick, but here is quick conclusions. We investigated the use of transformers to solve filtering problems, because LLM solves everything. Why not control problems? And if you train these transformers on a family of or distribution of models, then they can automatically adapt to different unseen, unknown systems. They can work with time-varying and nonlinear systems, possibly subject to non-IID noise. And we have established some statistical guarantees for a class of stable systems. But as I said, performance is much better than what our theory can predict. And there are more analyses that are needed, so if you're interested, I think this is an interesting topic to work on. We are trying to quantify the effects of distribution shifts. We are trying to understand why this is working for unstable systems. We are trying to look at prediction beyond the context window and how you can, in this transformer training, we are fixing the context window, and there's a bound of trajectory length in our training. We are trying to see how much it affects my performance if my prediction horizon is longer or shorter. And we are also trying to understand, this is just prediction, but I can take this and start integrating these type of architectures in my closed loop control, and what would be the effect in that case. With that, I will stop and I can take questions.
Thanks, Hashmi, a great talk. Promise you were so fast that it gives John plenty of time for questions. So, um,
Very nice talk. When you said that you have the stability condition on F, right? I assume some sort of finite memory, decaying memory, fading memory assumption or something like that.
Similar. It's like an ISS
Yeah.
type condition from the noise, in this case, W, to
Right.
state.
Okay, so, and I assume that somewhere in those, in the definition of the class of functions and in the constants, you have some uniform norm over the class. Whatever your parameters are for this ISS condition or whatever, there has to be something uniform over the class. If this would be linear systems, they would have to have like a uniform margin or something in your class.
Yes.
So
Over
there has
all
to be
the
some.
systems.
So
in
which of those parameters corresponds to that? It has to be hidden in there somewhere. Unless it's in the capital O that it didn't write the parameters.
It's probably, I will say, LG.
No, that's a Lipschitz on
That's
G. That should not
Lipschitz.
be the one. No.
Let
It's
me
something have to do with the stability of F,
Yeah,
whatever that
Let
means.
me see what I am trying to. No, B is not there. I can check the paper for details, but it's showing up somewhere.
It has to,
Yeah,
right? Because
yeah.
that's the whole point.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
otherwise you can't deal with arbitrary systems. So
Yes,
there has to be.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And also, since I don't know this Lee et al. Paper, could you give us a little bit, since you have time, a little bit of insight into what is this robustness assumption and why it is, quote, free for transformers?
It's not totally free, but you can prove that this is satisfied for transformers. In the non-sequence case, in the IID case, the condition is something like this. You have one sequence, then you perturb one element of the sequence, and you have another sequence. Then you have something like a Lipschitz constant.
Okay. Actually, I know the paper.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
you remind me.
But the
Yes,
thing is,
yes.
the difference here is you perturbed, since the difference is like if we perturb one noise value at a time,
Right.
then we will have two sequences that are common in the prefix, but their suffixes will be different. And we are just changing that assumption to something that holds when the suffixes are different, but the suffixes are coming from just one noise value being different in how you generate your data.
No, now I remember
Yeah.
that. I've seen it.
Thanks for the talk, Ishmael. So, if I go back to the original paper, the 2015 Europe's paper, the title of the paper is "Attention is All You Need." And then you read the paper, it's all about these multi-heads and this matrix that you put there, the key matrices and all that, which, to be honest, I read that many times and I cannot find any, but the whole thing is very mysterious to me. Does that matter at all for what you're talking about here?
So the thing that matters is, again, reading that paper, I didn't understand what attention
Okay.
is. No, I don't know. Is this being recorded? So reading that paper, I couldn't write down the math behind this. But what we are doing is essentially dependent on this mathematical expression of attention.
So, and does it matter exactly how many heads you have? And because all these companies now treat this as trade secret, right? They will never tell you exactly Gemini how many heads they use. And is that really trade secret, or is that doesn't really matter at all?
That's a good point. I have to remember one thing, but so this is one attention layer. In our experiments, we have 8 of these. But the robustness result in the ICML paper that goes beyond the single attention layer, and that shows that if you start sticking these attention layers together, you still satisfy a robustness value. It's just going to change that coefficient.
But does it get better? Because you read those papers and it seems like, well, we should have as many attentions as possible.
Oh, how is the dependence?
Yeah, and there's all sorts of things, powers of 2 and stuff like that. There's
That
so much stuff there.
That's a very
So
good
much
question. I
mess.
don't exactly remember. But what we are saying is that robustness coefficient, can I quantify how that evolves as a function of number of attention layers? I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah. But so the detailed structure, what I'm getting from you is that the detailed structure probably matters much less than what it seems when you read those papers. In particular, number of heads and all that
this
stuff.
possibly loose bounds, it matters less. But
Okay.
for practical performance, it's probably a different story.
All right. Thank you.
W is bigger, but I think what Joao was asking, what is changing over here? And if heads change, the LK number will change, but I don't exactly remember how LK evolves with the number of attention layers.
I have two questions.
Yes.
First one is easy. Now we know, right? We know that for transformers, we can write down linear systems where the A and B metrics depend on data. Right? You can write a discrete time linear system where the A and B metrics depend on data. That's the mathematics behind selective attention and mamba, jamba, samba, all that stuff. So if you put that in, right, does it help you in the analysis?
So that's in this level of analysis.
No,
I don't
if you
really
go, if you do it, no. If you go and do it from scratch now, that I know that the transformer is this linear system that I train the A and B. I mean,
it might.
Because this reminds adaptive control, right? So can you borrow any ideas from what we used to do adaptive control and try to simplify the analysis here?
Maybe the thing that we are trying to do right now is that we are trying to show whether this robustness property holds for that A-B case. And I think this robustness will more or less be a gain of that dynamical system. So finding this LK might be easier because this is going to correspond to something like a gain for the dynamical system. So the analysis of this, like figuring out what LK is, might be easy. But we are just looking at it right now.
I think the covering problem will become simpler. But anyway, the second
if I do the entire analysis using that, it's a different problem. Right. But the way I am trying to do it right now is that I just want to don't touch the covering part of the proof to do a modular proof.
The second question is more difficult.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that in the general nonlinear case, we have an equation that gives us a nonlinear filter if we know the model, right? It's called the Sakai equation. It's a PDE. Okay? Except if I do not normalize it, it becomes linear. Okay? And we spend a lot of time, some ancient times, to try to understand its complexity and numerical computation and so forth. More recently, I have written a paper where I have actually said there are 3 ways, 4 ways actually, to solve the nonlinear filtering problem. The Sakai equation, or you can do Wiener expansion of the Sakai equation, or you can do Lorentz expansion and randomize it. Or you can actually try to use neural networks. Okay? And all these things can be represented as tensor problems.
Represented as tensor?
As tensor problems.
Okay.
And then the question comes, if I use the decomposition theory of tensors, suppose I truncate the series and I take a tensor and try to use the Kruskal theorem to decompose tensors in rank 1 tensors. Then I can get solutions via appropriate neural networks that are pretty fast of the full nonlinear problem. And there are 2 groups in the country that they try to find this combination between tensor decompositions and numerical solutions of PDEs. One is in Princeton, I don't know where the other one is.
There's a Brown group, I think, looking at
so that's not a question. It's more like an exchange of information. Have you tried to look at that for the nonlinear problem?
No.
Because it may explain why it works in some cases, okay?
Maybe.
Thanks, everyone. I mean, it's 6:30, so officially we need to close the session. You're more than welcome to stay here and talk to any of us. But officially, I'm closing the session, so thanks so much for coming and staying. I mean, it's late, so, right.
É o nó da madeira, é uma tinta